He got Of this Metrobank Women's One-Day Cup match between Hampshire and Surrey. It's third versus first, so this is the top game in today's round of fixtures in that competition. I can tell you that Hampshire have won the toss and they are going to bat first. The Hampshire team are unchanged from the side that won on Saturday quite emphatically against Durham, and Surrey have made one change from the side that surprisingly lost down at Taunton against Somerset. Your commentary team today, a little later you'll hear from me, Hursley Park women's manager Phil Green. They're a club just outside Winchester. He's a regular hit down here on women's games. Next to me, who's fairly regular, is Gemma Green. I'm Kevin James. Gemma, a very good morning.
Morning, Kev.
And shall we, first of all, hear the Surrey side?
Can do. So Surrey, like you say, they've got one change. That change is Alice Capsey has made way for Jemima Spence today. So the team running down is Bryony Smith, Alice Monaghan, Paige Schofield, Alice Davidson-Richards, captain and keeper Kira Chatley, Danny Wyatt-Hodge, Jemima Spence, Maitland Brown, the Australian overseas, Kalia Moore, Danny Gregory, and the much talked about at the minute Tilly Courtine-Coleman after her World Cup call-up.
That's right. I think there were 4 players in the Surrey side, aren't there?
There were.
Yeah,
2 are playing today, Wyatt-Hodge and Courtine-Coleman.
Yeah. No Sophia Dunkley, actually, still in the Surrey side, I notice.
No.
Hampshire, well, they have all 4 of their England players playing again today for the second game running, although Maya Boucher missing out in that T20 World Cup squad that was mentioned a few days ago. So Hampshire line up like this: Ella McCacken, Maya Boucher, Abby Norgrove, Freya Kemp, Rhianna Southby, captain Naomi Datani, because again there's no Georgia Adams, who's still suffering from a quad injury, Amanda Jade Wellington, the overseas player, Lindsay Smith, Daisy Gibb, Rebecca Tyson, and Lauren Bell, who picked up only her second professional 5-wicket haul in that demolition, I think it has to be said.
It was a short day for you, wasn't it?
It was a very good short. Well, it was very good. Yes, I was home much earlier than normal. My other half, my wife, thought, what's going on? Why are you back so early? And so it wasn't a good day in the office for Durham on that occasion. Surrey have started pretty well, as you would expect. They won their first 3. They beat Warwickshire by 52 runs at Edgbaston. They then beat Yorkshire at the Oval by 3 wickets. They beat Durham at the Oval also by 3 wickets, but then surprisingly, Gemma, lost by 136 runs down at Somerset. Now I say surprising because Somerset were perhaps not one of the better sides last year.
No, they were also unbeaten. That was an unbeaten clash, I think, at the time. But yeah, the ex-England captain Heather Knight with a superb ton held that together. And Surrey's batting, capitulated by their standards.
And Hampshire, whilst Surrey played 4 games, Hampshire have only played 3. They beat Essex here by 5 wickets. The game up at Warwickshire, I think it's fair to say for Hampshire the rain came at an opportune moment, because Warwickshire hit 354 for 7. It might have been a little difficult to chase that down. We'll never know, of course, but that game was only half completed, so Hampshire get a no result point there. And as I mentioned on Saturday, they beat Durham by 6 wickets, where Durham were bowled out for just 118. The 2 umpires are walking out to the middle. They are Gabby Brown and Rose Dovey. And we were just looking up Gabby Brown just before we came on air.
You were. She's... Go on, you did tell me. Now you've looked at me.
She, in March, became only the 2nd female appointed to the professional umpires team. 2nd
after Sue Redfern.
Yes, so congratulations to her. So there are your 2 umpires in their familiar maroon tops and dark trousers. And just to repeat, Hampshire have won the toss. They are going to bat first. Now, this is only the 2nd year of women's professional county cricket, and there were some epic battles between these 2. They actually played each other 3 times in this competition last year. You were here for the semi-final. We'll come to that in a moment. But back in April, Hampshire won by 50 runs here at the Utilita. That was a star-studded affair, a bit like today, where England players were available to both teams. In July, in a rain-affected game, Surrey won by 4 wickets at Guildford. But the semi-final here, Gemma, was an amazing game.
It was a fantastic game. It's one of the best 50-over games of cricket you'll see. Yeah, Hampshire did come out the winners of that by 4 wickets, but it was down to a chase that Hampshire were chasing Surrey's 287, and captain Georgia Adams, she got stuck in less than favourable batting conditions. 107 not out on a wicket. I mean, it was so, I don't know if you remember, Kev, but they kept coming out to like scrape the mud off their spikes. It was really wet, soggy, damp, really not how you want to bat, and a lot of batters would make excuses with that, and she just dug in, and yeah, it was a fantastic knock and a fantastic game.
Yes, I remember watching that on the live picture feed because I was somewhere else with the men's side, and I think we were off for rain, so I was listening to you guys and watching play, and I don't think I've seen such a prolonged period of play in rain.
Yeah.
I don't quite know why that was. You'll know better than me. But anyway,
I think it was because it was a semi-final. They're just wanting to get the result.
Yeah, I think you're right. So Hampshire got through to last year's final. Unfortunately, they lost here against Lancashire. Another Gabby Lewis, Irish player, got 100 there, and secured Lancashire the first ever women's Metrobank one-day cup title. But these two teams will certainly, you would think, would have another good showing this year. Right, so Surrey are going to get us underway in the field. They're in black tops, black trousers.
I think we're going to have Tilly Coleman. Is going to take the new ball from the pavilion end. So she was announced yesterday. She's part of the World Cup squad. We've actually got 5 in this match of the 15 World Cup squad. 3 from Hampshire and 2 from Surrey. So it's if you want to come and watch some stars play, some World Cup stars, there's 5 of them in this game on a sunny day down at the Utilita Bowl. First one. Ooh. That's early.
It's 3 strikes and out, by the way.
Okay. Yeah. And in we go, and McCacken pushes that onto the offside, and there's no run. I could be done by 11 o'clock here.
Yeah. Well, try and prolong it a little longer, otherwise me and Phil have got an awful lot of work to do.
So yeah, for Hampshire we've got McCacken and Bouchier. Coleman in round the wicket. That's tickled down the leg side. It's actually missed bat and pad, called a wide as Gabby Brown signals. So keeper is the captain as well, which I always find is a difficult job, but a lot of people do it and do it very well. Kira Chatterley.
Well, you're a keeper.
Yeah, I hate captaining as well. Coleman in, that's pushed on the back foot, back to her, no run.
So you hate captaining and keeping?
Yeah.
At the same time?
Yeah, at the same time.
Individually?
Yeah, I don't mind either individually.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, I think it's a big task. But I say a lot do it very well. And this time it's a little bit of width on offer, and McCacken cuts that just behind square, but there's no run as Danny Gregory does the fielding.
So Ella McCacken, back from injury. She missed the second half of last year. 90 in the first game against Essex here. Didn't bat, obviously, in the rain-affected game at Edgbaston. 11 on Saturday against Durham.
In again, this time again, a little bit of width on offer, and that's tickled down to short third man, but there's no run there. That's one of the main differences between these two teams, Kev, is their opportunity to bat this season. You mentioned it with the rain-affected game, and obviously the curtailed chase, the curtailed innings chase. Driven on the offside, there is a run there. She finds the gap. McCacken's off strike, picks up 1. Yeah, Surrey have actually scored before today 1,041 runs this season already, which is the most of any team, and Hampshire have only scored 387 before this game, the lowest of any teams, because obviously they had a rest game, they had a game where they didn't bat at Yorkshire, and then they were only chasing 118 against Durham, so through no fault of their own are they the lowest scoring team, but in terms of time in the middle, Surrey have certainly capitalised on that. As again, this is left outside the off stump, no run. First over complete, Hampshire are 2 without loss.
Well, that's, I think, is going to be a feature of Gemma's commentary today, stats, because that's something you're very much and heavily involved with, aren't you?
I am, yeah, that's my regular job.
Yeah, providing lots of very well-known commentators, making them sound a lot better.
Well, that's subjective, but thank you.
Well, you do. I mean, you provide them with a lot of information, don't you? Now, that's your job, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, I do that at the World Cup in Sri Lanka in February, which was lovely.
Very nice. So Maitland Brown, the Australian right arm seamer, is going to bowl the second over of the morning. Just to repeat, Hampshire winning the toss, electing to bat first. They're unchanged from the side that beat Durham here, and Surrey have made one change from the side that lost down at Somerset. Alice Capsey not very well, and Jemima Spence has taken her place. So Maitland-Brown wants to slip in. She's got one, and she's going to be running away from us in a moment when she's got her field right. Looks like she's happy now. Here she is, runs away and bowls. It's a full delivery, and that's just played by McCacken quietly out in the offside. There's a misfield, rather surprisingly, and I'll tell you how surprising it was, because I'd taken my eye off the ball. It was one of those where you thought, there's no way that that can't possibly have been picked up. Bit of a mistake out there. Maitland-Brown is a former player down here. She had back in 2023, 5 matches as a Southern Viper. And she's also a former Southern Brave player in the same year. So she knows this ground reasonably well. Yeah,
she does. I don't think she played too often.
No.
But yeah, she certainly have been here and experienced it.
Got nice action actually. Runs in quite nicely as well, all straight, and that's played out to extra cover. No run there. And plays for New South Wales in the Women's National Cricket League, down under, who got through to the final this year. Unfortunately not quite winners. Georgia Adams, of course, playing for New South Wales yet again. But yep, Georgia Adams not today, sorry, Gemma.
No, I was going to say, yeah, Georgia Adams had a good winter down under.
She did. Here's Maitland-Brown in again, bowls, length ball, Boucher strikes that nicely into the covers, finds the fielder.
And we've actually got our overseas up on the gantry with us today, Emily Horsted, who's from that region and played against her just before coming over to us, against Georgia Adams, that is.
Yes, we're going to press Emily into action in the second half of this game. So there'll be a bit of an Aussie twang later on to this commentary. There's Maitland-Brown in again, bowls, and Boucher drives. It's gone through point. Has it got enough legs? Not quite. Oh, it is. Oh, it's just got to the rope in time. 2 fielders trying to get there, couldn't quite make it. That just had a little bit of shape on that one. That's come off the outside half of Boucher's bat, but she actually kept control of the shot nicely, didn't try and hit it too hard.
Just one of those teasers for the fielders, isn't it? Keeps them interested all the way.
If you're watching the live picture feed, here's the replay of that shot coming up now. You just see the shape on that ball just going away from Boucher, but she was in a lovely position to still execute that drive. Here's Brown again, bowls. That's down the leg side this time, and that is called a wide. So there are several ways you can pick us up. We're on the live picture feed, Hampshire County Cricket Club website, or Hampshire Cricket website, I should say, on the YouTube channel. That's going through to the Surrey Cricket website as well. We're also on the BBC Sport website and app, and we're also on Sports Extra 2 all day and around the ground on the in-ground commentary. You can pick us up via your earpieces. Maitland-Brown in again, 8 without loss, Hampshire in the second over. Boucher plays that nicely off her pads, down towards fine leg. Just a single there, and I think she's going to keep the strike. No, not quite, there's one more ball left of the over. So Boucher so far this year, and I wonder if she'll be disappointed that she's missed out on that World Cup squad. I'll mention that to you in a moment, Gemma, but 7 here against Essex and 47 in the game against Durham. Didn't play up at Edgbaston in between. Do you think she deserved to be in that squad or not?
With the squad that was announced, I didn't have any issues, if I'm honest.
Drive there for McCacken, that's gone through backward a point. That's going to be 4. Struck a little bit more crisply than the drive through that area earlier by Boucher, so that ends the over. 13 without loss.
And there's definitely an argument that she could be included in that squad. There's an argument for a few players. I know Davina Perrin was one they thought might get her first call up with the bat. There's always going to be people that should be, but there are only 15 places, or fewer if you're just talking about batting spots. And yeah, I'm not sure recently she's done enough to cement that place.
Yes, I think you're right. If she was going to come into the squad, who would she replace?
Exactly, that's what you've always got to ask, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it's all right saying, oh, so and so should be in, so and so should be in, but yeah, when you've actually got to turf someone out for that spot, where's it coming from? Courtine Coleman in again to Boucher, defended, no run.
Gemma, I'm going to leave you already.
Okay.
And it's going to be Phil Green to come alongside.
That was short and sweet.
Yes, it was.
Courtine Coleman from the pavilion end. Fuller ball just pushed back by Boucher, no run. Hampshire are 13 without loss. As well as the 5 World Cup picks that are playing in this game that we mentioned earlier, 3 from Hampshire, Kemp, Smith and Bell, 2 from Surrey, Wyatt Hodge and Courtine Coleman, who's in and bowls. That's cut just in front of square by Boucher. A little misfield allows them to come through for a single. As well as those 5, we've also got 2 of Charles Dagnall's 5 to watch this year. And that's Ellen McCacken and Jemima Spence. Phil Green comes in alongside me. Morning, Phil.
Morning, Jem. What a lovely day again here.
Courtine Coleman in, bowls full and straight, defended of the back foot by McCacken. Yeah, he's picked out 5 players. I can't remember the other 3, but there's McCacken and Spence are definitely 2 of his picks.
I thought Courtine Coleman was one as well, actually, so you might have 3 of them here.
Oh, was she? Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
We've already listed her in the World Cup squad.
Yeah.
Defended onto the leg side for no run. So there's plenty of players to come and watch.
Absolutely. So if you're anywhere near the Utilita Bowl today and you've got a bit of time on your hands, come on down.
Courtine Coleman getting through her over quickly, again full and straight. McCacken can do nothing with that and made an over. Well, sorry, 1 off the over. 14 for naught.
Interesting she opened the bowling with a spinner. I mean, I know it's not that unusual, but she normally opens in the T20s, but not always in the 50 over stuff. So interesting tactic from Surrey. They're obviously going with their bowler of the moment, I guess. She's the most successful bowler in this competition so far this season for Surrey.
Yeah, like you say, she is a main power play bowler in the shorter format.
Yeah.
So used to taking the new ball.
So at Maitland Brown, continuing from the hotel end, running away from us. She's in, quick run up, and this is turned away by Boucher into a gap on the onside. She's going to pick up a single. The throw from mid-on is a bit wild, but over the keeper, but backed up by Bryony Smith, who's actually at slip. So there's a single to Boucher, taking Hampshire up to 15 for no wicket. So for Maitland Brown, we've got a slip. I think we've got one going into gully now. Yeah, slip in a gully and a backward point, cover mid-off and a third. And on the onside, we've got a mid-on, mid-wicket and a fine leg. As Brown comes in now to McCacken. That one's short of a length, and McCacken's got onto the back foot and nudged that away between the slip and gully, but in control of the shot. Down to third for a single. Takes her on to 7. Both batters now on 7. So yeah, as Kev and Jem have been saying, there's a lot of England talent on display today, either in the England squad or England potential close to it. So beautiful weather, so everything to come and watch if you. And there's plenty of room in the ground, I have to say, right at the moment. Brown in again. This one's defended by Boucher, back down the wicket. Yeah, the crowd's starting to come in, but as usual, the far end from us is the most populated part. The Shane Warne stand and the Colin Ingleby Mackenzie stand.
It's a very enthusiastic bunch somewhere in front of us, because as all the names came up on the electronic scoreboard this morning as the team was announced, there was rupture of applause for every name. So it's great to hear.
It was just 2 people making all that
was
noise.
It just 2?
It's just 2 of them,
I thought it was a crowd.
This one's cut away by Boucher. It's back of a length and a bit of width from Brown, and Boucher took full advantage, just finding that gap between point and cover, and that's gone away over towards the groundsman compound, for those that are familiar with this ground, and that's 4 to Boucher, taking her up to 11. So far, good start from Hampshire, having won the toss today and decided to bat, the opposite to what they did on Saturday against Durham, when they won the toss and inserted the opposition. Brown back to the end of her mark. Comes in a very balanced run up, and this one's turned away by Boucher's. More runs here. This could even be 4 as well. It's turned away just behind square, but a good bit of fielding down there by Courtine Coleman. He flicks it back and retrieves, but they come through for 3. That's good running. So good cricket all round. Good fielding by Courtine Coleman, but good positive running by the Hampshire pair. and they've come through for 3. You don't get too many 3s in games where the boundaries are brought in quite a lot, but
I must say the boundaries are bigger than the. I only did the first home game. I wasn't here on Saturday, but they're certainly bigger than the first home game against Essex.
yeah, it's good to see. Good to see. Brown in again. McCacken defends this one, full length ball. Brown fields off her own bowling. That's the end of the 4th over of the Hampshire innings, and they're on 23 for no wicket.
Yeah, what were the boundaries like on Saturday? Because we were sort of whinging a bit in the Essex game that they were too small.
Yeah.
It looks about right today.
Yeah, the wicket was quite a bit to the right of where we are today, for our right, sorry, nearer the... I don't know what that side's called, actually.
The west
That's the west side, is it? Yeah, sorry. Lost my compass there for a minute. And the boundary was, I think it was fairly long on the nursery side, but obviously it couldn't go back that far on that side. But I think it was probably about the same, yeah. But you still don't see too many 3s run.
Courtine Coleman to Bouchier, and Bouchier gives herself a bit of room and pushes that, cuts that in front of square on the offside. They come through for a single. The running's actually been good today. I mean, obviously we just said about a 3, but picking up the quick singles, and that one there was a fairly standard one, but we've had a few today where they've been quick off the mark and got in comfortably. Really good positive running.
Positive intent, yeah.
Courtine Coleman in, bowls. McCacken works that onto the leg side, no run.
So were you surprised with Courtine Coleman's call-up, or did you see that coming?
I was only surprised in that they've already got 2 left-arm spinners, not in her own right as she comes in, and McCacken defends up the offside for no run. In terms of her own right, and how she's been bowling and how she's been revered, especially with her 100 purchase in the 100. Just driven up the ground for no run. I wasn't surprised in that, but the fact that they already had 2 left-arm spinners, I thought that might go against her. But obviously they've done what a lot of teams don't always do, and they've just picked the best spin options irrespective of style. This works behind square on the offside, no run.
In terms of the squad, it's a replacement for Glenn, really, isn't it? Who's out injured, and she's obviously a leg spinner. So as you say, it's a different style of spinner. But I guess they didn't think there was a leg spinner worthy at this point in time.
That's the thing, as she comes in and Bouchier McCacken gives herself room this time and cuts that for a single. When they're trying to pick a balance of a squad or a team or whatever, I think there's always too much, not always, there's sometimes too much focus on, I've got to have a variation, got to have this, got to have a left-arm seamer, got to have a left-arm... Whereas actually, if you want 3 spinners, you pick your 3 best spinners.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't matter which way they turn the ball or which arm they bowl with. And I think that's what England have done, rather than say, well, we've got 2 left-arm spinners, let's see what the next best off-spinner or leg spinner is. So I think that's really, for me, I like that approach.
I also think we say 3 left-arm spinners, but she's a very different bowler to Lindsay Smith, for example. She's a fairly similar style bowler to Eccleston, I would say. Lindsay Smith, who doesn't really rely on spin, more of sort of flat, darty type of bowler.
The drift.
So I don't think she's replicating her as a bowler, but similar to Eccleston. But yeah, I agree, you pick your best bowlers really. Same with the left-handed, right-handed batting combinations. I think that's a bit overstated, if I'm honest. So Brown now running away from us to bowl to McCacken. That's on the leg stump, turned away nicely, but it's only going to be 1 down to that person we're talking about, silly Courtine Coleman for single. But yeah, at 18 to get into the side, it's a major breakthrough. I think that was the age that Charlie Dean was when she was called up, and it's a good. It gives her a chance to build a really good future in the game.
It'll be interesting to see if she gets to play in any games, because obviously, like we said, there's already 2 sort of senior spinners to her in the squad, or frontline spinners.
Well, you'd assume Eccleston's are sort of nailed on as long as she's fit, so it's between the other 2, I guess. Brown, this is a bouncer, and it's pulled by Bouchier, but pulled straight. She got it so early that she's pulled it down the ground between the bowler and mid-on. Not really got hold of it, but it's come through for a single to Bouchier. But that was a genuine bouncer from Maitland-Brown. Didn't get up that high, and Bouchier certainly had time. In fact, she was probably a bit too early on it. She threw for a single, Brown in again. Brown from Sydney. That one's fuller, and McCacken just defends back to out to cover. There's no run.
We've got a lot of. We were talking about this on the way in this morning. We've got a lot of double-barreled names in the Surrey team, and 3 of them are playing. So at the minute we're going Courtine Coleman, but we may
switch to ADR.
ADR, not for Courtine Coleman.
Not for her.
TCC, ADR. So yeah, apologies if we get lazy.
RMG's not playing today. Brown in. This one's defended it into the mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, it's. There do seem to be a lot of
Danny White Hodge.
dual names in the Surrey side.
If you're a Surrey regular commentator, a lot to say, or a regular scorer for Surrey, a lot to write.
Yeah, absolutely. So, Brown in again. This one's back of a length and cut away by McCacken, but there's field's been changed there, and the boundary fielder has moved squarer and keeps that down to a singles. The fielder now is a deep backward point rather than third, and Gully is moving in to reinforce the offside ring. So there's 4 fielders theoretically saving 1 on the offside, and a slip and a third. Brown in again. And that one's just pushed off the back foot to one of those fielders in the ring, and there's no run. And that completes 6 overs for Hampshire, who were on 28 for their wicket.
Yep, McCacken on 10 off 21, Boucher 16 off 15.
Boucher normally scores around about 100, strikes at about 100 through her innings. I don't know exactly what the stats were for last season, but she always seems to be around that mark. Let's hope today, from a Hampshire point of view, I know we're obviously neutral as commentators, but let's hope that Boucher can kick on. It's always good to see her batting, and so often we don't get full value.
So just 5 runs off Courtine Coleman's first 3 overs, and she's in again. That's defended by McCacken.
Also quite a few the Surrey team and squad with Hampshire connections, or certainly connections to this ground.
In again, and again it's good length on the stumps, defended by McCacken. Yeah, we're going back to the World Cup squad, so 15 was announced in the squad as per. Coming in, and a little advance down the wicket. McCacken tries to drive that, gets a bit of an inside edge, but comes through for a single. Yeah, I made it. There were 10 from southern counties, 3 from the Midlands and 2 from the north. And so yeah, very southern. There's 4 from Surrey, 3 from Hampshire, and 3 from Somerset.
So quite a few comments coming in about the southern bias.
Yes,
I guess, yeah.
I would imagine so. She's in again, and Boucher, big stride forward, no run.
Our Yorkshire friends don't usually let that sort of thing go, do they?
But no, I mean, the south has been very strong with Surrey and Surrey Stars and South East Stars, and Southern Vipers going back a few years.
Yeah.
There's no run there as Boucher defends that one. Courtine Coleman in. Again, Boucher can do nothing but push that onto the offside, so another tight over, just the single coming from it. Hampshire 29 without loss.
And just building on what I was saying about former players, or in the Surrey setup, you've got Paige Schofield, formerly of Hampshire and Southern Vipers. You've got Danny White Hodge, formerly of Hampshire and Southern Vipers, or formerly of Southern Vipers.
Alice Monaghan.
Alice Monaghan, formerly of Southern Vipers and certainly a Hampshire girl. You've got Ailish Cranston in the squad, who's a Hampshire player. The coach is Johan Myberg, who played for Hampshire.
I think Kalia Moore also.
Kalia Moore is with Southern Brave, certainly,
Southern Brave.
And so's Tilly Courtine Coleman, so used to this ground. And Maitland Brown, as Kev said earlier, also played for Vipers, so a lot of local connection. Brown in again, and this one's turned away on the leg side. That's a quick single. As Jem said, the running's been good, and that was single to McCacken, fielded by Alice Monaghan. She moved from mid-wicket. Alice Monaghan played a lot down here and moved up to Surrey a couple of years ago and seems to have been reinvented as an opening batter now. He used to be more of a bowler who batted down the order at Hampshire.
Yeah, both her and Paige Schofield, it's been in sort of slightly different levels, but it's been a good move for both of them.
This one's just pushed on the offside by Bouchier. Good length ball from Brown, fielded by Danny Gregory.
So Paige Schofield moved a little bit earlier when it was still Southeast Stars, but Paige, with the quality of the batting lineup of Vipers as it was very tough to get a gig with the bat for the likes of Paige Schofield, who'd be batting at sort of number 6 or whatever, and didn't have much opportunity due to the Vipers' top order.
This one's a bouncer again from Brown. That's a sharp bouncer. That's some good pace in that, and it's forced Bouchier to duck under. There's a bit of bounce in this wicket issue. I know it's not the same deck, but on Saturday, Lauren Bell and Lauren Filer, I know they're two of the quicker bowlers on the circuit, but they both used the bouncer quite often. It's a good effect. Brown in again. This one's fuller and driven nicely by Bouchier down the ground. They're probably going to, it's just going to be one, I think. But nice firm push back past the bowler.
Yeah, back to Paige Schofield. So she made the move and got a lot more opportunity up the order, and quickly after got her England call up based on the runs that she was able to score in the domestic cricket. So that was really good for her. And Alice Monaghan, like you say, was very much in the Vipers side, often as a fielder. You don't pick someone as a fielder, but what I mean is she didn't often bat and bowled a few overs sometimes, but was an outstanding fielder.
Brown again short again, and this time McCacken just lets it go outside the off stump, so certainly working up some pace here, Brown.
Yeah, she was always an outstanding fielder, and just again couldn't get that opportunity with the bat and often with the ball due to such a strong squad. And she's moved to Surrey and like you say, been promoted and getting some opportunities now up the order. Yeah. And she's had a few starts this season. She's got 23 and a 22, 9 not out in the last game.
Yeah, it's been a good move from her. It's a fielding change now. They're taking the slip out. Bryony Smith's coming out to extra cover, and the gully is moving finer into a sort of third slip position. And Brown in again. This one's back of the neck. That's a great shot actually from McCacken. She's just guided that through the gap that was left by the slip moving out between that third slip position and the keeper, but fully intentional. Just let the ball come onto the bat and ran it. So
I thought you'd like that shot.
Yeah,
that's why most of you, if they did wagon wheels back in your day,
yeah, okay,
that would have been a strong area for you, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but she intended that. So that's 35 of 8 overs for Hampshire, and McCacken with that boundaries on to 16, Bouchier on 17. Just to remind you, Hampshire won the toss here today. They're unchanged from Saturday, a game against Durham. One change for Surrey.
Courtine Coleman keeping things really tight here. Her first ball of this over, driven up to mid-off and no run. So when I say keeping it tight, she's into her 5th over now, gone for just 6 runs.
Whereas Brown's gone for 29 from 4.
Courtine Coleman in, and Bouchier defends that onto the leg side. Bowler picks it up. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame when you've got someone tying up an end like this. You sort of want that pressure at the other end as well. But down little shimmy down the wicket, Bouchier doesn't get hold of that. She sort of cloths it in away to mid-on for no run. A little bit of an intent there. That's all because of the pressure. Courtine Coleman has been putting it on, landing it in the same spot, making the batsman have to do something different. You can't just stand in your crease and look to score off her. Bouchier's had to be proactive there.
Is it a bit of an old-fashioned thought to think that as the runs are coming at the other end, you don't actually need to be too worried at this end? Or should you just be going from both ends?
I think that probably is an old-fashioned thought.
Okay.
That's worked onto the leg side for no run. Only because this day all batting's all about positivity, isn't it? At all times, all moments.
Yeah.
That's what
I just think when runs are coming from one end, the pressure is off you at the other, and you don't need to.
I don't disagree with the.
You don't need to take her on at this stage.
But we'll see as Bouchier again looks to drive that on the onside, but finds a fielder there. Is that Jemima Spence for no run? And again bowls, and again it's on the money, it's straight, and Boucher can do nothing but push that back to Tilly Coleman. Made an over for her. Hampshire still 35 without loss after 9. Phil's making way for Kev. Oh, and I'm making way for Phil. It's a bit of dozy-do.
It is. We're just all moving down one. Kevin James back with you, and Phil Green taking you through this next period of play. It's been a good start by Hampshire here. 9 overs gone, and they are 35 without loss. And Ella McGackin is 16 and Maya Boucher is 17. Looks a good pitch again, Phil.
It does, and there's a lot of good bouncing there. We've had 2 bounces in the last over from Maitland Brown, who's got a bit of pace.
She has, hasn't she? A lovely action.
Yeah, and she had Boucher ducking at one point there, but she has lost a few runs here. 29 off 4. Often with pace on the ball. Obviously the ball goes away a bit quicker, and Hampshire taking advantage of that, but she's in again now and running away from us. It's bowling here from the hotel end. That one's short again, and McCacken is back and defends. And yeah, she looks a good bustling, quick bowler, does Maitland Brown.
There's not a lot not to like, is there really? The action's nice and smooth, the run-in straight, and everything is all nicely compact, isn't it? There's nothing going off at different angles, head falling away or low arm. It's just all neat. It's a neat package.
Yep. About 88 on her back. She's in again now. To McCacken. That's short again. This is cut away by McCacken. That's going to be 4, I think. It's got it through the offside. Fielder is coming round but can't get there. That's another good shot from McCacken again. Bit of width and just back of her length, and McCacken's just got on top of the bounce. Found that gap on the offside. There is a ring of 4 fielders there, but she managed to find a way between them, and it's run away for another boundary, taking her up to 20. And at the moment, Kev, Hampshire pair looking in good shape, but we know there's a long way to go.
Well, we saw this against Durham a few days ago, didn't we? The new ball came on nicely. There was runs up top.
The Durham openers, yeah. Brown in this one's full on the leg side and turned away by McCacken. I think it's going to be cut off by Coleman coming round from fine leg, and they're just going to get a single. They thought about a second, decided against it. Yeah, I mean, if we go back to Saturday, Durham were going at this sort of rate, but in fact it was in the 10th over, which this is, when they lost their first wicket, the last ball of the power play. Yeah. They lost a wicket, and it all sort of went downhill from there for Durham. So yeah, Hampshire won't be complacent at all about this start, but they're in good shape at 40 for naught in the 10th over. Brown in again, and this one's full again. Nice drive by Boucher, very pleasant looking shot up to mid off, but no run. But right out of the middle of the bat, sounded good as well. It always helps.
Alice Davison-Richards there at mid-off. You know, I was thinking back to the game between these two sides last year here back in April, and we were saying that both sides had their full complement of England stars, and it was a really high-class game, and there was quite a few bouncers bowled in that game, I remember. Yeah. Alice Davison-Richards was one of those, and Maitland Brown, we've already seen a couple today.
And again, Brown, this one's fuller on the leg side and turned away by Boucher. Down to that fielder at fine leg for a single. Yeah, and
Lauren Bell.
On Saturday we saw bounces from Bell and Filer. Both got it over the batter's head. In fact, there was one was called a wide for height from Filer, I believe. Yeah, and you don't see that too often.
It's good to see, though, isn't it? It's becoming more and more prevalent in the women's game now.
Yeah. And Filer's probably as quick as anyone around, as we saw on Saturday. Brown in again. This one's just guided by McCacken down to the fielder who's at third, but quite a square third, sort of backward point, so it's just a single. And that's concluded 10 overs, which is the end of the power play, the end of the first fielding restrictions. Hampshire on 42 for no wicket, McCacken 22 and Boucher 18. And now, of course, the field, they're allowed to have more fielders out. They can go to 4 from 2, but doesn't mean they necessarily will, but they can. And yeah, it's to say Hampshire have probably won the power play at this stage.
Yes, it's been a good start. The bowling figures so far for Surrey. Sees.
Bit of a contrast, aren't they?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, Courtine Coleman 5 overs, none for 6, and Maitland Brown 5 overs, none for 36. So clearly pace a little easier to play than pace off.
Yeah, and as I was just saying to Jem on commentary, because runs are coming from one end, they haven't got to get too anxious about scoring off Courtine Coleman just yet.
No.
She is carrying on.
With her left arm spinners around the wicket from the pavilion end. She's bowling to McCacken. Started the 11th over. McCacken plays that back to the bowler and there's no run. First email of the morning. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Inevitably comes from Stephen Clark.
Yeah.
He says, a lovely day, which it is. That's nicely played off the back foot into the gap on the offside. 43 without loss. But wind forecast, that's right, I got out this morning. Car park into the reception area here. It's a bit bustly, wasn't it? Bit of wind around. He says, question of the day, and this is an interesting one because we've already been chatting about this off air. That's quick single out on the leg side, that's good running. That's Alice Monaghan doing the fielding there, formerly of this parish. 44 without loss. He says, who are you going to leave out of the team to make room for Georgia Adams when she's fit again? Now, we were having this discussion before 10:30 as that's played back to the bowler once more by McCacken. And I must admit, I couldn't really think. I'm not sure who you think would come out of this side.
Well, of course, it might be a question that doesn't need answering in the long term, because she'll probably come back when the England players aren't around, so that it'll probably answer itself to some degree.
True.
But if it was right now, sorry, I'll let you carry on.
It's cut away by McCacken once more into that gap on the offside. She moves on to 24 and the total on to 45 with that loss.
I think it would depend a bit right now on how they're regarding Georgia's bowling. I mean, obviously she would get, well, I say obviously, I think she would get in the side as a batter, but if she's a genuine bowling option, then I would imagine she would come in for one of the bowlers. That's not a very precise answer, but I think that's how I would probably see it. But as I say, I think the reality is that when she comes back, you won't have as many options with the likes of Bell and Kemp and probably Smith not being available. No. So it won't be a question. But it's a good question. If she was fit today, I suppose that's the way of looking at it. If she was fit today, who would she have played instead of? Assuming she would, but I don't think you could really have a Hampshire side without her in it if she's fit.
Yeah, true.
I mean, we were talking earlier about her innings in the semi-final last year, which is as good a captain's innings as I think I've ever seen in the gloomy conditions of that semi-final.
True.
So we've got a change of bowling at this end. It's Alice Monaghan who's coming on to bowl. First change with her seamers, right arm over the wicket. We've got more protection on the boundary now, of course. She's into McCacken, and McCacken just defends. It's a good start from Monaghan. So we've got a third and a deep cover, backward point, extra cover mid-off, and then we've got a mid-on, mid-wicket, deep backward square, and a fine leg. So 4 permitted fielders outside the 25-yard circle, and all 4 have been put in place. Monaghan in again. This one's short and pulled by McCacken, but it's not going to beat short, fine leg, sorry. It moves to her right, that's Courtine Coleman, and gets in. That was a fairly short ball. McCacken just sort of helped it on its way around the corner. She's moved up to 25. She's overtaken Boucher now. She has had more of the strike. They're both striking at a rate in the 60s. That's the way that it's analysed nowadays. Monaghan in, and that's full and driven by Boucher, but probably driven too well to mid-off, so they haven't got time to come through for a single.
It's interesting you mentioned strike rates actually, Phil. The top order of Surrey this year, strike rates are very high. There's a few of them 100 plus.
Right, yeah.
This year, McCacken striking at 73, Boucher 84.
This one's driven by Boucher, but it's the bowler's got a foot on that, which has probably saved a few runs. Might not save her foot, but she seems to be walking okay. But it's driven really hard back, and Monaghan just stopped it with the boot. It's preventing any run. Yeah, I think it's a larger sample size, of course, because as Jem said earlier, the Hampshire batters haven't had that many opportunities this year.
That's right.
And also, you'd have to say they played at the Oval in Taunton, sorry, which helps. Yeah. Well, this one's a very short ball from Monaghan. She really banged in. It's actually been called a wide, actually for width, not height, I think, because it was wide of off stump as well. But it was a very short delivery, like she was attempting a bouncer, but she got that wrong, really. Yeah, I mean, we go on about the wickets a bit, probably too much, but Taunton and the Oval, where they've played most of their games, are usually batter friendly. Yeah. Mind you, you'd say the Utilita Bowl is to a large degree as well. But Hampshire, this is only their second sort of full innings, if you like. Monaghan in. This one's pulled away by Boucher, which doesn't really time it, and it just goes to the straightish mid-wicket, and there's no run. But yeah, Surrey have obviously been prolific this year with the bat. 3 big scoring wins and then quite a heavy defeat. So they'll be looking to come back from that today against one of the only 2 unbeaten sides in this competition, Hampshire. Monaghan in again. This one's short again and cut away by Boucher, but there's a fielder out there protecting on the offside. It's just going to be a single. And that completes Alice Monaghan's first over. It's gone for 3, and Hampshire 48 for no wicket off 11.
Yeah, I mean, if you go career-wise, if you go the last couple of seasons, Ellen McGacken's been striking at around the 71 to 73 mark. Mm-hmm. Obviously a little bit down on that at the moment, but it's early days in their innings. Maya Boucher last year struck her runs at 96. I mentioned earlier, this year 84 so far. Abby Norgrove 80 last year. She's 71 this year. But yeah, I know it's early days in this competition, but when you look at the Surrey batting, Paige Schofield the last couple of years, over 100 last year, 160 so far this year. I know you say it, twice they played at the Oval this year and once at Taunton.
And she got a really quick score in a run chase. I can't remember the exact rate, but she got them off like 90 off 38 balls or something.
Yeah.
It was 89 or 42 balls against Yorkshire. Got to change of bowling. This is Kalia Moore.
It is, with her off-spinners from the pavilion end, taking over from Courtine Coleman. That's played back to her off the back foot by Boucher. You go to Alice Davison-Richards, last year struck at 105, this year 100. Kira Chatley, the keeper, 94 last year, slightly down this year at 83. Danny Wyatt-Hodge, 100 last year and 131 this year. So that, there's a lot of explosive batting in that Surrey side. There's a nice shot out on the offside, on the leg side by Boucher. Nice hard pull shot. It's gone quickly to the fielder. Well. Yeah, it is. So you do feel that Surrey, it needs a big total to put them under pressure, but they do score quickly as a side on the whole, and generally that top 5 or 6 does outscore, and it outguns Hampshire's top 5 or 6. It's played out on the leg side for a single. McGacken moves on to 26, and there's the 50 up for Hampshire halfway through the 13th over.
And Chatley also played a really explosive innings against Hampshire in the T20 knockout last year at Beckenham, when she took the game away from Hampshire in a matter of a few overs. So it's not just in the 50 over stuff, their rates are good.
Quick single, Boucher out on the offside, has to hurry.
Chatley been called up to the England one-day squad. It's not the World Cup, but the ODI squad. Her and Jodie Grucock, 2 additions to that. Jodie Grucock, who we saw score runs here at the start of the season for Essex. Also bowls leg spin, but primarily a batter.
Kelly Moore in again. Good length ball, which is played quietly out into the covers.
And Chatley seems to be the current favoured reserve keeper, backup keeper to Amy Jones. She's in the squad.
Well, she's improved a lot, Chatley.
Perhaps because of her batting as well, I guess.
Yeah. It's cut away by McGacken out into the deep on the offside, and it'll be a single. Oh, he come out for 2. That's good running. Well, initially I thought it was a single. Daniel Gregory had a little bit more to do than I thought out there, away to our right. 2 runs to end that over. 13 gone then. And Hampshire are 53 without loss.
Yeah, first over from Kalia Moore, the off-spinner who, again, we were saying earlier, there's a lot of Surrey team with connections to this part of the world, and she's a Southern Brave player, Kalia Moore. It's going to be Monaghan again, coming in for a second over. Boucher on strike. Yeah, Boucher normally strikes at around about 100, but she's a little bit below that today. Currently just on 60, but plenty of time. Monaghan in. This one's driven by Boucher. That's going to help her run rate, because that's going to go away for 4 on the offside. Good attempt actually. It was closer to the field than I thought on the offside boundary, but it has gone away for 4. Good orthodox off drive by Boucher. Picked the gap well. I think that's Kalia Moore out there. Looks like she might have hurt herself a little bit. She gave it everything in the full dive, and she's landed on her shoulder a bit awkwardly, I think, which doesn't augur well. It's her right shoulder, and she's obviously a right arm bowler, but she seems okay. Just stretching her shoulder a little bit there. But that's 4 to Boucher. Really nice shot on the offside and finding that gap. So Monaghan in again. This one's full, and Boucher mistimes a drive down the mid-on. Very distinctive run-up Alice Monaghan's got, where she just keeps the ball on her arm really low in her run-up. There's most bowlers, are sort of arms are pumping a bit, but her right arm basically just stays by her side. Fairly unusual running style, but she's a really good athlete. In again. This one's full again, just pushed Boucher, and there's a bit of hesitation, but they come through for a single. It's a fairly comfortable single actually, but they weren't both on the same page for a minute. Boucher's come through for 1, taken up to 27, Hampshire 58.
Yeah, Alice Monaghan hasn't quite dropped into a groove yet this season. This is her 5th straight match in this year's competition. She's only taken 1 wicket so far.
Yeah, she's not a regular bowler. She's not one who normally bowls like a full quota of overs, but she sort of slots into different situations in the innings. She's in again there. This one's outside off stump and quite wide, and I think McCacken actually left it in the end, but it wasn't wide enough to be called a wide, and it's a dot ball. Yeah, she sort of slots in at different places in the batting order, different places in bowling. She's one of those players that just quite adaptable to different things, and also a very good fielder, of course. So handy player to have in the squad without always being the sort of top of the list. This one's just played off the back foot.
Yeah,
or no run.
She played 13 out of the 14 matches last year, 14 wickets. Her strike rate was a wicket every 33 balls. Okay. But this year, she's only taken the 1 wicket. Her strike rate is 1 every 132, plus the ball she's bowling today. So there's a little bit of a difference at the moment.
Column, yeah. And again, this one's short again, and it's cut away by McCacken, but well fielded at backward point. It's not quite cleanly fielded, but it's a really good stop by Spence, I think that is. They've come through for a single because the ball did just escape her for a few yards, but it was a good shot and a good stop. It would have been 4, I think, had she not intervened at the end of the over. Hampshire are 59, and McCacken's on 29 and Boucher on 27.
There was a little bit of hesitation between the 2 batters there in the middle. Just for a little while, it was threatened to get a little ugly, but they managed to sort it out between them. So a good start. It's a good pitch. I think this is definitely a day where Hampshire are going to need a few runs. Here's Moore with a Ross spin from the pavilion end. That's cut away by McCacken, but finds fielder Jemima Spence just behind point, and there's no run. We mentioned there's other games going on today in this Tier 1 Metrobank One Day Cup League. Initially, that's driven up to mid-on. She's finding the fielders at the moment. In fact, both players are finding the fielders quite a bit. In the other games going on at the moment, Somerset are 51 for 2 against Essex.
That's a top v bottom clash even at this early stage of the season, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
Somerset won every game and Essex lost every game.
Yeah. 12 overs gone there. Yes, that's cut away again, a little bit wide of off stump again. It finds Spence. That's being played down at the Taunton Vale Sports Club in Taunton, which is not too far away from the. In fact, the Taunton Vale ground, that's actually almost in the centre of Taunton, isn't it? If I remember right.
Sure,
I think it is. Yeah, I'm sure I popped down there a couple of years ago. If that's the ground I'm thinking of, that's driven up to mid-on where the fielder is deep, so it's a single and it's 60 without loss. Warwickshire are 41 for 1 against the Blaze. That's also in the 13th over. Davina Perrin, we were talking about her. Maybe she might have made the squad, but she didn't make the World Cup squad. She's the one wicket that's fallen for 24. That's pushed out on the leg side by Boucher, and the total moves on to 61 without loss. And the other game going on is Yorkshire against Durham. Durham 55 for 4 in the 13th over. All the games are about the same stage at the moment, aren't they? Emma Marlowe top scoring in that innings. She's already out for 26. That's pushed out towards mid-off, and another single, and there's 3 wickets there. Who's the 3 wickets for Innes Blackwell? Thank you, Phil. And Gemma Green is back in on commentary. So those are the other games going on today.
Yeah, it's all going to plan for Hampshire so far, isn't it? Winning the toss, electing to bat, and 62 without loss at 15. Into that first change bowling pair now of Monaghan and Kalia Moore. We were saying earlier that Monaghan gets more opportunity with the bat. She's also a first change bowler, which I don't think was ever in the plans when she was at Vipers, so good to see her getting opportunity all round. She's in and bowls full and straight, defended by McCacken, who's on 31.
Yeah, she sort of filled in, really, didn't she?
She did.
In Vipers days.
Yeah. So yeah, a really good move for her career. Oops. Drops the ball as she's walking to the top of her mark. We were saying earlier the running's been really good by Hampshire, really positive. It's, Monaghan comes in past umpire Rose Dovey. Bowls down the leg side, that will be signalled a wide as Rose Dovey turns to the scorer's box. Got an elite scoring pair in today, Kev. Got Caroline Green and Richard Isaacs. So they'll be signalling acknowledgement of that wide.
You'd hope so.
I've just said they're elite, so no, very, very experienced pair in the score box. As Monaghan's in again. Bowls this time short and cut away on the offside. They come through for a single. The sweeper boundary does the work out there. A bit far away from me, that one. I was trying to see who that was, but even with the bins.
Very impressive binoculars, those, by the way. Christmas present?
No, sort of antique in sort of modern terms. But I've had them for a long, long time. Monaghan in, this time again short on the offside. Punched off the back foot. There is no run as Alice Davidson Richards does the fielding.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah, quite compact.
That's what you need, you don't want big ones.
The bird watchers.
Yeah. You need it on this ground.
You do.
Because we are quite a long way. We've got a great view, we're quite high up. But we're looking down and along.
In and bowls full and straight. Pushed up to mid-on for no run. I've got a message in from Richard Isaac, says, does experience mean old? I'm going to leave that up to your interpretation, Richard. Yes, it does, yes.
Does it?
Yeah, I think so. Well, it depends. If you say experience with little quotation marks that you can't see on the radio. But, yeah, sorry, Richard. Monaghan in again, past Rose Dovey, and this is driven on the up, on the offside. Again, just one run to that deep. Oh no, they're coming back for a 2. Bales are taken off by Chatley, but it's good running once again from Hampshire. Quick turn, turned a 1 into a 2 there when some may not.
That's the second time that's happened, actually. It caught me out a few overs ago. It depends what you term experience. I mean, is there a figure or a period of time?
Or is it how you say it?
It's a difficult one to really quantify, I think, isn't it? Experience. What does that actually mean? Is it, a number of games, a number of days?
Monaghan in, bowls, back of a length, defended back to her. That's the end of the over. Hampshire 66 without loss. I will say with this pair, obviously all scoring's done computerised these days, but I love an old-fashioned scorebook. Old-fashioned, handwritten, in colour preferably, but either way. But these two have got beautiful handwriting. They do a lovely score sheet back in the day. Yeah.
Back in the day.
Back in the way. It's all computerised these days. Yeah. I was admiring your handwriting actually earlier,
Kev.
Kev.
Weren't you?
You may have missed your calling as a scorer when it was all on paper.
I did my fair share of scoring when I was young.
I bet you did with writing like that. Yeah.
Coloured pens and all that.
Yeah.
But you've got, you brought your own sort of, what do you call it? Score sheet come
almanac.
Stat sheet. Almanac, that's the one. Right, Katie Moore, start of a new over, and the ball goes back to her from the bat of McCacken. Yeah, because Phil was using it on Saturday and he was singing your praises about these almanacs that you produced. So just explain a little bit about what they do. That's pushed out on the offside, no run.
Well, like I said earlier, I'm a bit old-fashioned, so I like an old score sheet. I'm not the quickest at looking things up online, so I like to have things in print. So yeah, just based on.
Cut away, single out on the offside. Now are they going to catch me out again for two? No, just the one this time. 67 without loss.
Just based on the things that you're going to need quick at hand in commentary. So I've sort of done every team, and then at the back of the book, men's when I do the county championship days.
Are you selling those?
No, I hadn't thought of it.
Sure, you can find an account somewhere to stick a few on as that's driven out to point. They will pick up another single. Jemima Spence runs around to her right.
I just think we all do cover so much cricket that to stick to one competition. It focuses in on everything that is this 50 over competition we see before us.
Played quietly back to the bowler by McCacken, who currently stands on 33. Now it looks very impressive, and it's you've got coloured pens on that as well. Here's Kaylee Moore again. It's off the pad, but called through. Just making sure that's a leg by. That's Gabby Brown at the far end, isn't it? No, she's not signaling anything. They're inside edge onto the pad. Okay. Total moves on at the end of the 17th over to 69 without loss. It's a good wicket here. There looks like there's plenty of runs here. There's no real turn for the bowlers. There's not a lot. We saw Maitland Brown get a little bit of shape in the air when she was bowling her seamers, but otherwise the ball seems to be coming on nicely to the bat.
It does, yeah. Good toss to win, and going back to that traditionalness, there's a nice game of cricket going on in the nursery ground. I say nice game because they're all in whites. That's what I mean. It looks very, very old school English. Is that Hampshire twos, or is it the
It is. They're
academy?
playing against Middlesex. Yeah.
Middlesex. Okay.
There's been some runs over there as well in that game. 300s in the Hampshire first innings. Big one from Joe Weatherly.
Excellent. Monaghan's in, bowls full. That's guided down to third man, fielded down there. They come back for one. Well, they set off for one. They don't come back at all. You say some silly things on commentary sometimes, don't you?
Not you, Gemma. It's just me. So are you covering any of the Women's World Cup this year?
Yes, I will be. So I'm going to be on the crew that is doing the South Games. As Monaghan's in, bowls again outside off stump, and Boucher drives this, but once again straight to the sweeper, just a single there. Yeah, so there's they divide it up into broadcast crews, and I'll be on the one doing the South Games. So the first 6 games I think are here, and then to London.
Very nice.
It's the first time I'm doing a World Cup here, so normally having to travel and what have you, so it'd be quite nice to go home at the end of the day. Monaghan's in, full and straight, and dug out well by McCacken, who drives it back to Monaghan for no run.
Because you've travelled a bit over the last year or so, haven't you?
There's been quite a few. It's all sort of been Asia based recently, with the Champions Trophy, the Women's World Cup, the 50 over one, and the recent men's T20 was all it was Pakistan, India, Sri Lanka. And Richard Isaacs, who's scoring today, is quite often there with me. He's the statistician, and we quite often find ourselves on the same crew. As Monaghan's in, and that's driven. Point does the fielding, no run. 71 without loss.
You two must be great to eavesdrop on a dinner at night, listening to your conversations, trying to outstat each other.
Oh no, I don't try and outstat Richard.
Do you not?
No, I'd be a fool to. No, he's the statistician. As everyone that watches televised cricket will have certainly heard his workings. And Monaghan in again, driven on the offside. There's no run. Good over from Monaghan. Just 2 singles off the first 2 balls. 1 to come in the over.
She seems to have settled down a little bit. Just looked like the first couple of overs or so. She just didn't have a lot of rhythm. She just seems to have just dropped into a nice little groove.
I've just had Richard's obviously listening, and he's just said, "Yeah, same crew as me. So we're on the same crew at the World Cup this time again. So be colleagues once again." As Monaghan's in, worked on the leg side for no run, really tidy over, just 2 runs from it. Hampshire 71 without loss.
Yeah, that's much better. And Hampshire's run rate, which was over 4, has just dropped just to below that figure at the moment. And I would say that's the best course of action here for Surrey. And it will be when Hampshire come to bowl. Although, as I mentioned earlier, with some of those strike rates, might be a little bit more tougher for the Hampshire bowlers. But I think on this wicket, you really have just got to put together 2 or 3, 4, 5 good overs, keep the scoring rate down, and just wait for the batters to make a mistake. Yeah. Because this looks a very, very good pitch.
It does. So Clear Moore continues.
Yeah, 3 overs, none for 11 for the 23-year-old who comes in from the pavilion end and just used her feet a little bit there. Boucher works it into the gap on the offside. She moves on to 33. Her strike rate, Kaylee Moore this year, 5 wickets before today. They were coming at every 27 balls, which is a bit of an improvement on last year. Her 9 wickets came every 47 balls. As McCacken drives, that's a good stop by Moore. Half stopped, looks like it didn't quite go right in the middle of the hand. Just shaking out her left hand there as she waits to bowl the next delivery. 72 without loss then, Hampshire having won the toss, elected to bat first. Moore bowls, driven in the air, past Moore, and that's stopped at mid-off. That's a good stop. Still come through for a single. You can just see now, just the batters starting to think, hang on a minute, you know, we were going along nicely here, we've just been pegged back a fraction now. They're starting to just think about how they're going to increase the scoring rate, and using your feet is one way. Still looking to hit straight, which is good. It's cut away fine, and that's another good stop. Not completely stopped, but certainly saved 4 runs, Bryony Smith. So she's not captain anymore of this side, is she? She used to be captain.
She did, and she was saying earlier she's been in and out of the side, so maybe that was the captaincy needed to be handed over if she wasn't going to be a nailed on. But yeah, she did. She's captain, opened the batting and captain for a long time for South East Stars and Surrey.
True. Yeah, this is only her 3rd game this year's competition. That's a lovely shot. Split the field between extra cover and mid-off. Beautifully timed by Boucher, who used her feet once more. Probably the shot of the morning for me.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
She's played 1 or 2, and she's in full swing, Boucher. There's not many better. Just a shame that hasn't quite made that World Cup squad. Plenty of time to force her way in at some point. They have got a series against New Zealand first. She won't be playing in that, I shouldn't think, but there's a lot of international cricket coming up. She'll keep the strike at the end of that over. 19 overs gone, 80 without loss. There's the one-day, well, the white ball series against New Zealand starts on the 10th. There's an ODI up at Durham. We've got India a bit, and they've got a test match at Lords in July.
First one ever. First women's test match at Lords, so that'd be a good spectacle.
Is it the first?
I believe so.
Is it?
Now you're questioning me, I'm questioning you.
Well, no, only because I do remember seeing some footage of Rachel Hayhoe-Flint playing in some sort of game at Lords.
Okay, I may stand corrected. I thought it was the
I'm
first
have
one.
A look. It probably is. Oh, was it one day? Wasn't more than one day. I'm going to check, but no, to be honest, I wouldn't.
If the footage was in black and white, you wouldn't know they were wearing colour clothes, would you?
No, it was whites. It was all whites in those days.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
No, you're probably right. I'm just wondering what it was that I saw, because I'm sure it was played at Lords, but I'm going to have a quick look, see if I can find something.
we've got a change of bowling at our commentary end. It's the double platted Danny Gregory, who coming in with her leg spin, drops that one short, and Bouchier's quick on that, but there's a fielder out there. She keeps finding the fielders. The Surrey boundary fielders are well positioned, just a single. Danny Gregory played her club cricket in the winter in Australia in Perth, with captained by one of our teammates, one of my teammates, sorry, at Hursley. And I know she's been to come and watch Danny a few times. She's in again and pitched on leg stump. Worked away by McCacken. They come through for a single. Yeah, Gregory's always easy to spot with the double plats. That's become her trademark. Number 19 on her back. Bowling from our end, past Rose Dovey. In bowls again, short and down the leg side. And Bouchier's quick on this, but it's going to be... Oh, I thought it was going to be a catch there. It was dropped at deep square by Jemima Spence. That looked a pretty standard catch to me. At first I thought Bouchier had got more of it, McCacken, sorry, but she actually got a top edge. It looped up to square leg and in the hands of Jemima Spence and straight out. That's a chance gone begging, as this ball's worked behind square, and it's well fielded, but they come through for a quick single.
Gemma, you were right, as usual. I should have... the ones that I remember, there was one back in 1972. One-day games against Australia at Lord's. Oh, hang on, I've got the wrong competition.
And Gregory, and again, drops it a bit short, but Bouchier plays this with a straight bat, working it on the leg side for no run. Yeah, that was the chance that Surrey had been waiting for. You say you're waiting for batters to make mistakes on this wicket, and McCacken did in that previous ball. This time it's short, but Bouchier's already decided to dance down the wicket, so it ended up not being as short as it would have been if she'd stayed still, and all she can do is flat bat it back to the bowler. That's the end of the over. Hampshire at 84 without loss, off 20.
Yeah, so go back to 1976 when Rachel Hayhoe-Flint was playing at Lord's. That must be what I think. I thought, for some reason, I thought it was a multi-day game, but it wasn't. So you're right. There we go. Put that right. Fancy me questioning that from you, because you know absolutely everything on that sort of thing. Well, more than I do, anyway. So yeah, 20 gone, 30 to do. 84 without loss. Here's Moore again with her off spin, and that's quietly played on the onside by McCacken. So a life for McCacken in that last over.
So I make that the first two lots of 10 overs, 42 for naught in both.
So I think, for Surrey be happy with that. Hampshire haven't lost a wicket. They haven't increased the scoring rate. McCacken uses her feet, works it up to mid-on for a single. I think if you were Surrey, you would be fairly happy. If you're not taking a wicket, then...
Well, I say that chance that just went begging might come back to bite them.
It might do. Bouchier on strike. She's on 42. Moore in again. Bouchier works that up to mid-on. McCacken's just come down the wicket a little bit, but got back in time as the ball was fielded at mid-wicket. A few people dotted around the ground, a bit like Saturday. Probably a couple of hundred or so, maybe a couple more. It's played fine by Bouchier on the leg side. Moves on to 43, 86. Without loss.
I must say, the ones that are in the sunny spots, some of them got their feet up, looking very chilled, very relaxed. Would recommend if you're in the area.
It's a little bit breezy, but other than that, there's plenty of sunshine around. And if you like your modern cricket, you've got the coloured clothing in front of us, and if you like traditional cricket, you've got some white people in whites on the nursery ground to our left, as that's driven away by McCacken. Out into the deep on the offside. Daniel Gregory again, the fielder. And Hampshire move on to 87
Yeah,
without loss.
I think I get older every day. That's an obvious thing to say, but I mean, in my mindset,
Yes.
I like traditional things more every day, because I went to the cinema a couple of nights ago.
Ooh. Well, that was a quicker one there, and Boucher uses the pace of that to work that out to deep point.
I don't know if you've ever been to the one in Winchester. It used to be called The Screen. Now it's a chain of cinema, but it's a very old-fashioned cinema, and they have the board outside advertising the films, you know, that where it looks like the letters have been slid in.
Okay.
And I've always thought it was a screen that was just like meant to look retro. And when I went there on Monday, I realised they actually do put in all the letters, like manually for each film.
Uh-huh.
And I thought that was so cool.
Ooh.
But I thought, what if they run out of letters?
Yeah.
What if they can't show Monsters Inc. because they're showing Mamma Mia and they've used up all their M's?
We just Monsters Inc.
But yeah, I love things like that. I love all the retro things, the boards, the old scoreboards you get at certain grounds around the globe. I'm a big fan of anything that's all traditional like that. As Daniel Gregory comes in and bowls, there's an inside edge there for Boucher, goes down to short third man, no run. Hi Phil.
Hello again. So
Talking of old traditional things, hello Phil.
yeah, thanks. We're going back to the experience definition, are we?
Gregory with her flamboyant delivery stride, driven down the ground, come through for a single, one more to Boucher, she moves on to 45.
I heard the discussion with Kev about what classifies as experienced, but I was actually described as a former veteran last year. I don't know where that
that is
fits into
experienced.
everything, yeah.
Former veteran. There's nowhere else to go really then, is there? Gregory in bowls loopy delivery that's driven down the ground, and again they come through for a single. It's good running because there is a direct hit by ADR, but McCacken's home and dry, so a really well judged run there.
Yeah, just to know how this situation is in this game, because no wickets down, you think Hampshire got a really good base, but do you feel they'd be happier if there were a few more on the board at 21 overs?
It's still a long way to go, isn't it? I think
there is, but Surrey have kept it in control very well.
They have, as in again, driven off the back foot, but this time there is no run, as Monaghan is diving over that one at short mid-wicket.
We were talking about strike rates when I was on with Kev earlier, and how most of the Surrey batters are... Sorry, go on.
Gregory, that's down the leg side and dealt with well by Boucher, who pulls that down for a 4. That take her to 49.
Yeah, most of the Surrey batters this year are around about 100 on strike rate, and obviously, as you pointed out earlier, they've got a much bigger sample size than Hampshire, but Hampshire's tend to be around what they are now. Boucher in the sort of 60s, 70s.
Also, I mean, I wasn't at the game, we were here actually during the Hampshire-Essex game, but when they had that huge score against Danny Gregory's in bowls, driven up to mid-off for no run, they had a huge score against Warwickshire, the first game of the series, first game of the season.
Yeah.
And they put on 389, absolutely mammoth total, biggest total in this competition. And again, you never want to take credit away from people's runs or people's hundreds. Danny Hodge got 100, but I was told the boundary was exceptionally small.
Okay.
I said, I'm not taking the runs away from them, but in terms of the massive runs.
Yeah, so when you're talking about a fairly small sample size, 4 games or whatever, things like that come into account. As I also said, they've played at the Oval and Taunton, which are traditionally 2 of the better batting wickets in the country. Mind you, so's this. Got a change now at the far end. Maitland Brown, who started off at the hotel end, bowled 5 overs there, is now coming on at the Rob Bransgrove Pavilion end, and she's in and bowls to McCacken, who cuts that away and beats the backward point. That's going to be runs here. Bryony Smith is making her way around the boundary and does a good stop and just pulls it back, and they're going to come back for a 3, which is the second 3 we've had today. That's well run. Bryony Smith made a lot of ground to her right and a dive and just managed to flick the ball back, and she was helped out by her partner there, but they came back for 3.
Yeah, that was good teamwork because, like you say, Bryony Smith had to make a lot of ground, and then when she put the dive in, she was sort of spent a few yards away from the ball, and if she'd had to get up and get the ball in. They probably could have pinched a fourth. So Danielle Gregory was there with her.
So this is Brown in the game. It's time to Bouchier. He turns this on the leg side. Not going to get to a 50 with this ball. She's still on 49.
Keeper's got the helmet off to Maitland Brown. She's put it behind her, and it's a bit of a bugbear of yours, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I know.
Unnecessary.
With Hampshire, and there are sub-fielders, and Hampshire just run on with Southby and swap it each over. This, I guess the keeper's backing herself, but anything goes through there. It just seems a strange thing to me. Anyway, this one played off the back foot by Bouchier back to mid-on. You know, why take that risk of 5 runs? In club games, I get it, because you're not going to find someone who runs on and off and does it, but you've got all this backup staff here. That's their job, isn't it? Run on with a cap.
Well, if this game comes down to
5 penalty
run difference.
So Brown in again. This one's short and hammered away by Boucher, and she does go through to 50. Her first one of the season. Raises her back to, she does now, yeah, to acknowledge the crowd. Gets a handshake from her partner, and that's 50 off 66 balls.
It's good to go out there and get runs when you've been left out of a World Cup squad. I know this is a different format, but all you can do is keep going out and scoring and make sure that you are knocking at that door. And
it's Brown in again. This one's short again and pulled away. This could be out. This is a catch, and it is taken at fine leg. McCacken will be a bit disappointed with that, because it was a really short ball, but she helped it round the corner and got under it, and it wasn't enough to clear the boundary, and it's been picked up at fine leg by
Tilly Coleman,
who took a good catch moving in, sort of down on her knees, and that's the first wicket for Hampshire. McCacken out for 44. Brown, who's bowled quite a few short balls in her first spell, and has had success with it now, because she dug that in, as I say, and McCacken just sort of helped it on really, but straight to fine leg. So she's gone for 44. Hampshire lose their first wicket at 98.
Yeah, Jemima Spence will be happy with that, because she only added, do quick math, 7 onto her score since being dropped before, so not too much damage done by that little mistake.
No, so yeah, that's sort of what we were saying then. But anyway, yeah, the wicket that Surrey would have wanted, it's been a long time coming. Needed a second spell from their Australian opening bowler, Maitland Brown, to make the breakthrough. She switched ends, but carried on her short ball attack, as it were. And that brings to the crease Abby Norgrove, who has done well in her 2 innings so far in this competition. In fact, she's averages are fairly meaningless in white ball cricket anyway, and probably even less so after 2 games, but she is averaging over 100 in this competition at the moment this season, with an 80 and a not out in the win on Saturday. So she should be fairly confident both those innings at this ground. So facing her first ball now from Brown. Bustles in, and that's short, and she's guided that away down to third for a single, so she's off the mark straight away. Smith does the fielding. That's the end of Maitland Brown's over. Successful one for her and for Surrey, and after 23 overs, Hampshire 99 for 1.
Yeah, Norgrove is another one that, again, last few years has batted down the order, not always had much opportunity, a bit like we were saying earlier with the Surrey players, Monaghan and Schofield. But since the sort of reshuffle a little bit of the teams when they came into the county system as we now have, rather than the regional, she's certainly this year been elevated up the order and taken that opportunity with both hands.
Probably benefiting from Georgia Adams' absence. I guess that's a contributory factor in her moving up the order, I would think.
Yeah, and Danielle Gregory is going to continue from our commentary end. She's bowled just 2 overs so far. She comes in bowls. Good line and length, no run from Norgrove.
She bowls at quite decent pace for a leg spinner, doesn't she? She's not a flighty sort of leg spinner.
She does, yeah.
Bowls it into the pitch.
I think she bowls a flighty one as a variation. She bowled one in the last over, but yeah, she certainly darts it down there for a leg spinner. Again, push onto the offside, no run.
There's a lot of action in her action.
Yes.
If that makes sense,
So
doesn't it?
what she does at the crease is
a lot
quite...
of energy in
with both arms.
Delivery stride, yeah.
That's really important with leg spin, isn't it? You've got to get that energy onto the ball. So
Yes, you have. There's a lot of body rotation involved.
this time Norgrove's able to pick up a single on the offside, just pushing it past the cover fielder. And that brings up Hampshire's 100 for 1 off 23.3.
We always talk about sort of targets in the first innings, and I've sort of got it in my head that 280 is about a par score here. I don't know if you think the same, but that's a generalisation.
Oh, there's a sweep. That's the first time we've seen a sweep attempt today by Boucher, and she didn't get hold of it completely, but enough to get it down. Quite fine leg, 4 runs to her.
Another forlorn long chase for Bryony Smith. Ball seems to be following her a bit the last few overs. Yeah, I think Hampshire would probably be looking for that sort of score, but you never know until both teams bat, as they always say.
This time just pushed into the offside, no run. Better control from Gregory. She swipes her hand across the dusty strip to get a bit more grip on that ball. She's in and arms flayed, and this time Boucher steps back but can only push it to Maitland-Brown at mid-off. 104 for 1 after 24.
Something that you just mentioned, something there that's always been a slight mystery to me. Ball, but you very rarely see seamers dry their hands on the ground.
Yeah, I guess it is different, isn't it? You're actually
it's different.
Seamers, you've already sort of got the seam, and
but you still want a dry hand.
Well, yeah. You see them dry the ball if it's wet
ball,
conditions and things, but you're right, yeah.
So we've got Brown coming in again now. This one's turned away by Norgrove, but straight to mid-wicket. There's no run, so the field now for new batter Norgrove. We've got a third down in front of us, and then you've got a backward point cover, extra cover in the ring, and mid-off, and mid-on, mid-wicket straight. And then 2 fielders on the leg side boundary, a deep square leg and deep fine leg, where the catch was just taken in the previous over from Brown. And she's in again now. That's short again and cut away by Norgrove, and that's going to be her first boundary. There's no protection on that side, and that was a bit short and a bit of width. And
she didn't overhit that, she just picked the gap.
Guided it through there, and Brown's made the breakthrough, but she's going at a fair rate, conceding at 7 and over at the moment. But I guess from a strike bowler you take that. It's a wicket taking bowler rather than a economy based bowler. Brown in again. This one's fuller and just played back by Norgrove. Nice high elbow in the traditional way.
I'm thinking with the seamers, because you're right, they do still need to grip the ball, although it's obviously a different technique. But wonder if, because they get to the top of their mark and it's so far to the dusty bit, they think, oh, I'll just bowl this ball, then I'll do it, and then they forget and get back to the top of the mark. Because you see the spinners do it just as they're about to bowl.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a factor. It would put me off.
I hadn't thought of that. Brown in again. This one's short again and pulled away by Norgrove. It's going to be a single this time, but she's certainly favouring the short delivery today, Brown. Assuming that's a tactic they've talked about rather than something she's
we've seen a bit of Monaghan as well, isn't it?
Yeah, Monaghan bowled it short as well.
Bit of a team.
And we saw it on Saturday here with, as I was saying, with Philo on one side and Bell in the other, bowling a lot of short balls, which you don't normally see so much in this competition. Brown coming in again. Where will we go this time? And it's short again, and Boucher to that. It's a look at the umpire, but it's legal delivery. Umpire Gabby Brown's now signalling us 1 for the over, but not signalled a wide or no ball.
I think when you duck that low, you're not going to get the wide, are you, for height?
Probably not.
It's with a batter standing position, and
it is, but
you haven't got that in you.
It's hard to judge.
It's hard to judge, yeah.
Browning again, this one's on length. Boucher's pushed up to mid-on and set off very quickly and it's going to get in okay. Good running again from Hampshire. So Boucher finishes that over with a single to take the score up to 110. And Boucher's score on 55. She's got exactly half of the runs that Hampshire have accrued so far.
In this break. So we've got Yorkshire are hosting Durham today up at Scarborough. Durham are currently 116 for 4 off 22.3.
They've recovered a bit then.
They have a little bit. Somerset are home to Essex, and Somerset are batting. They're 99 for 4. So,
and that's not at Taunton County ground, that's
Taunton
at Taunton
Vale.
Yeah.
And then Blaze are home to Warwickshire. Warwickshire are batting 85 for 3. The team not playing today, because there's 9 teams in this competition now that Yorkshire have been promoted into it. So there's always one team not playing in every round, and today that's Lancashire having a rest.
There's a few, I guess, within the context of this competition, sort of local derbies today. Blaze and Warwickshire's a local sort of derby.
Durham, Yorkshire.
Durham, Yorkshire, and then Hampshire, Surrey.
Yep.
Are all sort of
Derby day.
Derby day, but then I guess Somerset and
Essex.
Essex is a slight exception, although it's not far down the M4.
You won't want to walk it.
You wouldn't want to walk it, no. But yeah, so not so much travelling today, but that will change for the next round of games. I'm sure now Hampshire up at Lancashire. But yeah, all part of the professional game, the travelling, and used to different environments and spending quite a bit of time on coaches and other forms of transport.
Emily Windsor, who's was a very regular commentator here on BBC Solent before she moved up to Durham. She's batting at the minute. She's 30 not out. She's having a decent season. She was left stranded, wasn't she, on Saturday here?
Yeah, ran out of partners.
She ran out of
20
partners,
not out.
and she got a 47 in the first game of the season. So yeah, she's looking in good form. One that we keep an eye on here as a good friend of my club teammate, but also say a BBC Solent commentator.
Yeah, she was the first of the female commentators in this modern era, wasn't she, that was used regularly. I think it was when she was injured at the time and they got her into the commentary box instead of playing. She has unfortunately suffered from a couple of injuries in the last few years, which has slowed her progress in the professional game, but it's good to see her fit and playing. And yeah, it was good to see her on Saturday, but as you say, she batted at 5 but ran out of partners very quickly as Lauren Bell just swept the Durham tail away. We did question at the time, and it's only little things that you talk about. When she was batting with the number 11, which was Katie Levick, a couple of times that they were giving Emily Windsor a single, and she took it off the first ball, which we thought, it's difficult. You don't know, and there might have been a team decision to do that, but eventually Levick was out.
Well, I didn't realise commentators' curse could work this far away, but I've just
she's just got out.
I've just talked her out, unfortunately. So yeah, caught by Jess Jonathan for the bowling of Woolston. So sorry, Emily.
Yeah, you struck again, Jem.
Right, we've had the drinks break. Hampshire are going to resume for the second half of this innings. 110 for 1. 25 overs gone in the day. Danielle Gregory is going to continue bowling from our commentary end as Rose Dovey signals play can commence or restart. Driven on the offside, 1 run to Boucher. Going very nicely. She's on 56 off 72.
You mentioned the game on the nursery ground earlier. It's the third day of a 3-dayer, and I think it's fair bet it's going to be a draw. Hampshire got 500 and lots, and Middlesex are still in their first innings. Third day of a 2 innings game, so
that's good, isn't it?
I presume it's
3 days.
It might be 4.
No result.
It might be 4 days.
I know draw is a result. There'll be lots of scorers shouting that a draw is a result. I know that. You know what I mean.
Yeah.
As Gregory's in again and bowls outside off stump. Norgrove's able to cut this away on the offside. Just be a single.
Yeah, I'm not sure actually. I've got great knowledge of second cricket, whether it's 3 or 4 day. Thinking about it.
I think it's 3 day.
It's 3 day.
Yeah.
So it's the last day. Yeah. Okay.
I'm not saying that with as much certainty as
No, I'm not
first
sure.
women's test match at Lord's. But driven off the back foot, no run there as Paige Schofield does the fielding. But I'm pretty sure it's always been 3 days.
Yeah, Joe Weatherly got 199 on the first day. You know that. And 2 other Hampshire Centurions.
Gregory in a slightly more loopy delivery as a play and miss, and I don't know if there was anything on that, but it was in and out of the gloves of Chatley. She doesn't look too deterred, so...
No, there's no great reaction from anyone.
No. We haven't seen many beat the bat today, have we?
Haven't.
Just
Some only over their head.
yeah. Which, Gregory in this time and driven straight back to the bowler. She gets a little finger on it and it hits the stumps, and there's one of those excited appeals where you think you might have a batter run out, but Norgrove looks rooted.
We had 2 of those
in
on
the
Saturday
crease.
as well. One in each innings where deflection onto the stumps. A very annoying way to get out, of course, but as you say, Norgrove was safely there.
Gregory in again, this time a bit shorter, and Boucher is able to pull that strong in front of square. But ADR, who's fielding it wide mid-on, is able to keep that down to a single. That's the end of the over. Hampshire are 113 for 1, and I'm going to make way for Kev James, who's back with us.
Thank you very much, Gemma. So 26 overs gone here at the Utilita Bowl. It's a very sunny day, if a little breezy. And Maya Boucher, 57 not out and playing very nicely indeed. Phil, we've seen her do this many times before, and
Yeah,
she just finds a way to get out, doesn't she?
I was just thinking, with the amount of times over the last 2 or 3 years we've said when she's got to this stage of just carry on and
Yeah.
build on it, and yeah, we don't want to talk her out, but this has happened. We've got to change now. Courtine Coleman coming back on. She bowled 6 overs at the start, and she's now back on, and that one's just pushed back down the wicket by Boucher. So back on from the same end as she bowled at the start, the pavilion end. She's got very impressive figures at the moment of 6 overs, 0 for 9. And again, and Boucher back foot and hammers this, but straight to extra cover, and there's no run again. Courtine Coleman again wipes her hands on the ground to get some dryness into her hands. Again, very short run, hardly a run at all really, and Boucher just pushes that to extra cover. Quite similar to Sophie Eccleston, wouldn't you say, Kev? Courtine Coleman in a sort of action and run up.
Very accurate.
Yeah,
That's what's got her into the World Cup.
very similar sort of bowler. This one's swept away by Boucher, bit of a slog sweep, but middled well, but it's only going to be one down to, I think that's Danny White out there at deep mid wicket. Danny White Hodge, sorry. There's 1 run to Boucher, brings Norgrove back on straight. She's on 8. Field change for Norgrove, with fielder coming in much closer on the offside. This one's flighted, but much slower delivery. Norgrove waited for it and pushed it out to cover. It's fielded by Danny Gregory, single.
Yeah, Courtine Coleman, still only 18 years of age.
Yes, amazing that. Well, it's not amazing she's 18, it's amazing how far she's come in that time. And she is again, this one's round. Oh, Boucher's down the wicket, that's a lovely straight shot. Has that gone all the way? Yes, it has.
Comfortably.
First 6 of the day. It's gone a long way over the boundary down in front of the pavilion. Boucher used her feet, got down the wicket, and just she decided that she couldn't let Courtine Coleman just bowl at the rate she's going, so she took it on and has hit it beautifully for 6. So Boucher with that shot up to 64. Hampshire 1-2-1 for 1 of 27 overs.
Yeah, I just you detected in that over with that slog sweep, cut the balls a go,
Yeah.
and then that she's looking to just up things a little bit, and that's sometimes her downfall. And I know that can be a lot of players' downfall, but you just know that when she's in this sort of mood, well, in this sort of form, that She bats 50 overs.
Yeah.
She's got 100 plus comfortably.
And but Hampshire do need to accelerate a bit, you'd say, because probably a little bit behind what they would hope to be in run rate. But wickets in hand is always a good thing, of course.
Certainly is. Daniel Gregory to continue. 4 overs, none for 18 for the leg spinner. That's driven out to extra cover. One of 2 players in that extra cover area. Kira Chatley had deliberately placed those 2 fielders there. In the last over, I just felt Gregory bowled a little too short and the ball was able to play out square. But if you keep the ball pitched up with those 2 extra cover fielders, then it's very difficult to break them down. Norgrove works it away on the onside. Good shot. Looks for a single. Goes out to deep mid-wicket where Courtine Coleman fields. Total moves on to 122 for 1. You're right. I mean, ideally, in this situation, Hampshire probably would have liked another 20 or 30 runs. You do feel it's going to take a big score here to win this game.
Yeah. It's a sort of 280-ish wicket, I think.
Yeah. Gregory bowls. That's 4. It's off the pad. It's gone fine. Chase here for Bryony Smith, and the ball's going to win that. And it's off. Oh, there's a bat on that from Boucher.
That's the second time she's got it really fine down there for 4.
Just a little nudge off the bat, that one. So Boucher now up to 68 from just 82 deliveries. 126 for 1. The 1 wicket that fell earlier in the 23rd over, Ella McCacken. Well caught by Courtine Coleman off Maitland Brown. Good hook shot. Well, she got underneath the hook shot, but it was a good catch, wasn't it? Carried all the way down to fine leg. Shot off the back foot from Boucher brings her a single. 127 for 1. 44 from 71 balls for Ella McCacken with 3 fours. A 98-run opening partnership.
Yeah, they've become a good reliable opening pair for Hampshire, those 2.
Yes, it was very reliable last year until McCacken got injured halfway through the year. There's Gregory again. Again, it's full. It's driven up to mid-off by Abby Norgrove, who has 10 currently. Abby Norgrove, one of the young up-and-coming players here in the Hampshire side, just 20 years of age. Responsibility of number 3, moved up the order this year. Gregory bowls. Norgrove's off the back foot, plays and misses.
Yeah, we were saying she probably, in terms of batting positions, probably benefited from Georgia Adams' absence, moving up the order, but she's long been on the radar as a future Hampshire player, even when she was coming through the Oxford pathway, and then went on, of course, to captain the England under-19s in the World Cup in Malaysia.
She did, yeah. 14 matches in this competition last year, Abby Norgrove. 186 runs at just 16 apiece.
But that was normally coming in at 6 and 7 as well.
It was, yeah, it's a bit difficult.
This is her first opportunity at the top of the order, and as I said just now, it's very early days, but she's averaging well over 100 in this competition this season. Yeah. Because she's only been out once.
That's right, 2 matches. Yeah. Striking this year at 71 until today. Last year her strike rate was 80, but as you say, coming down the order a little bit, you'd expect that to be a little higher.
So, change of bowling again, just 1 over from Courtine Coleman, and Alice Monaghan is now coming on for her second spell. Change of ends for her as well. She started off at this hotel end, now she's coming to the other end. That's going to be a wide down the leg side. Bit wayward first delivery in this spell, and signalled by umpire Gabby Brown. Hampshire up to 128 for 1. So yeah, second spell for Monaghan. She's on 4 overs for 16 in her first spell. Did try the short ball a few times. We've seen quite a lot over the last 2 games. A sort of short tactic from the quicker bowlers, and Monaghan tried it as well earlier. Seen again now. This one's a length ball. Boucher's just played it calmly back. Monaghan throws the ball to mid-off to do the ball shining, I guess. There's not a lot of shining going on. But, it's been returned to her anyway. She comes in again now, a very distinctive run. It's just back of her length. That's a good ball. She tried to turn the leg side, but it struck her on the pad fairly high, so no question of a LBW, but certainly beat the bat. So Monaghan started this over well.
Played 18 matches for Hampshire women in List A, did Alice Monaghan, and 32 for the Southern Vipers. And this is 18th for Surrey.
But didn't bowl a lot for either Hampshire or the Vipers, really. But in it again now. And that's outside off stump. Boucher's hammered that. That's a great shot. Over mid-off. 4 down to the Surrey bench or row of seats. All the substitute fielders are sat. That's a great shot for Boucher.
Top shot, isn't it?
It's just one of those shots that says I'm in charge.
Yeah,
you know, just plant it over mid-off didn't bother moving. It's a very authoritative shot. Monaghan in again. This one's short and cut away by Boucher, but she's not be able to pierce the field. There's a fielder out there, and there's a single.
Yeah, I mean, very nearly twice as many games for the Vipers than Surrey since her move at the start of last year. But when you look at the wickets in List A, she took just 10 for the Vipers. She's already taken 15 for Surrey.
Yeah, as we keep saying, it's been a good move for her. She's got a lot more opportunities bat and ball at Surrey. And now to Norgrove, who just defends that on the offside. Hampshire stay on 1-3-3 for 1. But wherever they are in the country, it's good to see a Hampshire grown player doing well. She's Hampshire born and bred. In again, and this one's just played on the onside this time by Norgrove, but still for no run. That completes Alice Monaghan's comeback over. She's now bowled 5 overs, 0 for 21, and Hampshire have moved on to 133 for 1.
Yeah, born in Basingstoke. Alice Monaghan, now 26 years of age. Well, there's a few people around, dotted around, which is nice to see.
Yeah, it's filling up.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I came to one of the men's pre-season games here when there was a bit of sunshine and a bit of a free Saturday afternoon, so I came up, and I would say there's a similar crowd to that, actually. So I think, I think that can be judged as being a decent crowd today.
Yeah, from midweek.
Yeah, for sure. Kalia Moore is back into the attack for Surrey here. 5 overs, none for 24 from the pavilion end. She's going to try her luck from our commentary in the hotel end, the northern end. Here, the Utilita Bowl celebrating 25 years this year. In fact, next week. In fact, to be pinpointed exactly, next Monday, as that's a nice looking drive from Boucher out towards extra cover. There is a sweeper. We'll pick up 2. Just have to hurry there, Abby Norgrove, to the bowler's end. Boucher moves on to 76. Phil's got a little bit of a cough there. A little bit of a tickle.
Yeah, I know you've got a podcast or something coming about.
Well, it's a little
years.
project, which
okay.
hopefully will appear.
So is that 25 years, that date from the first game on this ground? Because I believe the first game was actually played in the nursery, wasn't it?
Yeah, so it's the first team men's game.
Okay.
And that's next Monday. It's exactly 25 years. Quick single out to mid-off. Boucher's comfortably home. Maitland Brown, the fielder. Boucher moves on to 77. Yes, the 4th of May 2001 was the very first. Ironically, it was against Surrey.
Okay.
A one-day Benson and Hedges Cup match, 50 overs in those days, which was sponsored by B&H. And 4th of May 2001. So next Monday is exactly 25 years since the first team game was played on this ground. That's driven out to extra cover, and there is no run. And then the 9th of May, which is a week on Saturday, is the very first championship game that was played here, and Worcestershire were the visitors, and Hampshire won that one. Excellent. Surrey won the one-day game.
Excellent.
So yes, hopefully my project is out next week on BBC Sounds, all being well, unless somebody pulls it apart and says that's all factually incorrect. It's driven up to mid-off, and there's no run, of which I'm still nervous, having sent it to 1 or 2 people just to double check. I have double checked it, triple checked it, and quadruple checked it, but
I'm sure
these things have a habit of rearing something. Drive but not timed by Norgrove.
So who would have been the Hampshire captain at that time? Sorry, I'm trying to remember. Would it have been Giles White?
Robin.
Was it Robin Smith still? Or was he still captain then?
I need to double check, but I think it was. Yeah, it was Robin Smith. It was Robin Smith.
Okay.
Yeah. the late Robin Smith. Hampshire announcing a memorial service to him,
Yes,
actually,
I saw
in
that.
June at Winchester Cathedral. It's driven down to deep mid-on, and that is the end of the over. So 30 overs are completed. We've got 20 more overs left of this Hampshire innings. You would think, having been only one down, we should get all those 20 overs, and they are 137 for 1.
A few years ago, they used to say in the 50 over game, or I don't know who the they was, but there was a thing that after 30 overs, if you have wickets in hand, you should sort of double the score. And that's what you get. So on that basis, Hampshire are looking at 274, which is about, well, I think, par. We sort of think 280 here. So at the moment, you'd have to say they're just about on course for a decent score. But I think with the Sun and the Surrey lineup, I think they probably need 300 plus, personally, to feel comfortable. Monaghan in again, and that one's down the leg side, is going to be called a wide, so that's a bonus for Hampshire. Norgrove managed to get a body out of the way. It's quite frustrating if you try and let it go down the leg side and it just flicks your pad. You don't get the wide, but she managed to avoid that. Yeah, so there are quite a few people still coming in. I can see through the gate over there to the right. A few watching the game on the other pitch as well. This time straight, and Norgrove's driven it when it's wide enough from mid-on, they can come through for a single. There's a few people taking advantage of standing up there where they can actually watch both games. And
Yeah, just go side to side.
Just turn around, yeah.
Like watching tennis.
Absolutely, yeah. But the very sunshine on, when it's that sun's out here at the Utilita Bowl and cricket on, it's just a great sight, isn't it? Great sight. And Chatley's now she's going to go up to the stump. She's coming to she's just coming to adjust her helmet, as in where she's laying it on the ground. She's just moved it slightly. What I was saying was on commentary with Jem Kev that when Hampshire have this situation, they have a fielder run out and swap the helmet over and the cap over. Surrey haven't done that. And Monaghan this time, this one's miscued by Norgrove, but because it's miscued, they can come through for a single. Yeah, I'm a great fan of taking off, because I think, why would you want to take the risk of 5 penalty runs for in that helmet? You know,
True.
they've got all these sub-fielders who could just run on and do it.
At least we haven't got 3 helmets in a row.
Well,
like
no.
you can get.
Which you've seen, of course, yeah. There's a famous incident, well, again, they've changed the laws because of it a little bit. This one's just pushed away for no run on the offside, where I think it was Mike Brearley when he was captain, wasn't it? I can't remember exactly, the team playing for a draw, and he wanted them to get the run rate up, so he just placed a lot of helmets in front of the bat so that they could hit it and get 5 runs, because they wanted the score put up. You know, in one of these contrived games or something, and so of course they've changed the laws as a result of that you can't now place the helmets directly in front of the batter. Monaghan in again, that one's just driven to mid-on for no run. There's always tinkering with the laws. We think it's quite a straightforward game, but I was saying earlier, I think there's been 80-something changes to the laws made this year. The laws, MCC are the guardians of the laws of cricket, of course, and they come effective on October the 1st. But most of them are just wording changes. Quite a lot of it is gender relative changing of wording, but there are a few interesting law changes. Monaghan in this one's pulled away by Norgrove. Has she found the gap? No, there's good ground being made by the fielder down at square leg. It's just going to be 1.
Sounds like you've studied 1 or 2 of them.
Well, I don't want to sound like someone who studies the laws of cricket all the time, but I do get sent them, so some of them did raise a bit of interest for me. But one of the more unusual ones, which quite often with the laws, anything I guess, they only really get noticed when something happens, you know, that you didn't realise was the law, so you change it. And Monaghan in again. This one's short, and Boucher's just chipped it, and unfortunately into extra cover. Boucher changed her mind on the shot there and ended up playing a sort of half shot, and unfortunately for Hampshire, but very fortunately for Surrey, she's chipped it straight to extra cover, and Boucher's fallen for 78. It was an interesting shot. It was a short ball, and it looked like she was going to hit it square, and then she almost tried to hit it over extra cover in the end and got caught between the two. And Yeah, end of Boucher's innings, a really good knock, 78 from 91 balls, but she's gone. Very important breakthrough for Surrey. It does bring in the fast-scoring Freya Kemp, but from Hampshire's point of view, it's the loss of their batter that was well set and going really well. But another really good contribution from Boucher, 78.
Yeah, it's almost like she scooped it up there, didn't she?
Yeah, it was a strange shot in the other. It looked like she changed her mind on the shot to me. She realised it was shorter and tried to adjust, and it ended up not really doing anything. Well, she did something. She chipped it to extra cover. So that's a shame from Hampshire's point of view.
Thanks very much, Phil. Phil Green has got a break. It's Gemma Green coming in alongside me, Kevin James. So yes, bit of a blow. 43-run partnership that between Abby Norgrove and Maya Boucher. That was scored in 8 overs. So a blow, Gemma, as start of a new over from Kalia Moore, and that's driven off the back foot by Abby Norgrove. Freya Kemp is the new batter for Hampshire, one of 4 in the Hampshire side, named in that Women's World Cup squad.
3, I think.
Oh, is it 3? Sorry,
3,
yes,
yeah.
it's 4 in the Surrey side.
4 in the
isn't it?
Surrey side, yeah.
I'm getting mixed up.
Is this your over?
Yeah, shall
Yeah,
I start?
okay.
Yeah, I'll do that one. Yeah, I'll let you ease into this session. More bowls. Norgrove works that to mid-wicket. Score remains on 143 for 2. We're into the 32nd over here at the Utilita Bowl. Kalia Moore in again. Bowls. That's driven nicely through extra cover. That's a beautiful shot. Great bit of placement as well, and timing. Nothing wrong with that one at all.
That looked really good. Little shuffle. Wide outside off stump. She got to the pitch of the ball and yeah,
Head
lovely
will
timing.
forward. Head will forward as well, making sure that hit through it without hitting it in the air. So Norgrove moves on to 19. Hampshire on to 147 for 2. Kalia Moore bowls again. Shorter, pulled away by Norgrove out towards deep mid-wicket. 148 for 2. The score moves on to.
I heard Phil talking about the old sort of saying that you double the score at 30 if you've got wickets at hand in 50
Yes.
over. There's actually an updated thinking in women's cricket. Don't ask me who came up with this equation,
Right.
but in women's game in 50 overs, it tends to be apparently double the score at 25 and add 30.
Right.
So we don't even need to play. I can tell you the score's going to be 250 if
250.
whoever came up with that is spot
Right.
on.
The conversation really between the three of us is centred around who's saying what, because nobody seems to know who's saying these things.
No one's taken onus of it.
No.
I have heard that mentioned though.
Kemp thrashes that away down to mid-on, her very first ball she's faced. She will certainly get on with it. If she's out there for any length of time, then you will notice the scoring rate go up a little bit. She's probably the only player in the top 6, well, she is the only player in the top 4 or 5, 6 of the Hampshire side that does strike in 50 over cricket at over 100. This year alone she's 109 striking, and last year she struck at 125, so the scoring rate will increase as Norgrove works that to mid-wicket end of the over.
Yeah, she's definitely in there to increase the strike rate. That will be her role, especially the platform that she's been given coming in. It's a shame to lose obviously McCacken in the 40s and Boucher just now 78, but it's a great situation for Kemp to come in on this wicket where the ball is sitting up nicely with her attacking intent. Yeah, I think she'll be very happy to be walking out now, other than seeing the back of her teammate, but in terms of her own role in this game. And she'll be on strike now. A left-hander, Alice Monaghan at the other end. Yeah, with McCacken getting out for 44 today, in this 50 over competition in terms of the Rachel Hayhoe for the Vipers and obviously the new 50 over competition in the county thing, she's got 1 century and 9 50s I think, but she's been out in the 40s 8 times. So she's got close on occasions, and Alice Monaghan into bowl. Freya Kemp just works that into the leg side for a single. So yeah, getting out in the 40s is a thing she does fairly regularly. I did so today, and that brings up Hampshire's 150. As I say, 250. That's the
yeah, well, no,
that's the calculated.
I'm writing it down.
Yeah.
250, Gemma.
No. I don't know who to go back to if it's wrong. I don't know who said it. Monaghan in bowls full and flicked down the leg side. I think it was just on leg stump, but Norgrove managed to help that on its way, get a little bit, just enough to take it past the diving keeper, Chatterley, 4 runs.
Just going to see this one again. Very fine.
Little scratch.
A little bit difficult on that angle if you're watching the picture feed. Here we are. This is line to line. Oh, I think it's an inside edge.
Inside edge.
Yeah, I haven't missed the leg stump by very much. I thought it was gone down. I thought it went past the outside of her pad, but it's actually gone between
in
bat
between.
and pad. Yeah.
Bit of fortune for Norgrove as she faces again. This time drives convincingly, but for no run, to Paige Schofield in the covers.
That's an interesting way of coming up with women's 50 over cricket scores.
Yeah,
predictions.
I think someone's obviously sat down and done a lot of sums, but that's the last I heard anyway.
I'm
we'll
interested.
Test it today.
It's interesting to put that to the test.
And again, this is a fuller ball, and Norgrove again drives it, but this time into the gap between the two fielders in the ring and picks up a single.
You do feel Hampshire are going to need every single one of those runs as well. They do have their England bowlers with them, which would help them defend that whatever total they get, but even so. But no Alice Capsey in the Surrey lineup, no Sophia Dunkley, so they are 2 down.
They are two big guns down. We haven't seen Dunkley since the first game of Surrey season when she scored 31. I want to hand over the wicket to Kemp, who drags that down on the leg side, but with enough power to get it through the 2 fielders for 4. That's just sheer sort of power, isn't it? Just
incredible, isn't it?
Just crunching the ball.
She's an exciting player to watch in the middle. That's
pitched on middle stump, going out to her off stump and back of a length, and she just swings her arms through that with her power and timing.
Yeah, almost 300 runs in just the 6 matches she played last year. Freya Kemp averaged 59 with that huge strike rate of 125.
A bought-in run-up from Monaghan. Don't know what that was about. There's nothing obvious, but obviously something didn't feel right. So she's going back to her mark. As Kemp taps the bat down, Monaghan in. Again, it's outside off stump, and there's a play and miss. I say we haven't had many of those today. A couple off the spinners a few overs ago, and this time off Monaghan. But that's through to the keeper. That ends the over. Hampshire 159 for 2 off 33.
10 runs off that one. So yeah, just to recap, Ella McCacken out for 44 in the 23rd over, put on 98 runs for the first wicket with Maya Boucher before she was out hooking the Australian bowler Maitland Brown, caught by Courtine Coleman down at fine leg, and then Maya Boucher on 78 hit Alice Monaghan to extra cover, and that was picked up by Paige Schofield. They put on 43 for the second wicket, did Norgrove and Boucher.
We're talking about Freya Kemp's ability to bat at a good strike rate.
Come to that in a moment as Moore starts her 8th over. It's a low full toss driven back to her by Norgrove.
And last year in this competition, she had the joint fastest 50 of 26 balls with AJ Wellington, who's now obviously her teammate as well. So yeah, they both got a 50 off 26 last year.
Norgrove pulls that away along the ground to deep mid wicket. This is a midfield. There's misfield. There's not going to be 2, which there isn't. It's quite blowy out there. I'm just looking at the cap of Courtine Coleman that was blowing on the ground behind her, blowing away. Honestly, your what do you call it? Almanac, or whatever it is.
I don't know if anyone's
Your
told
mini
you, but
almanac.
the cricket almanac has been done, Kev.
Has it?
Someone's done it.
Well, what's yours? You said yours is caught. Now, there's a lovely drive through extra cover by Kemp. Beautiful timing, and she really is a strong girl. She moves on to 10.
Yeah, mine's not quite as weighty tome as the Wisden.
No, but you don't want that. No, but yours is more of a sort of a magazine-y type.
Yeah, it's just for the benefit of commentary, really.
It's brilliant, honestly. It's fabulous.
I don't know what else to do in March.
Well, you've transformed Phil with that. You really have. He's so knowledgeable now. You can't stop him now, Phil. 164 for 2. Halfway through the 34th. More again with her off spin. Bowls to Kemp. Kemp just pushes that quietly to mid-wicket. 10 off 7 deliveries now, Kemp. Or is it 6? Might be 6, actually.
Yeah, there's so many facts and figures in cricket now. I can't remember them all. Some people can. Some people have incredible memory for those kind of things.
Yeah, well, there's lots of stuff out there to help you. Now, there is a deep extra cover, which is a very unusual fielding position, but it's there for Freya Kemp, which I imagine there won't be for anybody else. 165 for 2. No, I'm loving it. I feel like I want to flick through these pages. I mean, it's just awesome stuff.
You can have a flick.
Oh, it includes 100 stuff as well.
I just put there the 100 squads and which county players have been selected.
Okay.
Sorry, that's worked onto the leg side. It's your over, but sorry.
Doesn't matter. No, you can take over any time you like.
No run, Hampshire 165 for 2. Just anything that might come up in conversation, really. Just little tidbits of information. Meaningless if it gets in the wrong hands, but it's useful up here. Okay, looks like Alice Monaghan is going to continue from the pavilion end for this spell. She's bowled 7 overs, taken 1 wicket for 35. She took the wicket of Maya Bouchier. She's just getting to the top of her mark. She'll be bowling to Freya Kemp, who's on 11 off 7. I know it's early days, but that's the sort of strike rate we're talking about normally with Freya Kemp. And Abby Norgrove, who's 26 off 35. As Monaghan's in, bowls full and driven by Kemp, an outside edge, squirts away, a bit squarer than she was planning to play that ball, but they come through for a single.
That run rate has just been edging up a fraction now, isn't it? It was over 4s when McCacken and Bouchier were playing nicely, although towards the end of their partnership it did dip below 4, but it's steadily increased, and now we're just a fraction under 5 and over.
Yeah, in the 10 over splits it was 4.2, 4.2 and then 5.3. I've got sections to write that in, Kevin, my book. Just driven up to mid off for no run.
Unbelievable. We've even got a section for that sort of thing.
Yeah, because it makes run rate easier, doesn't it, in the 10s? If you do it in 10 overs. Yeah. It's all about making life easier.
So, I mean, when you were thinking about putting this little booklet together, did you had to come up with all sorts of ideas?
It took quite a long time to sort of get the format that I thought would be useful, because it's how you work as well individually. There's a little bit of an appeal there as Norgrove tries to whip that onto the leg side and wrapped on the pads, but she was a long way down and umpire hasn't signalled anything, so she must have got an inside edge on it anyway. You just think about the things that, I've done commentary a little bit now. At the start you don't know what you're going to be doing, and I kind of think about the process and what you need to prep and what order you need it in, and so I just make these tables to sort of fill in as the game goes. But yeah, you always have your big book of information.
Yeah.
And again, you've been doing it obviously a lot longer, and you know your processes. As Monaghan's in, and this is whipped on the leg side, and again the power. Everyone just sort of stands and watches it, other than the fielder that's got to go and collect it, as it's past the boundary rope, which is about 20 yards in from the edge of the advertising boards. And again, it's just it's just sheer power. It's muscled onto the leg side. 4 runs to Kemp.
There wasn't too much wrong with that delivery. Probably a fraction too straight, but I mean, we're talking of just a fraction. But the power in that shot, hitting it on the up as well. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's just brute force, isn't it? Look at the field scatter.
Yeah, she's got 3 on the boundary on the leg side for Kemp, where she's been muscling her runs this innings. Certainly that's wide of off stump, and Freya Kemp has a reach out to that, gets a bit of a toe on it, and there's no run there.
It's probably the best area to bowl at Kemp. Make
It
her
is.
reach for it way outside off stump.
It's a slightly shorter side for her on the offside, batting from this end, and they've got a packed ring field on the off. So yeah, it's probably, like you say, given that she's had no problem dispatching leg side shots. Round the wicket to Kemp, who drives that up too long off, mid off, there's no run there, and that ends the over. Hampshire 172 for 2. Norgrove is 27 off 37, Freya Kemp 16 off 11.
So going on your theory,
It's not my theory.
well,
It's only my theory if they land exactly on 250.
yeah, well, okay, your potential, potentially your
I'll
theory.
endorse it.
So we've got 15 overs left, and if 250 is about, you know, those calculations you mentioned earlier, so we're looking at what, 80 runs off the last 15-ish, which is 5 and over, 5 and a bit and over, which is only just a little bit more than they're scoring at the moment.
Phil's just indicating he thinks it's higher than that.
Well, yeah.
But if you lose some wickets, yeah.
This is it. Yeah. Daniel Gregory with her leg spin is back into the attack. 5 overs, none for 24. She's at a commentary in the hotel end. She's bowling to Abby Norgrove. Short. Norgrove cracks that away through the offside, but there is a sweeper away to her left. Oh, they're coming back for 2, and they're going to make it. There's a throw came in there from Kalia Moore. Out towards the tunnel, away to our left.
You can tell there's been a lot of well-judged runs today, because we've kind of gone, oh, they're going to take a single, or they're going to come back for 2 and make it comfortably, but, you know, it has that element of jeopardy at a point, so really well judged.
Sure. It's probably another 5 or 6 runs that's been added to the total. That's only a single this time as it goes straight to Moore. And the total moves on to 174 for 2. Abby Norgrove now is up to 30. Set 11 game still going on. Away to our left, it's Hampshire men against Middlesex. It's been a high scoring game, that one as well. But they're playing in traditional whites. That's the last day of that 3-day game today. Freya Kemp's just having a look around the field on the leg side. As Moore's going to come over the wicket this time. Sorry, Gregory's coming over the wicket still. Kemp's on the back foot, and they're going to take a single. Piece of fielding at square leg. 175 for 2 are Hampshire.
This batting pair have 2 completely different shades of yellow pads. Abby Norgrove's got a very mustardy, goldy sort of yellow. Freya Kemp's is sort of a lemon.
That's true. I hadn't noticed that before. That's swatted with a horizontal back past the bowler, and Norgrove will pick up 4 runs.
They are completely different.
And which are the older set? I don't know.
I think the golden ones look newer. Abby Norgrove's look newer.
Yeah.
But yeah, they don't look the same at all.
So if you can looking on the picture feed there.
You can't see it as well on the picture feed.
No, but Norgrove's is darker, and yeah, when you're looking at it from where we are, there is definitely a noticeable different shade of yellow. You're right, Gemma. As Gregory comes in again and tries to give herself a little bit of room. Norgrove can't find the angle, hits it to extra cover. And that's fielded by Paige Schofield. Familiar position that, at extra cover that we saw when she was a Viper. Her and Maya Boucher patrolling those extra cover and mid-wicket areas. There's Norgrove again, gives herself some room and again picks out Schofield. End of the over, 179 for 2, 36 gone.
Yeah, I wonder if Freya Kemp's are the older set, and they've faded. And do you remember Sachin Tendulkar always had really faded? India played in pale blue then, but sort of even more faded pale blue. And yeah, maybe that's where she's at.
Yeah,
Old comfy pads.
Yeah, I mean, you would like to think that they're not from the same batch. Well, it can't be the same batch of pads. They must be from different years, mustn't they?
I say people that are watching it on the picture feed probably wonder what we're talking about, because they look exactly the same on the picture feed.
Well, I don't know. If you look hard, I don't know. I think you have to look. You have to get right up to the screen. Which sometimes isn't a good idea.
Okay, so change of bowler. We're going to see Alice Davidson-Richards for the first time in this game with her right arm seam.
I'm surprised it's been so long. She's a genuine all-rounder.
She absolutely is. Another one, she's got a test century to her name. Not many women can say that because not many games, but she has as she comes round the wicket to Kemp. And that's tickled round behind square. There's two fielders there. They'll come back for the second, make that comfortably.
Yeah, I think a big score is very, very reliant on a Freya Kemp cameo, isn't it?
I don't know if that equation is adjusted when there's a Freya Kemp to come in. I don't know. I don't know how intricate it is.
You're trying to cover yourself now. I'm holding you to this. I'm going to name it after you if you're exactly right.
I'll take that. ADR in, bowls way down the leg stump. It's the loose delivery there, and keeper does well to get across to that. As umpire Gabby Brown signals are wide.
11 wickets last year in 14 matches for Alice Davidson-Richards. Strike rate of every 26 balls, 1 wicket every 26 balls, which is actually more than decent.
Yeah, it is.
More than decent.
Absolutely. It's top of her mark again. Oh, another abort. We had Monaghan aborting. I don't wonder if there's something in the run up there. But something's not quite right, so she's back to the top of her mark to set off again. Kemp on strike in, bowls, and it's on leg stump, whipped away onto the leg side. Come through for a single due to deep mid wicket.
It's going to take some hit for Kemp to hit a boundary on the leg side. It would have to go straight because there are 3 players out on the boundary patrolling, and I think she might struggle to pick up a boundary from about wide mid on further round. Got the field set. They're expecting Kemp, aren't they, to hit the ball hard.
Absolutely. She's at the non-striker's end at the minute though, as Abby Norgrove makes her mark. ADR switches to over the wicket and comes in. Bowls a full floaty delivery that's driven back past the bowler. They come through for a single. There's a shot at the stumps, but it was an easy single in the end.
So what do we run right here? We're exactly 5 and over for Hampshire up until now. 5 and over, if it stays like this, is 250.
I thought you don't even need to play anymore. We just
we'll just say 250.
Get on with the second innings.
We'll have an early lunch.
It's nailed on. ADR into Kemp and push with a straight bat up the ground. No run. Yeah, I haven't looked where Alice Davidson-Richards has been bowling in these games so far, but this does seem late in the stage to come in.
It's a little bit, doesn't it?
But I say I'm not sure. She has bowled in 3 of the 4 games they've played so far. Just picked up 1 wicket in each of the first 2 games as she's in and bowls. This time it's driven up to the same area. They do take a single. There's a little fumble in the field, so they can just ease past the crease for that one. Kemp 21 off 16 now. Norgrove's 35 from 43. All the batters have got in. They have. It looks a good scorecard at the minute from Hampshire. 44 for McCacken, 78 for Boucher, 35 not out for Norgrove, 20 not out for Kemp. As ADR is in bowls, and it's driven by Norgrove to the extra cover fielder, who's Alice Monaghan. There's no run there. End of the over. Hampshire 185 for 2.
Well, I'm going to make way for Phil, but just before I do that, I've just got a message from Charlotte Taylor, our own Charlotte Taylor, who says apparently the reason for the different colour pads is because there's different sponsors.
Pad sponsors?
Well, I
wow.
assume so, yeah. So yeah, different kit sponsors, and I suppose you get different kits, and their interpretation of the yellow is slightly different.
Ah, well, thank you, Charlotte. Who knew? Well, Charlotte, obviously. That's exactly who knew. Danny Gregory is going to continue from our commentary end. She's into her 7th over now, hasn't picked up a wicket, gone for 32 runs as she in bowls to Kemp, who nudges that on the leg side. There's no run. There is a throw at the non-strikers end as Norgrove scampers back. Hi Phil.
Hi again.
You were shaking your head at my math suggestion.
Well, not a suggestion. I just felt 250 is probably a bit below par for Hampshire. I'm not suggesting that's not what the algorithm says.
This time Kemp's on the back foot and she pulls that hard to short mid-wicket and did not intend to run, but a misfield there allows them to come through.
Rare misfield from Danny White-Hodge, who normally is a big feature in the field, but we've hardly mentioned today. The ball doesn't seem to have gone to her very often at all, does it?
Absolutely. She's a very good boundary fielder. We haven't seen her on the boundary yet. As Gregory's in and bowls. Outside off stump, driven to Schofield. Extra cover, no run.
I've got another answer to something we were questioning earlier, but Chris Wheeler, who's most people will know, I think, who are listening to this, one of the Hampshire staff, has told me that it is a 3-day game on the nursery ground, not 4-day. He's confirmed that, so thank you, Chris.
Gregory, and this time it's shorter, and there's I don't know whether she tried to play that or not. It looked a bit of an outside edge to me, but also at the same time she was looking. I'm going to look on the replay before I make a judgment on that. Yeah, no, I think she meant to play it down there. Maybe not quite as fine as she did, but that's 4 runs to Abby Norgrove, down to third man.
It was definitely the area she was looking at in, but as you say, I think there was a bit of edge involved, but it was the intention.
Yeah, we'll give her that credit. As Gregory's top of her mark again. The arms come out just before she gets into her stride, and that's driven on the offside for 1 run. Yeah, it's almost like the start of a gymnastics routine. You know, not that we know a lot about that, but you know, where the crowd are clapping because that's a 50-run partnership for Kemp and Norgrove. 27 to Norgrove, 22 to Kemp.
Yeah, or someone at the end of their long jump run where they do all these actions. It's a bit, it's an interesting action.
And this time it's very full, very straight, and Kemp does well to dig that out and give that back to the bowler. That's end of that was a quick over. End of the over, Hampshire 191 for 2.
You also almost feel you should give her marks for an artistic impression or something, don't you? Right, yes. So where are we with this innings? It's different algorithms we've talked about. Going back the old double the 30 over way, it was 274, I think. Going to this way that you came up with is 250, or sorry, you've not come up with, but you will take credit for if it's proved right. Yeah, I just think Hampshire will be wanting a bit more than that. I'm sure they'll be wanting a bit more than that. So we've got Alice Davis and Richards, or ADR, as we like to shorten to, bowling from the pavilion end. One of the happiest cricketers around, I have to say. Always plays with a smile on her face. It's great to see.
She's good on commentary as well. Have you ever heard her doing some
she
comms?
joined us once for comms at Beckenham. And she comes, this one's slogged by Norgrove. I can't use any other description other than that. Just hoiked it to the leg side. Hit it hard, but couldn't get it past White-Hodge at mid-wicket. Yeah, she joined us at Beckenham once, and she's just a really good character.
Yeah.
She's just good fun. As I say, always seems to be smiling. Sees the positives in everything, which is a great stance to have in life. ADR coming in again. By time over the wicket, that's short again, and this one's actually hit her on the helmet. Norgrove's gone to pull that, not sure he got a bat on it at all, but it's hit her on the helmet, so there's going to have to be a break here while the medical staff come out. ADR's gone up to check she's okay. I'm sure she is okay. She looks all right, but they're going to have to come out and do a check. Nobody's rushing out, so someone is coming out now. I think it's actually Naomi Titani, isn't it?
That's running out.
Is it coming out? No, probably not.
No,
She's got a green top on, so probably not, but looked like her run. It's one of the Hampshire support team anyway. He's coming out to do the concussion check. They've got someone from the Durham side out as well.
Durham?
Yeah, they've come a long way
That's a long way
today.
to help
Yeah,
Surrey out.
Well, they're good like that though. They're good to help out with medical issues from Durham. No, yeah, they're probably still here from Saturday. Haven't gone home yet. But no, sorry, someone from Surrey has run out to assist, and in fact, it is the Surrey physio that's doing the concussion check. Interestingly enough, I think the devious side of me thinks she might ask some more complicated questions than the Hampshire one would.
Get her off the
Who was the Prime Minister in 1903 or something. But whatever the questions were asked, she seems to have answered them okay and is allowed to carry on. Yeah, there's actually a set of questions, isn't there, they give now. You have to pick 3 questions out of a selection of questions. One of them certainly is who is the Prime Minister, which at certain times in this country that's hard to keep up to date with, but
Goes in front of square and whips that off her toes to mid-wicket, and they come through for a single. Tilly Coleman does the fielding.
Field still changing around again now for the left-hander, and they tend to go longer and deeper for Kemp.
Danny Gregory in for the final ball of her over, and down the wicket Freya comes, but can do nothing but push that to the mid-wicket fielder. So a decent over. Is there one more to come? Sorry,
Looks like it, yeah.
I do that so often. Get through the over quicker than they do. As Gregory's in and bowls, and again a shuffle down the wicket, but almost a carbon copy. 8 off that over. Hampshire are 201 for 2. Norgrove on 48. Freya Kemp on 24.
So he's still keeping it in check, really, you have to say. There's not many wickets, but obviously only just 2 so far, but they've kept it in check, and this run rate of 5 has been fairly consistent throughout the innings. It was like 50 off 10, and it's sort of chugged along at that rate. Hasn't really been a lot of acceleration. Kemp's injected a little bit of acceleration into this, but it's always been around 5 and over.
Change bowling at the Rock Round Surrey Pavilion ends, number 88, Maitland Brown.
And you may have heard on the tannoy, but Maitland Brown back into the attack, replacing Alice Davison-Richards. Brown's been a little bit expensive so far in the context of this game. 7 overs for 47. Reach above her head to hit it and got a bottom edge on it. Brown in again. This one's back of the length and not so short. Turned away by Norgrove. Just be a single. The square leg comes in quickly off the boundary. So yeah, it's an interesting tactic and not one we see a lot in this competition. The sort of short ball barrage, if that's the right term for it.
No, it's been a clear plan from Surrey today, and in the end that was the undoing of Boucher, wasn't it? It was a shorter ball, but yeah, it's been a clear plan from their seamers. It'd be interesting to see if Hampshire do a similar thing on this wicket. I know you said Filer as well, but Bell did on Saturday.
Round the wicket now, Brown. This one's full, and Kemp drives up to long on, single anywhere she wants on the leg side, and she takes that one. Moves up to 25. Hampshire to 205. So yeah, it's a really good platform for this last 10 overs, and I still think Hampshire will be looking at 280 minimum from this point, but whether they'll get there, of course, is largely down to Surrey as well. Brown in again, short again, and Norgrove pulls. Has she found the gap? No, square legs make good ground, and it's going to keep him to one, in fact. Let's clear more down there. Good bit of fielding, very athletic bit of fielding, keeping them down to single. Field will change again. There seems to be virtually every fielder change position for the right to left hander here. A lot of movement to the left-handed Kemp. Brown in round the wicket. Short again, and Kemp, that's a slower short ball. Kemp actually ran down the wicket. It was dug in short and she had to wait for it, and then in the end just played it back to the bowler.
It's a good bit of bowling. Cause,
well, yeah, she adjusted to seeing Kemp running at her, I think. It wasn't just short, it was actually a slower short ball. Yeah. Which is quite a hard thing to do as a last minute, if that's what it was. But anyway, it's concluded the over with Hampshire 206 for 2. 9 overs remaining. Another decent over from Surrey. They're just not letting Hampshire get away, are they? You know, it's so it keeps chugging along at that.
And talking of which,
5 and over.
Tilly Courtine-Coleman is back in the attack, and well, she's kept the most control of all the Surrey bowlers.
Different end. She bowled all the other 7 overs from the pavilion end.
And she's going to be bowling to Abby Norgrove as she's just adjusting her field. Yeah, 7 overs for 17 up until this one, and that's pulled around corner by Norgrove, picks up a single.
Yeah, same tactic she was using to Danny Gregory there, Norgrove, going way outside off stump. So that delivery is about off stumpish, but she's made so much room that she can just help it on the leg side. So really predetermined bit of positioning to get way outside off stump.
And with obviously left arm spin of Courtine-Coleman, and previously the leg spin of Danny Gregory, she's doing that against the spin as well. So relatively risky shot as Courtine-Coleman's going to come over the wicket now to Kemp. It's wide outside off stump, but so was Kemp. She walked across and managed to drive that down to Maitland Brown at long on. They come through for a single. Yeah, 2.43 Courtine-Coleman's economy rate has been in her first 7 overs.
Yeah, that included a 6 right at the end from Boucher, her last spell, I think.
And a wide in the first over, so the middle bit was very tight. This is in the air, down the ground, and it falls safe. ADR is down there, and it dropped about 5 yards in front of her, so it wasn't well timed, but she got away with that as chip down the ground. That was Norgrove, 1 to her. She moves on to 54. Kemp's just slipped under a runner ball. She's 26 off 27. as this time she full-blooded slog sweep, and it goes over Danny Wyatt-Hodge at square leg and reaches the boundary to bring up 4 to get her ahead of a runner
So
ball.
he's just adjusted that as soon as she picked up on it. She obviously heard that and thought, I better get a bit of my foot down.
It's the modern batter, isn't it? They get twitchy when they're not striking at 100.
Yeah, that is the white ball game.
But that was really well executed. As I say, the square leg fielder is in the ring, and she just helped it over that fielder. Didn't try to hit it too hard for a change, and this time it's hoiked into the leg side, and the good running continues, because again, that looked like a single to me, but they came back for a comfortable 2, even though it was picked up and thrown well.
It's quite an unusual field. I know you can't have fields everywhere, obviously, but to not have a deep square leg for a left arm orthodox spinner to a left-handed batter does seem a bit strange.
They're obviously backing Courtine Coleman, who this time throws it way wider off stump, so wide that it is a wide. But earlier on we saw 3 fielders on the leg side boundary for Kemp, the big boundary as well. But like you say, with the left arm spinner, they haven't got that same protection on the leg side. That's well stopped in the ring by Monaghan.
I was just going to say actually that there was 3 people, I was going to say in fancy dress, just walking around the ground dressed as cricketers, and I realised they are cricketers in whites coming off the other pitch.
Coming for tea.
I thought they were actually just dressed up as cricketers in whites, but yeah, they're playing on the nursery ground, coming in for their interval.
So Hampshire 216 for 2 or 42. I'm getting a bit twitchy about the 250 now.
What do you think?
Yeah.
You think it's going to be spot on?
No, I'm getting twitchy that I'm
Underestimating?
yeah.
Undercooking? Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, but obviously I want to see Hampshire surpass it, but I also want to be right. It's a hard balance.
It's Brown coming in again. This one's short again, and Norgrove's pulled it. They're going to look for 2, but I don't think they're going to come back this time. And there's Danny Wyatt-Hodge out there, and it's just a single. Norgrove up to 55. Hampshire 217. I think Surrey would be very happy if it was 250 at this stage, and Hampshire not so.
So with the older adage of doubling at 30, you say it was 274.
274.
Yeah, that does seem today the better method.
Brown in, and Kemp swats that down to long on, and they're going to come back for 2 again. This could be tight. No, they're coming in again. That's good running yet again. Yeah, of course, even the old 30 over double thing's vague. It's if you've got wickets in hand, but
How many?
how many?
Yeah. And who are they?
Yeah, and if you're 9 down at 30 over, you've got a wicket in hand, but you're not in a great position, are you?
The people that come up with these things, they don't want a lot of caveats.
They don't want questioning. Yeah. But it was a sort of rough rule of thumb for a few years. Browning again. This one, Kemp swots away on the offside. It just powers it really through the offside. It's not a lot of elegance in some of Freya Kemp's shots, but it's just power, isn't it? Strength. It just hits it so hard, such big levers.
I know we're sort of laughing about these methods of predicting totals and what have you, but cricket's such a funny game, and I hate it when I'm watching cricket and they tell you what the other team was at this stage.
Yeah.
Because to me that means nothing.
Nothing at all. Browning again, and this one's pulled away by Norgrove. She might have found the gap here. She's certainly going to get more than 1. Yeah, it's 2. There's a bit of relay fielding down there at wide long on, and they're going to come back with 2. Yeah, I mean, I think I often say at these games the more relevant statistic is when they show the DLS rate in the second innings, even if it's not going to be rain affected, tells you where you should be, and that's a really good guide. But I agree with you, Jem. When they say what they were at this stage, it's usually largely irrelevant. Brown, it's a slower ball, and Norgrove again has got way outside off stump and actually swept that from outside off stump, sweeping a seamer from outside off stump. She's got it away for a single, but a lot of the time from any sort of bowling, Norgrove is getting way outside off stump and finding ways to score on the leg side. So Brown now round the wicket to Kemp. That's short again, and Kemp pulls it. It's going to be one out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Kemp gets another single at the end of the over. Hampshire are 224 for 2.
7 overs to go in this innings. For Hampshire, reminder that they did win the toss and elected to bat. Captain today is Naomi Datani, as has been for 3 of Hampshire's 4 games so far. I'm going to hand over to Kev for the remainder of this innings.
7 overs to go. And another partnership developing here between Norgrove and Kemp. Well, it's developed, but it could go on, Phil.
Well, from Hampshire's point of view, they very much want it to go on. But they just need to increase this run rate a little bit. And we've got Kalia Moore.
83 they've put on so far. So Moore with her 9th over here. None for 42 for the off-spinner as Kemp hits it into the ground. Still going to get a single as it bounces away on the offside.
There's been quite a few mistimed shots, suggesting that this may not be quite as good a batting deck as we were saying, Kev. I'm not sure. But there seems to be a lot of times when they're just not getting the timing right. It's maybe sticking in the pitch a bit.
Yeah, there might be that this ball gets a bit old, but I think also, I think sometimes when, I don't know, I do get the feel that sometimes they're a little bit anxious. They probably feel there should be a few more runs on than they are. And sometimes you can just lose your shape a little bit playing aggressive shots. There's probably a bit of both, really.
Yeah.
225 for 2 then. Moore will be over the wicket. Just getting this field right here for Abby Norgrove. There's a deep extra cover that's gone a little straighter away to our left as Moore bowls. Reverse sweep there from Norgrove. That's going fine. That'll run away. Don't bother chasing that one up towards the away dressing room here at the Utilita Bowl. And Norgrove moves on to 62.
She's favouring scoring runs behind the wicket at the moment, either side.
She is, isn't she?
Getting right across and trying to get the ball fine, where there generally isn't protection in the field. And they now, that's making them change the field now, and they're putting a fielder in at, I don't know where she's going yet, but sort of short third, almost deep slip on the ring. Quite an unusual position. You've got 2 players behind the square on the offside.
And the wicket hits it hard down towards deep mid-on. Norgrove moves on to 63. Only her 3rd half century in List A cricket for Abby Norgrove, although she is only 20 years old.
2nd one this season.
Yes. That's Freya Kemp. Faces up. Yes, our 85 against Essex here in the first game is a top score. Oh, she's fallen over there and she's out stumped. And Freya Kemp will have to pick herself up. She does so rather begrudgingly. And Kemp goes for 37.
Came a long way down. So we'll see on the replay, a long way out.
Yeah, was trying to get back with her back foot and just overstretched. Well, again, that's a bit of a blow. I think that's come 2 or 3 times now for Hampshire. Just as Ella McGachan was getting going, she went for 44. Maya Boucher the same for 78. And Hampshire kind of needed a few more overs of Freya Kemp, but it's not to be. 230 now for 3.
Yeah, that you'd think that would not. Well, it certainly doesn't help the Hampshire acceleration. Kemp is probably she's definitely the fastest scoring player in the middle order, but plenty of wickets in hand, so these batters can take some risks, you'd think, but it's not easy for new batters coming in. It's Rihanna Southby is the next Hampshire batter. She unfortunately following up a naught on Saturday when she came in with just a few needed, so it was a bit of a no-win situation as a batter, but she was dismissed for naught. So she'll be looking to correct that. And carrying on the conversation that Gemma was having about pads, Southby is wearing the more lemon shaded pads as per Freya Kemp. And Kalia Moore is going to bowl to her.
Oh, missed drive. Oh, is caught behind, and the umpire's finger goes up slowly, and Rihanna Southby is out first delivery. And Kalia Moore has picked up
2 in 2.
2 in 2 is on a hat-trick as well. Hampshire are now 230 for 4.
Yeah, she's gone for quite a big shot outside off stump there, Southby. And obviously just got a little nick through.
So, Chatley's on a hat-trick as well. Stumping and a catch.
Yep.
Could be a... What would you call that if Chatley's involved in the dismissal? You were saying earlier about...
wicket keeping.
Well, exactly.
I don't think there's an official term for it. But,
so, Naomi Tatani, the captain in the absence of the injured Georgia Adams, is out to face the hat-trick ball from Kelly Moore. She were 230 for 2, they're now 230 for 4. Field changes for the left-hander. Deep mid on, deep mid off, deep cover, deep mid wicket. Be interesting if Tatani tries to now deep backward square leg, although the mid off Davison Richards is coming out on the, or up to the circle. Here we go then, hat-trick ball. Kelly Moore bowls to Tatani. Tatani drives down to mid on. And she's off the mark straight away. 231 for 4. That is a setback. And a good over for Surrey, but a setback for Hampshire.
in the modern game, particularly the white ball game, because you don't see the field adjusted for the hat-trick, but back in the old days, if you're on a hat-trick, you had like 8 fielders around the bat. Yeah.
That's right, and if anything, there was more fielders went out.
Yeah.
On that occasion.
No thought of that at all in this era. Probably is in championship games sometimes, I guess. What sort of field did you have on your hat-trick ball against India, Kev, all those years ago? Did you have everyone round the bat? Was it?
Oh, I had a short leg in.
Was it Dravid on the hat-trick?
Was it Dravid? I think it was, yes.
Yeah.
Tendulkar before him, but I'm not name dropping.
No, okay. Decent players though. And
yeah, half decent.
yeah, and you had a few up, did you, for the catch?
I might have had an extra slip as a token, because it was actually a flat wicket. Did I tell you about it? Yeah.
Back's paradise, wasn't it? Yeah. Well, some would say it had to be a flat wicket because you got 100 on it. So.
Well, that's right. Well, it was going to work in my favour one way or another, wasn't it? I got lucky. Well, I told you that Tendulkar was out short leg, caught bat pad. I told you that one.
I have heard, yeah.
Well, I told you that Dravid was LBW.
Yeah, both dodgy umpiring decisions, I was told. We've got,
unfortunately, the late Jackie Hampshire isn't here to defend himself.
Courtine Coleman coming back from the pavilion end. She's swapped ends about a lot today. No run off first ball to Tiny. She's bowled 2 spells from that end already. 1 over, I think, from this end, and now back on from the far end. Bowling to the left-handed Titani. She's bowling over the wicket. That one's driven by Titani, just clears the bowler. But hit it well, but it's only going to get 1 down to long off. So Titani captaining the side, of course, at the moment, in the absence of George Adams. She's captained all the games bar 1 this season. And so far been a successful captain. Courtine Coleman round the wicket, Southby down the track. Flicks this away through mid-wicket. Titani's going to look for 2, but it's not going to come back. Not going to take on Danny White Hodge's arm. And that's just a single to Norgrove, who's up to 64. Hampshire 233 for 4. In the 45th over. Titani just turns out on the leg side, but she's not going to beat, well, she almost beat the field, but they didn't take the single. A slight fumble at mid-wicket. Courtine Coleman again over the wicket to Titani. 4 fielders out on the boundary. Titani's down the wicket, and it's that long on came in. Schofield there has tried to make the catch. It's one of those where she had to decide whether to wait and take it on the bounce. She actually attempted the catch but didn't quite get there. It just escaped her and they come back for 2. But she's very positive in going for the catch. And 2 more to Tani, takes her up to 4. 14 Coleman over the wicket. That's wide above stump. Tani drives, but she's again slight fumble, extra cover, but not enough to let them through for a single. And that's concluded 14 Coleman's 9th over. She has figures of 0 for 31, and Hampshire 235 for 4.
Now, I gather a little earlier, Gemma was talking about ancient scoreboards. Yes, she just nodded her head. Stephen Clark emailed hampshirecricket@bbc.co.uk. I have a memory of the late 50s and early 60s. I was a mere 3-foot sprog of going to a game at Woking with my auntie and uncle.
Woking?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was opening the batting and wicket keeping for Gosport Borough, and my auntie was scoring. There was a wonderful scorebook, which for me was wonderful. Lots of ropes hanging down for me to swing on. I had great fun, but got into loads of trouble because every time I played with the rope, it changed the numbers. There we go. There's Kalia Moore bowls, and that's a nice drive by Eben Norgrove. Wide and mid-off, but there is a deep extra cover, and they will come through for 2, and Norgrove moves on to 66.
That's a great story. I love that.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not ideal, is it, when you're trying to, if you're a batting side or even a bowling side, and, the numbers are going for no reason. 237 for 4 in the 46th over. Moore bowls quite full there. Norgrove dries it out to point, and there is no run.
I don't know if that's the same ground as I've played at a ground called Woking and Horsell.
Oh,
In
right.
Surrey. I don't know if it's the same one, but I don't remember the scoreboard there, but it would have been a few years after he's referring to.
Well, of course.
Not many.
No. Nice sweep shot, Norgrove. That's going for 4, and she moves on to 70 now. It's lovely timed.
That's what she's been trying to do. It's all bowling. Get right across and get the ball fine.
Yeah.
And she's done it again.
Yeah. Well, when she got to 65, that was her second highest score in 50 over cricket. The 64, I think off the top of my head, was a game a couple of years ago when the Vipers were chasing down the Blaze.
Maybe?
Oh, was it that one? Oh,
I'm
right,
sure.
okay.
She got runs at Falkland one year, I'm sure.
Well, she batted with Georgia Elwys at Chesterfield. I'm sure it was that game, and they won the game, but maybe I'm wrong.
No, you're probably right.
It's driven back to Moore. Picks it up left-handy. I think she got 60 and Elwys got 100, and they chased down a total. It was very tight against the Blaze. I'll double check that one. Moore's going to have a deep mid-off now and brings extra cover up into the circle.
Talking of nice grounds, that's a lovely one, isn't it? Queen's Park at Chesterfield.
Love it.
I love that place.
Yeah, lovely. Lovely calf at the far end of the ground opposite the pavilion. I forget the guy's name there. Oh, she's trying to cut that one away and misses. Yeah, I arrived there for a 20 over game last year, and I forget the guy's name. And we had a long chat around the calf there, or ran it anyway. 241 for 4, last over of the 46th coming up. Sorry, last ball, and she's cut again, and she's missed again.
Same thing.
Same result. End of the over, and Kalia Moore now has completed her 10 overs. 2 for 55. She was on a hat-trick after picking up Freya Kemp and Rihanna Southby in her 9th over, but wasn't able to add to those 2 wickets. 241 for 4.
Her bowling's going at just about the rate of the innings, 5.5 and over, so she'll be fairly pleased with her day's work. 10 overs, 2 for 55. Sort of figures you'd accept as a spinner, I think, on a decent wicket. I'm handing over now to Jem.
Thank you very much, Phil. So we have 4 overs left of the Hampshire innings, and we are 241 for 4. So unless the scoring rate slows, it's going to be 250 plus, that's for sure, as that's swept away by Tatani. And she wanted 2, but there wasn't one there, as Danielle Gregory got that ball in pretty quickly from deep backward square leg. 242 for 4.
Hi, Kev.
Hello.
I've always said that was a rubbish theory.
Well, I wouldn't say it's blown it out of the water, but it's bubbling. Abby Norgrove on 70, done a sterling job here. Second time she's passed the half-century mark in this year's competition. Remember, this is only Hampshire's 4th game. So for Surrey, it's their 5th. That's driven up to mid-off. Norgrove moves on to 71.
Yeah, it's been really good from Norgrove. She's played a good range of shots. We've seen her working the ball round to fine leg, outside off stump, coming down the track, playing in front of square. She's shown everything she's got to offer here as Courtine Coleman's in. That's driven by Datani back over her head and really well timed. There's a fielder fairly straight there at long off, but she couldn't cut that off. 4 runs to Datani.
Good shot, good aggression. Got wickets to play with here. They can open their shoulders a little bit now.
I don't mind being wrong, Kev.
You're not wrong.
No, if they get more than 250, but I just don't want them to get exactly 274 because that would make my father correct, and that's just not a good day, is it? As this is tickled round fine leg, Tani comes through for a single.
So his one was double the score after 30. Yours was
double the score at 25, add 30.
Yeah. Both theories that we'd never know who has said those. But one of you is going to be closer than the other.
Yeah, that's just...
Phil's already put his hand up.
Courtine in, and there's a sweep shot by Norgrove, but it's a play and miss down leg side, well collected by Chatterley as the umpire signals wide. Yeah, we've got 3 overs to go after this one. Coleman's in, and a little shuffle down the wicket, and again driven down the same part of the ground. It's right-handed this time, so it's long on, but it's the same area of the ground, and they come through for 1.
250 up.
Done.
And there's still 19 balls.
Yeah.
19 balls left.
19 dot balls left. As this one's well, she's driven that down the ground for 1, so my work's done for the day.
Yep.
End of the over, Hampshire 251 for 4. 3 overs to go. Abby Norgrove going beautifully on 72 off 74 deliveries. Datani 11 off 10. Datani's been there at the end. We've been Hampshire have been chasing in. Obviously they played 3 games, but they've only batted in 2, as we say. The rain came down at Warwickshire, and Hampshire didn't get to bat. But the 2 games that Hampshire have batted and won, Datani's been there at the end. She hit the winning runs against Essex. I think she was not out against Durham. So she's very much been the finisher. Well, I don't know if not out can be said as a finisher, but she was there.
There to see it home.
Yeah.
So 3 overs left then. I got an email here from Ralph Brooker. Love the gospel story. He says, my parish, but this Hampshire innings has just fallen away. I don't understand why the loss of impetus, he says. As Daniel Gregory starts her 9th over. None for 46 for the leg spinner. Short. Tiny pulls that away to deep mid wicket, and it's 252 for 4. Often coach or skipper says get on with it or get out. Or is this a trickier surface? Well, we were saying earlier it might be a little bit of that as the ball gets older. Just holds in the turf a little bit. Gets a little harder for the batters down the order. Not so easy to hit it as the ball's softer. Harder ball goes further. And also I think on the whole, so we haven't bowled too badly actually. Another sweep shot, and that's gone to deep backward square leg. Will they take 2 here? I think they will. Yep, Norgrove is running to the danger end, but she'll be safely home. And Norgrove moves on to 74, within 11 of her top score in this day cricket.
Yep, she's certainly in form this season. So getting that opportunity with Adams.
Just pulls it away, hoiks it away from outside off stump down towards deep mid wicket. They're going to come back for 2, taking on the throw of Alice Monaghan, who
Really
did well out there.
Again.
Norgrove on to 76, 256 for 4. That run rate has edged up to nearly 5.5 and over. It was 5 and over for the innings not so long ago. So they are beginning to accelerate. Let's hope they haven't left it too late. That's cut away, bounces in front of backward square leg. Well fielded Danny Wyatt Hodge. Total moves on to 257 for 4. What total did Phil say?
274.
He might be a bit light if these 2 keep going.
I mean, you can't join in the game now because it's way too late in the innings.
I
but,
deliberately stayed out of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't
Very
start
wise.
now. I can't say anything now, can I? Tiny pulls that away on the leg side, but again down towards deep mid wicket. 258 for 4. Tiny onto 12, sorry, onto 13 from 12 deliveries. Amanda Jade Wellington can get on with it as well, can't she, really? But even if she comes in, she's not going to have much time to do anything, really. Lindsay Smith's not the worst.
No, they do bat deep.
They do. Full delivery, driven by Norgrove. Now, they might look for 2 here as in off the boundary. Oh, she's missed. Oh, in fact, they didn't go, even though there was a slight misfield there from Alice Davison-Richards. End of the over, 2 overs to go, 259 for 4.
Norgrove on 78 off 78, going exactly a run of ball. She's played beautifully today, coming in off the back of 98 run partnership between Bouchier and McCacken. She's come in and carried that tempo along. So the run rate now is 5.4. So as we've been saying, it's never really, there hasn't, I think the last 10 did go at 6.4, but there's never been a huge kind of period where they've really taken advantage and taken the game to Surrey. It's just sort of meandered along within that sort of between 4.5, 6.5 run rate. As we've got a bowling change, Maitland Brown is back and bowls. That's pulled away onto the leg side for 1 run.
It's going to be a good total, there's no doubt about it, but against a strong Surrey side who we mentioned earlier all have very huge strike rates. That is it going to be enough? I mean, it's one of the Surrey are one of those sides that actually, if they put it together on the day, they'll get this in 35, between 35 and 40.
Yeah, they will. England, Hampshire have got a very good bowling attack, so it should be a really good matchup between their batting and Hampshire's bowling, as that's squirted back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, I mean, when they beat Durham at the Oval, where Durham got 256, Surrey got those in the 37th. We mentioned earlier that just about all their top order strike rates are 100 plus this year, let alone last year.
Maitland Brown, she's in her last over now. She's got 4 balls left of her quota for the day, and that's another slower ball bouncer. And Datani did well to wait that. She got in position, but then had to wait a fraction of a second before straight back pulling that over long on. It wasn't well timed because of the slower ball element that put her off a little bit, but it did enough to get over the fielder, and they come back for 2.
Well, Phil might be interested in this one. Email from Philip Price. Come to that in a minute.
Maitland Brown 1 for 63. She comes in round the wicket to the left-handed Tatani, and that's drilled back at her. I have to look on the replay to see if that was on the bounce or not, but it was absolutely hammered back to Brown. Again, a sort of straight back pull slog from Datani, but Brown's down on her haunches a little bit, but she's shaking it off as she marches back to her run-up. ADR's by her side, giving her some pep talk.
Saying, come on.
Yeah, just 2 balls to go.
Yeah. The Brewery Road Club, was that the one, Phil, you mentioned at, where was it? Woking and... Philip seems to think it's the Brewery Road Club. They'll be pleased that the board is now electronic. They and everyone are more than welcome to come back and enjoy the new terrace on the club.
Tatani, she tries to hoop this round to leg side, but doesn't get hold of it, and it goes straight to the short fine leg fielder, which is Bryony Smith. So Tatani is on her way for 15 off 16 deliveries. Just trying to scoop that over the short fine leg fielder, way outside off stump, and just didn't get enough of it. Hampshire 262 for 5.
So Naomi Tatani departs. Yeah, sorry, just let me finish off the rest of this email because it actually explains it a bit more. Phil says, they and everyone are more than welcome to come back and enjoy the new terrace on the clubhouse with the rest of the Horsell village. There you are, Phil. Where it is the heart of the community, into the late hours on a Friday evening. Oh, don't tempt Phil too much. And a Monday where all the women and the girls train as well. There we are. So that is the same club. Thank you, Philip. Phil said something then. What was it? No, it's not. No, you can't swing off an electric scoreboard. Well, I don't think you can.
Not advised.
No.
There's one ball left of, well, Brown's over, and from this end, as AJ Wellington comes to the crease. Like I say, she can score quickly, but she's not going to have a lot of balls to face in this innings. Here's her first one, a floated full delivery, and it's pushed back to Maitland Brown, who finishes with figures of 2 for 63 off her 10.
New South Wales against South Australia, that delivery. So we've got 6 balls left of the Hampshire innings. Ditani 15 from 16 deliveries. Again, well, apart from Rhiannon Southby, who was that first ball, everybody has got in, but hasn't really made the telling score yet. Abby Norgrove has a chance in this over to reach her highest list A score,
49 overs gone, Hampshire 260,
which is 6 runs away. 6 runs away to equal it. And she will face the first ball of this last over, bowled by leg spinner Daniel Gregory. One's away from us and bowls. Norgrove pulls it away on the onside. Should only be 1 if it's picked up cleanly at deep mid wicket, which it is. Norgrove moves on to 80. I feel it needs a couple of good hits in this over, maybe 3 to get it up to around 2. Well, I don't think it's going to be 280 now, but certainly need to get into the 270s, I think, to put a pressure on this very strong looking Surrey batting lineup. Although it did fail in the last game down at Taunton, where they were bowled out for 201, chasing a very huge 337. Daniel Gregory is just chatting to Maitland Brown, who's at mid-off, just discussing who to have out and who to have up, or whether to have a deep mid-on. No, they're going to have a deep mid-off. I think Maitland Brown knows Amanda Jade Wellington pretty well, before he knows where she's looking to hit it. Obviously doesn't feel it's going to go over mid-on. There's a reverse sweep, which has gone fine, but there's a fielder there, so it's just a single.
Yeah, tinkering with your long on and long off, and then she reverse sweeps.
Well, that's a good comeback. Well, it's a good thinking, isn't it, really? Because if deep mid-off is your... Maitland Brown looks like she's still struggling from that ball that hit her in the last over. I think just above the knee, or around the knee area. Norgrove comes down the wicket, drives to Maitland Brown. Good stop. Gets up and just has a little hop because of her injury. Interesting to see what happens during the break, whether she's okay to bat later on. 265 for 5, 3 balls left. Amanda Jade Wellington to face. Now again she's got the deep mid off, comes down the wicket, hits it down to deep mid off. Hits it quite well actually, and can't pick it up cleanly. Alice Davison-Richards allows Amanda Jade Wellington to come through for 2. Keeping Abby Norgrove off strike, so I think Abby Norgrove will have to wait to better her list A score for another day. There's Daniel Gregory again, down the wicket. She's hit that straight. That's going to go for 4, surely. Yes, it does. Nice hit. 271 for 5. We're into the 270s, and this over has gone for 9 so far.
We're not going to have a 3 off this ball, surely.
Oh, Phil, look at Phil. Look, he's perked up here.
Only
Phil.
the second 3 of the innings.
A wide and then a 2, he says. Oh, you never know. No, last ball in the innings, assuming it's a legitimate one. Amanda Jade Wellington drives it out to deep point. There's 1, and that will be 1. They're going to... Oh, no, Abby Norgrove wants 2, but there was never going to be 2 there. So that is the end of the Hampshire innings. And it finishes on 272 for 5 with Abby Norgrove 81 not out, a runner ball 81. Amanda Jade Wellington with 8 not out from just 5 deliveries. And the batting order, well, just about everybody got in that walked to the crease, apart from Rihanna Southby, we mentioned earlier. Ella McGacken and Maya Boucher put it on 98 for the first wicket before Ella McGacken departed in the 23rd over. Maya Boucher made 78, Freya Kemp 37, Nambi Tatani a quick fire 15, and for Surrey there was a couple of wickets apiece for Maitland Brown, 2 for 63 from her 10 and 2 for 55 from her 10 from off-spinner Kalia Moore, and a wicket for Alice Monaghan. Quick thoughts and then we'll take a break.
Yeah, I think there'll be. I think it's one of those totals, isn't it? I think both sides would be fairly happy with that. I mean, Hampshire have got the runs on the board, but Surrey have got the batting power, as we've talked about, to go out and chase a total. So I think it'd be a really interesting second innings. Again, sort of England bowlers against England batters, and yeah, see where that takes us.
Right, we'll be back in just
second. And 81 at a runner ball off Norgrove were the main contributors to that total, setting Surrey 273 to win. In terms of the Surrey bowling figures, only 5 wickets fell, and they were spread between 2 for Brown, 2 for Moore and 1 for Monaghan. Pick of the bowlers in terms of economy rate was Tilly Coleman, who bowled 10 overs, 0 for 41, but otherwise a fairly pedestrian sort of innings really, with no periods of acceleration or anything like that. It was fairly steady throughout to get Hampshire to that total. We're here now to commence the second innings. Lauren Bell has got ball in hand and is going to open up from our commentary end. And Bryony Smith and Alice Monaghan is a new opening pair for Surrey. They haven't really been able to cement their opening pair. I think Paige Schofield opened in every game and had 3 partners in 4 games, and today she's not opening. We've got Smith and Monaghan, so they haven't really settled on an opening pair yet, Surrey. As Bell comes in to bowl the first ball to Smith, and that's left alone outside the off stump.
Interesting, Lauren Bell switched ends from the ends that she took 5 wickets for against Durham on Saturday. Commentary team today?
Commentary team today, we've got myself, Gemma Green. I'm alongside Kev James, and a little bit later you'll be hearing from Phil Green, and a new voice with a Sydney twang is Emily Horsted, who's joined us up on the gantry for today. A little more about her later on, as Bell's in and bowls her second ball. And again, that's very wide of the off stump. It's left alone, and I think Rose Dovey was in 2 minds then whether to call that a wide. She sort of walked towards the score box as if she was going to signal, and thought otherwise in the end.
You'll see that blue line if you're watching on the picture feed. That must have been dangerously close to that, especially with the ball swinging away
so
as
Bell
well.
swings it that way now. She might have got away with that. Well, she did get away with it anyway, but in the past that would have swung inside. But she's in again. Long strides, and this time there's she bowls a little bit straighter, still outside off stump, and Bryony Smith tries to pull that. It wasn't short enough to pull and doesn't get hold of it, and it loops up and falls in between Bex Tyson and Naomi Datani. First false shot of the innings.
She's had 2 matches so far in this year's competition, Bryony Smith, only 8 runs in total.
Yep, she's been in, out, shake it all about, and not the start to her season, but this time she drives, and again that's in the air, and that's a fantastic catch. It continues to not be Smith's season, as she is caught by a flying one-handed catch at point. Have to find out in the huddle who that was. I imagine it's Lindsay Smith at point, but they're currently in a huddle. We'll have to bring you that information in a minute, but yeah, that was a fantastic catch. Here we go. If you're seeing it on the replay now, I don't think you'll see the catch necessarily, but you'll see the ball just sliced. Yeah, you do. It's a one-handed absolute grab. It was Abby Norgrove. Fantastic catch. And that breaks another opening partnership for Surrey. I say they haven't managed to settle yet, but Paige Schofield, who has opened in every game for Surrey so far, is now coming to the crease effectively as an opener in the 4th ball of this innings.
Well, what a catch that was. Wow, you could keep watching that one, that's for sure.
And well done to the stream for picking that up, because yeah, brilliant.
Wow. So Bryony Smith's season, yes, yet to get going, and I always feel with Bryony Smith, we were talking about strike rates in the first innings, and actually Bryony Smith is the only one of the top order who's below 100, either this season or last year. Which is surprising, because she is quite a destructive player.
She has been over the years, yeah. Certainly, as Bell trots in, Paige Schofield on strike and defends this no run.
Yes, Paige Schofield is one of those that strikes above 100. She's striking at 160 this season, 132 runs so far for her in total. Last year, striking at just over 100 with 260 runs, averaging 26, a former Viper, of course.
Paige Schofield and her teammate today, ADR, who we possibly won't see later on, as Bell comes in, and that completes the over. It's not a bad start for Bell, and for Hampshire that's a wicket maiden. Surrey 0 for 1. Yeah, Paige Schofield with 28 and ADR with 24. Most sixes in this competition, and Rachel Hayhoe, the 50 over competition. So yeah, there you go. Some two big hitters in the Surrey camp.
That's for sure.
Certainly in terms of aerially.
Well, a good start for Hampshire, and it's going to be Daisy Gibb, the 20-year-old right arm seamer from the far end at the pavilion end as we look, and Surrey are 0 for 1 then, chasing down 273 for victory. There's going to be a slip in for Daisy Gibb, who has taken 1 wicket so far in this competition, but as I say, it's only Hampshire's 4th game, although the game at Warwickshire, oh, they did bowl in that actually game as well, didn't they? It was only the batting. Right, here she is, right arm over, and wrapped on the pad is Alice Monaghan. Well, she's destructive as well, Alice Monaghan, with the bat, isn't she? Probably one of the reasons why she's opening the batting.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say she's been pushed up the order since joining them, and had a few starts this season, a few 20s, 23 and a 22 in the first 2 games. But a chance to open today. Plenty of time.
For sure. Gibb in again, bowls, and again she's wrapped on the pad there, Monaghan. Daisy Gibb generally looks to angle the ball into the right-hander. I remember speaking to her 2 or 3 times actually, once last year, where she says she's trying to develop the ball that just shapes away, but generally her natural ball is one that just angles into the right-hander.
And that's why with Bell's remodelled action, it's a nice combination. You've got the big booming away swing now of Lauren Bell, and the sort of gentle in duckers from Gibb.
So Gibb in again, runs from just inside that 25-yard circle and bowls. Monaghan drives pleasantly up to mid-off, and there is no run. So Daisy Gibb's figures so far in this year's competition: had none for 56 in 10 overs against Essex here, conceded 50 and picked up 1 wicket in that no result game at Edgbaston, and 4 overs, none for 26 here against Durham. 0 for 1 Surrey. Here comes Daisy Gibb in again, and again Monaghan is wrapped on the pad, trying to work that away on the leg side.
Every ball you've said so far is just shaped in just enough to cramp Monaghan.
Four balls and 4 dots so far for Daisy Gibb. We'll take a look at the other games in a minute, actually, to keep you up to date with what's been happening in the other matches in the Tier 1 Metrobank 50 over Cup. Obviously all the first innings are completed. There's Gibbs running in again and bowls. Monaghan drives and finds Lindsay Smith at extra cover. So Somerset, who are top of the league, are playing Essex. Somerset finished with 268 for 9 off their 50 overs. Top scorer was Katie Jones, coming in the middle order. 79 she made. Here's Daisy Gibb again. Bowls. Monaghan cuts away, finds room, even though the ball followed her a little bit, and she's found the gap in the offside. She timed that nicely, and that's gone for 4 at the end of Daisy Gibb's over. First runs on the board for Surrey, 2 overs gone.
Yeah, good finish to the over that. Alice Monaghan looked like she was struggling a little bit with Gibbs' straighter balls that were angling in, but there was a little bit more width on offer then, and she took advantage of that. We've already got one of the Surrey subs on, doing a bit of maintenance on Paige Schofield's helmet, tightening the screws or whatever it is they do. And she's going to be facing Lauren Bell, who took a wicket maiden with her first over of the day. She's in. Bowl, Schofield leans back and caresses that to backward point. There's a bit of a misfield there from Norgrove. Allows them to come through for a single.
Warwickshire made 302 for 5 against the Blaze. Charis Pavely 128 not out. She's had a good couple of seasons, hasn't she, Charis Pavely? 98 from Katie George, formerly of this parish.
Absolutely. Formerly a bowler of this parish.
Yes.
Transformed into a batter.
You're right, her batting's got it's come on lots, hasn't it, in the last 2, 3, 4 seasons.
Berlin Monaghan on strike now. It's a shorter ball back of a length, and Monaghan defends that with no worries.
Durham made 290 for 8 against Yorkshire. Phoebe Turner coming in the low down in the middle order, 100 not out exactly. Bess Heath with 70. And in reply, Yorkshire are 9 for 2. That's Warwickshire are playing the Blaze, by the way.
So Bell bowls again back of a length, and Monaghan played back to that, just nipped away off the seam, beat the outside edge through to the keeper of Southby. What was the difference, and was it the batters, or what was the difference between Bell's 2 spells on Saturday? Because obviously she was 0 for, I don't know, 17,
0 for 18.
18, and then
or 4,
and then 5 for 4 in her second spell.
4.1. If I'm honest, it looked to me, she might say differently, although I did speak to her after the game. It looked to me as though she just took 2 or 3 overs to settle in. You know, it was all right first few overs, but Emma Marlowe and
Bell in fuller ball this time and driven, but only as far as Lindsay Smith in the covers.
Emma Marlowe and the other opening batter, the Talia Wilson, isn't it?
Yeah.
They played really nicely, to be fair to them, played really nicely up top. When she came back, she just bowled a bit straighter, a bit more disciplined. 1 or 2 iffy shots, if I'm honest, but that usually happens when you get a fifer. But she just looked as though she was more on it second spell.
Yeah, it was a brilliant comeback because Durham had a decent start, like you say, as this ball's line and length, and there's a big drive from Monaghan outside off stump, but it goes through to keeper Southby. I think we've already seen as many player misses as we did in the first innings.
Well, there's a bit of shape. Maitland Brown got a little bit of shape, we saw, didn't we, from this end? That's probably why Lauren Bell has switched ends, perhaps, because Maitland Brown seemed to be the only seamer that got a bit of shape in the air, but that last ball, Monaghan was quite a long way away from it with the front foot. The shape of the ball didn't help.
Bell's in again, and this time she bowls, and again it's outside off stump, left alone this time, but there's a lot of movement shaping away from the right-handed Monaghan, and that completes the over. Surrey 5 for 1 off 3. Yeah, Surrey used 30 overs of spin in their innings with the ball. I'd expect something similar from the Hampshire attack when these two are finished. We've got Lindsay Smith and AJ Wellington and Bex Tyson.
So we are approaching 2 in the afternoon here at the Utilita Bowl. It's Hampshire against Surrey, third against. Well, Surrey were top of the league. Actually, they're still top of the league.
I think they were on points. They lost to Somerset, but they haven't missed a game, have they?
That's right.
Yeah.
Here's Daisy Gear Bowles, and that's quietly pushed forward by Paige Schofield. She is a dangerous player if she gets going. Here's Paige, 30 years old now. Just didn't quite get the opportunities down here on the south coast in the women's regional competition as it was. The move to Surrey has been a good one for her as Gibb comes in and bowls, and Schofield again just pushes forward to a good length delivery.
Yeah, Phil just reminded me of the bonus point system in this competition. You get bonus points for winning emphatically, and Surrey have picked up 2 of those that Somerset haven't. So another reason why they're inched ahead of Somerset at the moment.
Yeah. Very noisy aircraft above us. There's Daisy Gibb, runs towards us again. Right arm over and bowls. Schofield drives up to mid-off. Doesn't pick the gap. Just going to have a look at the right up-to-date table. Has Surrey 1 point ahead of Somerset, that's right, yep. 3 wins from 4, Somerset 3 wins from 3. 14 points as opposed to 13 points. Hampshire 2 points behind on 11. Yorkshire with 10. Essex played 4 and have lost all 4. Schofield works that to backward a point. She's off the mark. Sorry, she's already picked up 1. That'll be her second. She's going to pick up 2. She's run the second one on the throw. Quite a big distance away down to the right. Quite big boundaries here.
Yeah, Essex, like you say, yet to pick up a win. They're in a very similar situation to Surrey here. They're chasing 269 and they're 6 for 1. So almost paralleling Surrey's position in the game.
Grace Scrivens, the wicket. Gibbon again. Running in quite nicely there. Schofield works that into the covers. Fielded by Amanda Jade Wellington. Bowled really nicely against Durham, did Wellington at the weekend. Kept a nice tight grip on things while she was bowling and allowed Lauren Bell to wreak havoc at the other end in her second spell. Seven for 1 Surrey, coming towards the end of the 4th over. Need another 266 from here as Gibbs in. Bowls, that's wide of off stump and that's called a wide. No angle in on that ball.
No.
Just stayed out there.
Did they say these white balls, they don't stay shiny for long, do they? Not like the red counterparts.
That's right. Got to make the most of it in the first couple of overs.
Yeah.
And then after that, and that's always been the case with white balls. I remember when they first came on the scene, and nobody really knew anything about white ball cricket, you know, with how the white ball would behave, but you very quickly worked out that if it swung for you or it did a little bit, make the most of it in the first couple of overs. Here's Daisy Gibb again. Schofield works it away down to fine leg, fielded by Freya Kemp, who made 37 in that Hampshire total.
They've tried a few things, haven't they, in with the white ball to make it a little bit more bowler friendly, as in this competition, as in many 50 over competitions, each umpire will have a ball, so there'll be 1 ball from each end, which means obviously the ball can only ever get a maximum of 25 overs in age. But in the men's or the ODIs at the minute, they're trying something else, aren't they, Kev? Where you can pick a ball at a certain stage in the innings. Have you heard that? The one that's a similar, you know, they bring the box of balls out and you can replace it, but you know, one of a similar age. I'm not quite sure on the regs of that, but they do try and do these things to level the playing field. As Bell's in, bowls driven straight to Lindsay Smith in short extra cover for no run.
Okay, no, I haven't. No.
Yeah, I haven't quite got to grips on that, which is why I'm floundering a little bit. But there's something to do with the captain choosing a ball at about 35 overs or something. Paige Schofield on strike, both batters on 4. This Bell comes in and a short one, and that's pulled straight, not a very convincing shot, but it does go over Amanda Jade Wellington, who's at mid-off and goes to the boundary for 4.
Interesting shot, wasn't it?
Yeah, just flat batted. Obviously we're in the first power play here, so there's only 2 fielders outside the ring, so there is nobody, as you'd sort of expect off Bell, there's nobody on the ropes in this phase in front of square. So as soon as she gets it over that infield, she's in safe territory. Bell in, bowls, and a fuller ball down leg side. There's a little appeal for caught behind, but Rose Dovey signals a wide. Often those appeals are just to stop it being a wide, isn't it? To say it hit something, it might have been the pad, but it's not a wide umps. But Rose Dovey was not fooled.
No. She's pretty confident with that.
She's seen that trick before, not having any of it.
Yeah.
That is often the job of a keeper, to make the bowler look better. This time it's down leg side, and Paige Schofield tries to pull that, but it wraps her on the pads and dribbles down to short fine leg. Southby does the fielding.
It looks like the shape that Lauren Bell had in the first couple of overs, that's also disappeared now.
Yeah.
It doesn't last long, those white balls. They do not last long.
We've already seen from Bell variation of length. You know, normally your opening bowlers will try and hit that line and length, but she's banged it in short, she's floated it up full. So we've already seen a lot of variation. That's a length ball outside off stump, driven up to Wellington at mid-off and no run.
Yes, only mentioned earlier, only her second professional fifer for Lauren Bell on Saturday, playing her first game. I don't know if the England players, I think this is probably their second and final game, is it?
I wouldn't be surprised. I've not heard anything officially. There's games over the bank holiday weekend. So we'll have to see as Bell comes in and bowls full, and again driven to Lindsay Smith, who's very vibrant in that extra cover region.
Well, they're not too far away from the New Zealand series, are they? 10th of May, and the 1st of May I think is on Friday. And you're right, the next round of games are on Saturday at the weekend, so could be an interesting one whether they're available.
Might see as Bell comes in, and Schofield works that away on the leg side. It's well timed and it's a huge area out there, and there's a chase on, but it gets to the boundary. That's really well timed from Schofield. It's similar to how we saw in the start of the other innings, where the fielder chased it all the way, had a lot of ground to cover, and did everything she could, but it was just out of reach in the end. 4 runs to Schofield.
Yeah, the shape has gone for Lauren Bell at the moment, as it has seemingly for Daisy Gibb. So literally it lasted about 4 overs in total. So Surrey are 18 for 1.
Here we go. I've got the answer on the white ball.
Oh, right, okay.
The new regulation from Richard Isaacs, who's listening in. Scoring today with Caroline Green. He says in the new regulation, which I think is in the men's, is 2 balls for the first 34 overs, so as you have one from each end.
Yeah.
And then the fielding captain gets to choose which one to bowl for the rest of the innings.
It's worked down to fine leg by Alice Monaghan. Freya Kemp way down to our left. So 34 overs. Who decided 34? Another one of these where you don't know.
Someone's making these decisions.
I mean, why not 35 or 30? 34 seems a bit odd. So go on. So is that the full?
So yeah, 2 balls for the first 34 overs, 1 from each end, I'm assuming, and then at that stage the captain looks at both and picks one to complete the innings with.
And that's starting this year?
I think it's already started.
Oh, is it? Oh.
In some form of cricket. If it's ODIs.
Tries to cut that one. Monaghan misses.
Well, I don't know if it's an ECB thing or an ODI, but yeah, there you go. They're trying.
Yeah.
Trying to help you bowlers out.
Well, more things to think about, really, isn't it? It's just more
admin.
More complications in the mix, isn't it, really? I mean, I personally can't keep up with it all.
Well, Phil was telling us today there's 86 changes to the laws that come into effect on the 1st of October.
And he's read all of them.
Yeah. So, yep. That's your winter reading, because it doesn't come into effect till the 1st of October. So you've got all winter to, if you're an English domestic fan, all winter to worry about that.
Yeah, so we don't need to think about it this summer, that's for sure. Gibbs in, bowls to Monaghan. Monaghan works that to square leg, and there's no run. Gemma Green's going to take a break, and Phil Green coming in alongside me, or is she going to wait till the end of the over? There's a bit of indecision here on my right. And though they've decided that Phil Green is coming in, he's desperate to get in, is Phil. Always keen, our Phil, when he gets his headphones on properly. There you go.
Hi, Kev.
Hello. Daisy Gibb in. Cut and a miss again. A little bit of extra bounce on that occasion to Alice Monaghan.
I heard you just talking about the new laws. I'm not going to go through them all, but I'll tell you one that I found really interesting.
Is there actually an interesting law?
It's all relative.
Is it really an interesting
Well,
law?
different things interest different people, don't they? Let's put it that way. But there's, like I was saying earlier, laws are normally brought in, or the strange ones, because something happens. I'll come back to that in a minute.
Keeping again, no slip for and out. She bowls, and that's worked to backward a point. It's fielded by Abby Norgrove.
So in a lot of junior cricket, where they play on artificial wickets, etc., they use spring-back stumps. So sets of stumps. And in a junior game, somewhere in England last year, batter hit it hard back, hit the stumps at the bowler's end. No one had touched it. Rebounded the whole way and bowled him at his end, which under the laws of cricket is out, because no fielder has actually intervened.
Okay. Gibbs in. Where's this going? Good length ball to Monaghan. She plays it back to the bowler. Gibbs completed 3 overs, none for 10. Surrey at 20 for 1, chasing 273 for victory.
So they've now brought the law in that in that instance, if the ball rebounds off the stumps at the bowler's end and bowls you, it's not out. So that's a really interesting one.
Wow.
Yeah, apparently it happened in a junior game. So
Well, I think we can all sleep easier now, Phil, knowing that that's not going to happen again.
yeah. But the other 82 changes are nothing like as interesting as
Really? Really?
Well, there's one that affects the 3-day or the multi-day game, where I think that's been quite well publicised, where if a wicket falls in the last scheduled over, currently they come off at that point, but if the wicket falls in the last scheduled over the day now, the batter has to come out. Anyway, back to this game. Lauren Bell coming in from our end, and that's a nice drive from Schofield, but well fielded by skipper Titani at mid-off, diving to her right. Saves any run, so Surrey starting a bit tentatively here, 20 for 1. Into the 7th over. Lauren Bell so far 3 overs, 1 for 10. Doing a good job for Hampshire again. She comes in now, it's full again and driven again. Oh, nearly a catch for Lindsay Smith, extra cover. She was at full stretch. It was about shoulder height and she was at full stretch moving to her right, but couldn't hang on to it. It was very well struck by Schofield, but certainly by Lindsay Smith standards, that's a chance.
Well, I must admit, when I saw it going to her, I thought that's out.
But she juggled it a little bit, but couldn't hold on. Bell in again. And this one, Schofield, I saw what she was doing. She sort of made room for herself, and Bell followed her, and the ball, she just ended up playing it out on the onside. Looked like she was making room, stepping away.
Trying to manufacture an angle.
Yeah. Yeah, they've already sort of, Surrey look to be thinking they've got to try something a bit different, and make something happen here. It's a long way to go though. Bell in again, familiar hop in the middle of her run. Schofield cuts this one and gets good contact on this, but it's going to go straight to third. Just be 1 run. So the throw comes in over Rihanna Southby's head, but backed up by Bouchier. That's 1 more to Schofield, takes her to 13. Surrey 21 for 1.
Yeah, Monaghan hasn't quite got going yet, she's 6 from 17. Batted,
struggling a little bit.
She was down at 8 for the last game against Somerset.
Yeah, they've shuffled around their order a bit this year. As Gemma was saying, this one's defended onto the offside. As Gemma was saying, they haven't really found a settled opening pair yet. Trying Monaghan and Smith as a combination today, but that hasn't worked.
I suppose now Danny White-Hodge deciding, or I think it was decided for her to bat middle order.
I think it's England's request, isn't it, that she bats in that position.
So she's not doing it at this level. Hell of a player to be coming in at 6.
Yeah. Bell in again. This one's just defended by Monaghan on the offside. Yeah, I think with the centrally contracted players, so that's the end of the over, it's Surrey 21 for 1. With the centrally contracted players, England are very much in control and can say, we want her to bat in these situations and whatever.
Okay.
They have the say, don't they? And I guess Surrey are happy to oblige, because that means that she can play for them.
Well, it's clearly working at the moment.
Yeah.
It's already got 100 to her name and another substantial innings of almost 100, 96 and 124, her two notable knocks to date, so it's clearly working.
Yeah.
She's to come.
I'm guessing that's the position that she's going to be batting for England.
Yeah.
So otherwise, it doesn't seem any point in doing it, really.
So 7 overs gone. Surrey need another 252 from here. As Gibb comes in and bowls. Nice drive from Schofield, and it's pierced the field on the offside, just going for 4. It's a nice shot, well struck.
Yeah, that's a textbook off drive by Schofield.
She moves on to 13. Actually, she'll move on to 17, I think. The scoreboard's showing 21. I think it'll be 25 in a moment, or any moment. There we go.
Taking a while to catch up.
So 248 Surrey need from here. The run rate required is just under 6. That's a wide. 26 for 1 now, Surrey. Yes, they've got plenty of batting here. Alice Davis and Richards, Keira Chatley, White Hodge, we just mentioned, Kalia Moore, and Jemima Spence as well. Of course, mustn't forget her coming in at the expense of Alice Capsey, who's ill. Not playing this one. Gibb just started a run up and then decided that she would abort.
And no Sophia Dunkley either. She's missed the last 2 games now, hasn't she? For Surrey.
Yeah, it's a useful looking batting lineup when you think there's 1 or 2 of the players not playing. Ellie Cranston for one of those, she's just coming back from injury. There's an edge drive that goes quickly down to 3rd, where it's fielded by Ella McCacken, who made 44 today, first wicket down with a score on 98. That was in the 23rd over.
Yeah, Dunkley's been named in the World Cup squad, but not in the ODI squad. And they said it was to manage for game management. But I don't know if that's the reason she's not playing now, or whether that's through injury.
Got a layer of hazy cloud above us. It was beautiful blue sky up until about an hour or so ago, but the blue skies are way to our right. That's towards the New Forest as we look. There'll be a wide outside the off stump once more. And we've got hazy cloud above us, although the sun is still managing to get through somehow.
Yeah, it's quite a high cloud, isn't it?
But yeah, beautiful blue sky away to our right. There's a definite line between the hazy cloud and the blue beyond. 28 for 1. Keeps just taking her time. Start of this next one. On to Alice Monaghan. Comes in again and bowls. Monaghan drives and almost pierced mid-off. They will take a single. Bex Tyson does well there, actually. She took a couple of really good catches on Saturday at mid-on. Yeah. And I said at the time, without being totally unkind to her, catching has never been one of the best in the side, but she held on to 2 really good catches, and I think there's definite signs of improvement in her fielding all round, and she did really well there as well. 29 for 1.
Yeah, as she plays more, and obviously trains more. They obviously train their fielding a lot. She's going to improve, isn't she?
She's another one that's been to Australia during the winter as Gibbs bowls, and that's a great diving stop from Lindsay Smith. Both batters have come about a 1/3 of the way down, and for good measure she recovers and throws the stumps down at the keeper's end, but the batters have managed to get back. Excellent. Notably Paige Schofield. Excellent
piece of fielding. So it's to Lindsay Smith's left side, which suggests you're not going to take a run to her strong side, but excellent piece of fielding.
Score stays on 29 for 1. It's an interesting phase of the game, this, because if Surrey get a bit of a foothold and start putting together some partnerships up top, then it really will put pressure on the Hampshire total of 272. It does feel a little light with this Surrey batting lineup. Schofield guides that to point. Good fielding, Abby Norgrove, who's taken an absolutely superb catch there, the Bryony Smith in the first over. Cut one of, well, it was an edge of drive really, but it was in the air and it went quickly, and Abby Norgrove, full stretch mid-air, clung onto it with her right hand.
I think I'm right in saying as well, Abby Norgrove now averages over 200 in this competition this year.
Well, she was not out again, wasn't she?
Yeah, she's only been out once, and I think she scored just over 200 runs, or around about 200 runs anyway.
A run of ball 81 not out for her in the Hampshire innings as Gibb bowls, and that's a drive, and that's past the diving Lindsay Smith, and that has pierced the field.
That's a replica of the shot she played earlier in the over.
That's a good looking shot off the front foot, and that takes Surrey to 33 for 1 after 8.
So Daisy Gibb suffering a bit there for having to bowl those 2 extra balls and because of the wides in the last one. She paid the penalty. Yeah, I think it's an interestingly poised situation. Duckworth Lewis at the moment is saying 43, so Surrey is just off the pace. Obviously not looking at the Duckworth Lewis because we think this rain's imminent. It's just a good indicator. We're going to have Lindsay Smith coming on at the hotel end, replacing Lauren Bell. So Lauren Bell's just bowled 4 overs. Lindsay Smith coming on in the power play, which she's very accustomed to doing. She's going to have for Monaghan, she's got a ring of 4 on the offside, saving 1. She's got mid on, mid wicket, fine leg, short fine leg, and then deep square and deep mid wicket on the leg side, 2 boundary riders. Smith in again, well, not again, for the first time, left arm round. That's driven just wide of extra cover. Mid-off has to move to her left, so there's a chance for Monaghan to come through for a single, which she takes. She's up to 8, Surrey up to 34. Smith in, and that's driven by Schofield, but it's straight down to extra cover, sorry, mid-off, which is Joe Bollington.
She's right back in the England fold now, Lindsay Smith, isn't she?
Very much so, in all formats. This one's just pushed on the leg side for no run. Yes, she's become as automatic a choice as you can be. Set up. Smith again, this one's driven. This one is not going to get through again. It's fielded by Wellington moving to her left, but they're going to get a single.
Second most wickets for England in the 50 over World Cup back last October. She picked up 12. Only Sophie Eccleston was 16. Had more in the England camp.
And again, this one's driven. Almost gone through. That's a total misfield at extra cover. This looked like a straightforward push to cover, and it's gone through, and they're going to come back for 2 runs as AJ Wellington tidies up. It's just gone through Monaghan at extra cover. I don't know if there was a bobble or something. It just looked like one. Sure, it just went straight past her. So 2. So Surrey up to 37 for 1. Yeah, we were saying earlier about the sorry, Smith in again. This one's just driven to cover, no run. The inclusion of 3 left-arm spinners in the World Cup squad, but Tilly, Courtney, Courtine Coleman and Eccleston are fairly similar type bowlers, whereas Lindsay Smith, although she's a left-arm spinner, is a very different type of bowler, offers something different with that sort of flatter trajectory and bowls a bit stump to stump rather than trying to turn it a lot. So at the end of the 9th over, Surrey are 37 for 1. Chasing this Hampshire score of 272, and we're going to have another change. Yeah, a spin from both ends.
Yeah, Daisy Gibb got a little untidy there, didn't she? Towards the end of that spell.
Last over, yeah.
4 overs for 22.
Sprayed a couple outside the off stump for wides and a couple of boundaries through the offside in the last over.
So we've got 2 left-arm spinners operating. Bex Tyson is on. She's bowling to Paige Schofield then. 37 for 1. Here's Tyson with the last over before the power play ends, and that's heaved away on the leg side by Schofield.
Yeah, left-arm spinners seems to be the sort of trending thing in women's cricket at the moment. There's a lot of them around the county circuit. A lot of good left-arm spinners. Far more than there are off spinners, I think, off the top of my head.
Tyson bowls. That's driven out into the covers by Monaghan. 13 matches Rebecca Tyson played in this competition last year. Picked up 13 wickets. Had a strike rate of 1 every 48 balls. This year her 4 wickets have come 1 every 37 balls, so slightly better. That's swept away nicely. Fielded at deep back of square leg by Freya Kemp.
Freya Kemp committed to the slide very early then, didn't she? She was sort of on the ground for about 20, when the ball was still 20 yards from her.
You need to be still sliding, don't you? Otherwise, if you stop on the spot and the ball's past you. Trying to find an angle there is Schofield, can't. Ball goes out towards extra cover. 39 for 1 Surrey, need another 234 from here. And that they will need to score at fractionally under 6 and over from here on in. Doesn't feel a lot. It's worked to deep mid-wicket by Schofield. She moves on to 25. They're scoring at a fraction over 4 and over in the innings, so it's not a very big jump from just over 4 to just under 6.
No, it's they certainly won't be worried at this stage.
No.
The run rate.
Tyson bowls full. Monaghan works that out into the covers.
Particularly as we were saying with the batting they've got to come. Sort of powerhouse 4, 5, 6, 7, isn't it?
That's for sure. So that's the end of the 10th over. That's the power play completed. They have 40 for 1. Hampshire, after 10 overs, were 42 without loss.
So again, not a lot of difference. And again, this sort of situation as this game sort of we've had 60 overs in this match now, and it's sort of all gone at the same sort of pace all the way through. And I think it's a situation where both sides would be relatively happy right at the minute. Couldn't really say anyone's on top right now. It's a well balanced game. It's going to be Lindsay Smith again, and as we noticed on Saturday, Lauren Bell is very involved in the field placing here and talking to the bowler, so we're assuming she's the vice captain in this side. She certainly has a lot of input, which is you'd expect from an England international. Smith round the wicket to Schofield, who hits it straight to Lauren Bell. We were talking about her mid-on, and she fields. So Schofield looking a lot of intent there, but didn't really middle it. Smith in again, as always, pretty straight, and Schofield can only get it to extra cover where there's no run. Change of field now, or change of personnel, I think, more than change of field. Tatani is coming onto the offside, swapping with Daisy Gibb. This one's just defended into the onside, mid-wicket, no run. So a good tight over from Lindsay Smith, as we've come to expect. Throws that one up a little bit more outside off stump, and it's driven through the offside, but there's protection out there on the cover boundary, and they're going to come back for 2. Boundaries are a bit longer today than sometimes we see, so there's a lot of 2s. Balls that would often be 1s on other days. But that was 2 to Schofield. She moves up 27, ticking along nicely. 27 off 34. Smith in again. 5th ball of this over. That one's turned away on the leg side. It's just going to be 1 this time. It's Freya Kemp fields from deep square. Gets to the ball very quickly. Doesn't take many strides from Freya Kemp, and she's there, isn't she?
That's why she's on the boundary, isn't she? Generally, not your quickest fielders out there.
Smith. That one's driven to extra cover by Monaghan, but she can't pierce the field. That's the end of another over from Smith. As always, gets through it very quickly. The Surrey are 43 for 1 from 11.
Phil, staying on, just before I go off, I must read this email out from Stephen Nye, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. You almost certainly don't remember, but I wrote to you a couple of years ago from Luxembourg about how much I enjoy online match coverage. It's on the BBC Sport website and app, as well as the Hampshire picture feed. As I haven't been able to see a live Hampshire match for a fair while. Indeed, as I mentioned, I think you were playing in the last match I watched in Bournemouth. That is a long time ago. Anyway, I'm flying over tomorrow to stay at the Utilita to rectify this situation this weekend. That's right, the men taking on Glamorgan starting Friday. As well as attending the match, I'm going to join my cousins as Tyson comes in. That's worked on the onside by Schofield for a single, 44 for 1. I'm going to join my cousins on Saturday for part of a sponsored walk that they're doing from Dean Park, Bournemouth to the Utilita Bowl. And he sent me a link to Humphrey's fundraiser for the National Brain Appeal. Looking forward to a fine weekend. Good luck with that.
Indeed.
Here's Tyson. I'll do this over and then we'll bring in Gemma Green. That's a good tight line to Monaghan, who's taking a time here. 11 from 28 deliveries. Tyson in again around the wicket, bowls from that pavilion end. Oh, it's hit up in the air. This could be caught. Oh, she couldn't quite get there this time. Maybe Norgrove again. She's flung out that right arm, which saw her do wonderful things to get Bryony Smith out, but this time in a more looping possible catch. Couldn't quite get there in time.
It's just always going away from her, I think. Yeah, I think Stephen will find it, Dean Park, a bit different to when he was there, when he saw you playing there, because I don't think it's a cricket ground anymore, is it?
Oh, I don't know.
No,
I have
sure
no
if it
idea.
is. I think
Played behind square on the leg side, no run.
I'm not sure it is actually. I know this. I know it was owned by it's owned by Bournemouth University now, but I don't know if
They sold it to a school.
did they?
Yeah, I think there was a school. I know it was a school that got involved. I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, I mean, oh God, I haven't heard anything about that ground for years.
Yeah.
Wrapped on the pad there, Schofield, trying to work that into the gap, square on the leg side.
It was a famous ground in terms of Hampshire history, because I think both county championships were won at Dean Park.
Ooh, right, okay.
Certainly the first one was in '61.
Schofield again gets wrapped on the pad, trying to whip that away on the leg side. Right, 45 for 1 after 12 overs. Phil Green staying on. Gemma Green will join him.
Thanks, Kev. Yeah, so there is some cloud, as Kev was saying, but it's still very bright here. A very distinctive line to our right, which distinguishes the blue sky from the white sky. I think that line's just about over Eastleigh, probably. Hi, Jem.
Hello, getting very meteorological. You know what I mean.
I was trying to work out where Eastleigh was exactly, to be honest. I think it's somewhere over there.
I heard you talk about blue bits and white bits.
Yeah, very technical.
Know all the terms.
Technical stuff. So it's Lindsay Smith continuing from this hotel end. It's coming round the wicket, and that's cut away by Monaghan. Out to the fielder at point. So, yeah, do you think this is sort of following a similar pattern to the Hampshire innings? Like, they've lost a wicket, but tempo-wise, the whole game's been the same sort of tempo, isn't it? Through 60 overs now, 60 plus overs. Smith in again round the wicket, again straight and sort of flat, slightly round arm, and what we come to expect from Lindsay Smith, really, just accurate, straight bowling. That one's driven back to her. No run again. So she just gets through the over so quickly as well. Now sending Lauren Bell back to long on for the second half of this over. Into Schofield. He steps away, makes room and cuts, and he's going to get a single as it was wide enough of the extra cover fielder. And they scurry through for a run. Monaghan back on strike. She needs to up her run rate a little bit here. 13 off 30. But there's plenty of time, as we're saying. Smith in again. Monaghan cuts away on the other side. She's going to get runs here. It's behind square. Tyson is after it and will field, but they will come back for 2. So just chop that away. Fine of the backward point. 2 runs to Monaghan, taking her up to 15. Smith going to come in to complete her third over. There's a drive down the ground, and it's out. Good take from Amanda J. Wellington at mid-off. So Monaghan trying to, with the shackles almost, gone over the top, but she didn't quite clear Amanda J. Wellington, who was on the ring at mid-off. Took the catch at sort of shoulder height, moving to her right. And that's the second Surrey wicket. Alice Monaghan caught by AJ Wellington, bowled Lindsay Smith for 15.
Yeah, that was a good catch because she's on the ring. It was just coming sort of shoulder height, whether you're going to go fingers up or get your arms high behind it. And she took it well, just above her right shoulder. Second breakthrough for Hampshire.
We're looking for the replay here, but I don't think we're going to get one.
Well, we can tell you it was a good catch. If you
Yeah.
didn't catch it on there, hit hard and flat, fairly flat.
Yeah, she's trying to go over the top
Yeah.
at mid-off, but didn't quite get enough elevation on it.
Alice Davidson-Richards is coming to the crease. She was the highest run scorer for Surrey in this competition last year with 595 runs.
Just seeing the we're seeing the shot replay. We haven't actually seen the catch. It's not on the camera, but yeah, just as she hit it, she knew she hadn't cleared it. I think Monaghan. So yeah, Alice Davidson-Richards, the commentator's nightmare in many ways. Not as a person, just for her name. We tend to call her ADR. Ease.
And she's going to be at the other end now as Schofield is on strike for Bex Tyson. And she sweeps that behind square. That's well timed and will find the ropes for 4.
Yeah, Schofield's looking in good nick here from Surrey point of view.
I actually watched a bit of the stream. I wasn't at the game, but when Surrey played Yorkshire and Schofield got 89, and I just tuned in to, it was almost like a highlights package for Paige Schofield towards the end of her knock, and she looked in really good touch.
Yeah, she does score a good rate when she gets going.
Tyson in again round the wicket, and this time she's got that through past the bowler, driven straight back past Tyson, and that's another 4 for Schofield.
Yeah, Tyson looks a bit disappointed with herself that she didn't stop that actually. It was sort of straight at her but went under her.
See that on the replay, and yeah, it just went completely past her right boot. Certainly at this standard that's within reach for these bowlers. She's coming around. Oh, this time there's a bit of turn and bounce, and took Paige Schofield by surprise.
It's taken all of us by surprise, I think, because I haven't seen much like happen today like that.
No,
That's a classic left-arm delivery, turn and bounce.
it is, and yeah, definitely got big. Paige Schofield's fairly tall, but it got big on her, and Southby did well to get up and take that.
And take the bails off quickly as
Yep.
well.
She's in, and there's a bigger appeal this time for LBW, but umpire Gabby Brown not interested.
Yeah, that was a flatter and straighter delivery, but what the delivery before has done in the umpire's mind is that the ball's turning, and then that sort of might influence. I'm not saying it was out anyway, but it does influence your decision a little bit.
And again, it's driven back to Tyson, who does stop it this time, not cleanly, but it is a dot ball. So we've had 2 4s off the first ball of this over, and then 3 really good balls from Tyson as she comes in for her final. And this time Schofield's got away with something there. She's stepped back to play that on the offside, and I think she's got a inside edge down to fine leg, comes back for 2.
One of those shots that has all kinds of descriptors, isn't it?
Yeah.
French cut, Chinese drive, I've heard them all called, but basically it's an inside edge past the stumps. So yeah, productive over for Surrey, 10 from that. All to Schofield, who's moved on to 40 quite quickly. And ADR is now going to be facing her first delivery. It's going to come from Lindsay Smith. It's got these 2 fielders on the offside fairly close to each other, sort of extra cover and a straighter extra cover. I don't quite know how to describe those 2, and a mid-off as well, so it's well protected for this drive through the offside. Smith in, Richards hits it into that area, doesn't get it past the first of the extra covers. No run. And again, back foot this time, but this time she's just chopped out on the offside. Bowling to her field well, because that one's gone to that cover area again.
Yeah, Lindsay Smith is. I'm still in the zone of lumping together. I'll let you do this ball.
It's off the back foot this time. It's cut away by Richards. She's off the mark. Single out to cover boundary.
Yeah, we're only a season and a little smidge into this county 50 over competition, so I'm still in the habit of lumping all the 50 over together. And if you take into account the Rachel Hayhoe Flint, Lindsay Smith's most economical bowler of anyone.
She's in again now. And this one's driven down the ground by Schofield. It's going to be a single down to Lauren Bell in front of us. Yep.
Over all the years she's played in it, which is all of the years it's been going since 2020, she's gone at 3.68. And do you know who's in second place?
I'll come back to you on that one. This one's driven to mid-off. That's another dot ball, which is going to increase her economy rate, or better her economy rate. Who's in second place over all those years? I'm going to say Eccleston.
No.
Give me a clue. Right, Smith around the wicket to ADR, who gets into position early and just plays a little paddle sweep, which is only going to get a single. It's Kemp Fields from deep square. That concludes that over from Smith, and Surrey is 62 for 2.
It's someone who's I've always described as the mirror image of Lindsay Smith. Similar stature, right arm, gets drift. Retired.
Charlotte Taylor.
Charlotte Taylor.
Second best economy rate of
Our
anyone.
very own 3.71 of any bowler to have bowled over 1,000 deliveries in 50 over cricket in the last 6 years.
Well, yeah, there we go.
And I say 2 similar styles.
Yeah.
Just mirror image.
And the guru of pad colours, as we found out earlier on.
Okay, Bex Tyson's going to continue. ADR on strike. She's in past Gabby Brown. Bowls a full ball on leg stump, and ADR works that just behind square on the leg side. They come through for a single.
So yeah, that's a good stat for Charlotte Taylor.
Bex in again. Bex Tyson. Good ball defended back to her, no run. Hampshire could really do with not letting Schofield spend too much longer at the crease. She's got to 40 in, well, 41 in sort of no time really. She's on strike now and sweeps well. There is a fielder down there. Freya Kemp does the work, keeps that down to a single.
Mind you, they won't be particularly looking forward to Chatley, Boyer, Hodge and Spence coming in. It's the next 3, but you've got to start somewhere. You've got to work your way through them. Yeah, that's right.
Tyson in, and ADR gives herself a bit of room, steps back to play that on the offside, but play a miss into the gloves of Rihanna Southby, who missed out today with the runs on a deck where most of her teammates were getting in and getting starts. She's got a first baller, so we're looking to play her part with the gloves as that's driven back past the bowler for no run.
Interested at Freya Kemp, as per Saturday. I know you weren't here, Jen, but she's going from one side of the ground to the other between overs, so she's deep square leg now, and she'll be deep square leg for the next over probably. More
flighted delivery and pushed up to long on as ADR comes through for a single.
So she's getting her yards in. She's already set off as the over ends.
Well, they monitor, don't they, that with the England players?
So long run over to the other side.
I guess if she doesn't get them in now, she has to go for a run at the end of the game.
But she did this on Saturday. She was fielding in opposite corners of the ground between the overs, and she's doing exactly that now. It's partly to do with yards, but it's more likely that they want a good fielder at deep back square leg, and she's the pick of it.
I've played with a lot of club players that have moaned at me for sending them fine leg to fine leg.
Yeah, they probably don't get there quite as quickly as she does. Holds up the game a bit more. Smith going to carry on from this end, bowling round the wicket to Davis and Richards. That one's just hit to mid-off. She's changed the field now. The cover boundary fielder has gone back. They had 3 in there, closed on the offside in the cover area, but just 2 now, and 1 back. Smith in again, left arm round. That's driven by Alice Davis and Richards, but no real conviction. Down to mid-on to Lauren Bell, no run. So Smith, as always, very tidy, 1 for 14 in her 5th over. That one's driven out to the deep cover for a single. Davis and Richards up to 5. Another very dangerous player, of course, if she gets in. quite a daunting looking Surrey batting lineup, but then Hampshire have got a very good bowling attack, which makes this a good game. Good game for the spectator. Smith, that's just driven down the ground by Schofield, content to pick up singles at the moment. It's another one, takes her to 43. Smith ready again, always rushing through. This one's played off the back foot. And there's always a bit of hesitation between the batters there. Tiny fielded it, but it escaped her grasp and ran away from her a few yards. They hesitated, but they did eventually come through for the single, which takes Schofield back on strike. Davison reaches up to 6. Surrey 68 for 2. Smith in again, and that was just defended by Schofield. Back down the wicket. Smith completes another over. She's halfway through her spell now, or halfway through her allocated overs. 5 overs, 1 for 17.
I always feel relaxed when Lindsay Smith's bowling, as a neutral fan of Hampshire. You just feel like, nothing's going to happen this over. I mean, she might get a wicket, but in terms of the runs, I mean,
you're in control.
You just feel, she's in control. It's like, just get rid of this over and then sort of breathe.
Chalk another over up.
Yeah, just breathe a little bit.
Well, you have to breathe the end because you haven't got time to breathe in the middle of it. It's that quick.
So Tyson to continue. Left arm spin from both ends has been the way for the last few overs. And she's in, and ADR again gives herself room and carves that in front of square on the offside. McCacken is about 10 yards off the boundary. It is a big boundary out there, so she's saving 2 by being 10 yards off.
It's that phase of the game which you get in 50 over cricket a lot to me, where at the moment both teams are quite happy with what's happening. Surrey are happy to be picking up singles. Hampshire seem happy to give them singles.
Yeah.
And it's like...
That was another one then.
Everyone's happy.
Like you say, the whole pace of the game's been like that. There's been no explosion. There's been no period of runs really drying up. No. It's just been...
the whole game's ticked along, isn't it?
It's just ambled. With, like you say, both sides sort of happy. No side on top ever, really. Again, ADR gives herself room, and a similar shot to before. Carves that out on the offside to Ellen McCacken. Keeps that down to a single. So three singles off Tyson's over so far.
The DLS, I know I referred to it a lot, shows that Surrey a little bit behind at the moment.
She comes in and bowls, and that's back of a length, and that's pulled it skied, and that's right down the throat of Maya Bouchier, I believe. So, this shorter ball, back of a length, enticed Schofield into a big shot there, and she didn't quite get hold of it as much as she would have hoped, and it was a fairly straightforward catch in the end. It's
quite a big boundary out there, isn't it? And on some grounds that would have actually cleared the boundary, some of the boundaries that we see, but that one's quite a long boundary out there, and it was taken about 5 yards in off the line by Bouchier. I think she got hold of it fairly well, but didn't get anything like the elevation that it needed.
One of my bugbears these days is how often commentators say how good a fielder is, because they're all really good. They have a safe pair of hands and things like that, because genuinely the standard of the fielding in the men's and women's game now is so good, but Maya Bouchier is one of those cream of the cream, and you see it going straight up to Bouchier, and
you're fairly confident from a Hampshire point of view. So I was just talking about the Duckworth-Lewis. That's now shot up to 109. Surrey on 71 for 3. So that would suggest that Hampshire are very much on top here right now. But of course, that Duckworth-Lewis doesn't take into account the relative strength of the batting to come. We've got Jemima Spence in now at 5. She's come into the side today instead of Alice Capsey, and she's come into this situation for Surrey where there's just a little bit of pressure on them.
She's only played in the games that Surrey have won. In the first 3, she didn't play in that loss against Somerset. She started the season with a 79 against Warwickshire, as she sees her first ball off, just pushing that into mid-wicket for no run. suspects it again, and a reverse tickle, and she didn't get hold of that. It's gone straight up in the air, not that high, and landed safely in the gloves of Rihanna Southby. So a little bit of innovation there from Jemima Spence, trying to take the game by the scruff of the neck, but did not execute.
Just the second ball she's faced
well,
as well.
yeah.
See again, she's...
Oh, she tried to scoop.
Yeah.
We've seen there. It was more of a scoop than a reverse sweep, and yeah, just.
I think she actually hit it into a helmet.
Which would be dead ball, wouldn't it?
Not in the professional game.
Not in the professional game.
No, in the
okay.
recreational game it would be.
Oh, I can't keep up with it.
I think she certainly into her shoulder or helmet it went off, didn't it? But yeah. So I'm going to hand over now to Kev.
The new batter, number 20, Kira Chapman.
And a new commentator's going to come on.
That's right, yes, double change here. And I will get her to introduce herself. I think we'll know instantly where she's from. Well, certainly the country. But Emily, welcome, Emily Horsted. So explain where you're from and why you're here.
I am from Sydney, Australia, and I am over here on my gap year playing cricket for Hursley Park.
As an overseas player?
Yes, as the overseas player.
Hursley Park Ladies, which is just outside of Winchester. We haven't talked about the game on Sunday, their opening game in the National South Premier League, because I was told not to mention it too much.
Yes, no, it was a game we'd like to forget, but that's all right. New game on Sunday.
That's for sure. Right, we'll chat for a while as Amanda Jade Wellington, who you'll know, as that's cut away by Alice Davidson-Richards for a single out to deep cover. So 72 for 4. So you're over here as an overseas player. Is this the first time? It's not your first time you've been in England, though, is it?
No, not my first time. Over in 2023 for a cricket tour. So I've played a bit of cricket over here, but haven't done any bowling because when I came over, I had a stress fracture. Well, was recovering from a stress fracture. So
Right.
New experience of bowling whilst I'm over here.
Right, okay. So you're from Melbourne.
Sydney.
Sorry, Sydney. I'll get that right. Well, it's not in Australian terms. They're not too far apart, are they? As that's edged. Oh, it's called a first slip. And there's another wicket, and it's Kira Chatley that's gone for no score. And Surrey here are just falling apart a little bit. They were 71 for 2. They are now 72 for 5. That's Maya Boucher in at first slip with her second catch. And well, what a good little spell it's been for Hampshire. So, so what do you do? What's your role in cricket?
I am a all-rounder at the moment, mostly a bowler at the moment, bowling pace, but do love a bat as well and happy to bat anywhere in the order.
Are you? I take it, you know, your ultimate aim in the game is to go on and go further.
Look, just to go as far as I can. Don't really have a goal in terms of where to play. Just play as long as I have fun and be competitive.
So, what's the club that you play at the moment?
At the moment at home, I'm playing for Gordon District Premier Cricket Club in the New South Wales Premier competition.
Right. And have you played representative cricket underage and all?
Yes, so growing up, I was all part of the New South Wales Pathways. So I've done the New South Wales Pathways, and I've also played for the New South Wales Schools team in under 12s and under 19s ages.
Right, okay. So you'll know Maitland Brown?
I haven't played with her, but I have played against her, yes. Played against her in the latest, my latest season at home.
Right, how did you do?
I actually got her out.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Oh, look at you. How did it go? Okay, well, we're waiting for the next batter, and that's Danny White-Hodge, formerly of this parish. How did you get her out?
Bowled.
Right, did you?
Yes.
Was it one that sort of pitched and nipped away or nipped back? Or?
No, it was just straight ball, middle stump.
And she missed a straight ball?
She tried to ramp and missed it completely.
Did she? Oh, that's great stuff. Well, and of course Georgia Adams was out there, New South Wales.
Yes, also played against her. She was playing for Manly, so I played against her in our last round game of the season.
Uh-huh.
She did well that game. I think she got a 50.
Okay.
But we did win.
Good. But you didn't get her out?
No, I didn't.
No, not on this occasion. Right, so sorry, I need a bit of a recovery here as Amanda J. Wellington bowls to Danny White-Hodge. It's on the leg side, it's turned away. Maya Boucher is after it, so too is Bex Tyson, and what's that? Is that off a leg by? I think it is, yeah. So this is a dangerous partnership. I know Hampshire have had a good little spell here in the last over or two, but Danny White-Hodge and Alice Davison-Richards, from a Hampshire point of view, you don't want these two hanging around until nearly the end, because that will still signal a Surrey victory, I'm sure, even though they need another 200 from here. But it's got a little tougher, this chase, as it's played out to point, Abbey Norgrove Field, so 73 for 5. So you're playing for Hursley Park in the National Premier South. So what are you hoping to get out of this summer here?
Look, playing on England pitches is very different to playing on Australian pitches. So looking forward to just challenging myself with a bit of different cricket. And obviously making new friends and having new experiences as well. Yeah,
that's for sure. That's what it's all about, that's for sure. Wellington Bowls, that's driven by Davison Richards, out to Lindsay Smith at extra cover. I know you've said, we chatted before the game started. This is going to be quite quick actually, because Amanda J. Wellington doesn't take too long between balls. This is the last ball of her first over, and that's played into the ground by Alice Davison-Richards, who was trying to give herself maybe a little bit too much room at the end of that over. So 19 overs have gone, which means 31 overs remain. Surrey at 73 for 5 need exactly 200 from here, and that run rate that they've been scoring at has just dropped a fraction, as you would expect, after 3 quick wickets. Paige Schofield, Jemima Spence and Kira Chatley. So in your previous visits you said that you played sort of around England a little bit. What grounds have you been playing on?
We played at lots of different schools. I was lucky enough to play at Millfield, which is obviously a massive school.
Yes.
Massive sporting school.
Yeah.
So that was cool, and we've played in Bath and Manchester, so a few club grounds around there. But yeah, it was a great experience.
Right. It's up in Manchester as well, yeah. So yes. A vast area you've covered already.
Yes, yeah.
And you'll find with that National Premier South,
bit of drive.
You'll be doing a lot of travelling in that as well. Bex Tyson continues from the pavilion end, and that's cut away by White-Hodge. So he's off the mark. She's going to take 2 actually, down to deep square. She'll have to hurry. Stumps are broken. Shout for a run out, but it feels like she's home, and umpire Rose Dovey keeps her finger down. 75 for 5 are Surrey at the start of the 20th over. So Emily Horsted over here playing for Hursley Park. And are there other things that you're looking to do sort of away from cricket while you're over here? Is there somewhere you think, I want to see Buckingham Palace, or I want to do something like... No.
Not in England exactly. I'm definitely looking to travel Europe.
Okay.
Obviously it's a big plane ticket to have to buy from Australia to Europe, make the most of that ticket. For
sure. Tyson to White-Hodge. Pulls that away on the leg side, and that's going through square, and that's going for 4 despite the dive of Freya Kemp. Desperate drive there. A little bit short there from Bex Tyson. White-Hodge moves on to 6, and it's 79 for 5. So you want to do a bit in Europe. Anywhere particular?
I've actually got a trip to Croatia planned at the moment, so very excited to go there. I'm going with 2 of my best friends, so that should be fun.
So you've got a few other Aussie friends over doing the same as you, or?
One of my friends is actually doing the boarding school gap year program, so she's working in a boarding school there.
Okay. That's played out into the covers by White-Hodge. Boarding school, what, here or in Europe?
Here, she's in Aldro.
Where?
Aldro, I think it's just west of Guildford.
Is it? Right, okay. Oh gosh, that's a new place to me. Right, that's played out on the offside, and there is no run. Aldro, I'll have to look that up. I've never heard of that.
I'm pretty sure it's Aldro.
Yeah, you'll probably know. Listen, I've no doubt. I'm not saying I know every place on Earth or even in England, but that's a new place to me. But I'm sure that's right. Here comes Bex Tyson again round the wicket bowls. White-Hodge uses her feet, just turns that away square on the leg side for another single. 80 for 5 then. Surrey coming towards the end of the 20th over. Right, Aldro. Quickly look this up. So it's near Guildford anyway?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's not too far away.
No, it's quite close to me, which is lucky.
Yeah. Aldro School, yeah. Godalming, yep, got you. Here comes Tyson again. Flight, oh, it's way outside off stump. Got that slightly wrong. It's called a wide. 81 for 5. So what have you made of this game? Because you've been sat quietly. I know you've walked around the ground a little bit. Is this your first visit to the Utilita?
It is, yes. I've never been to this ground before, so new ground ticked off.
Yeah. Tyson again, bowls, gives herself a little bit of room. She's bowled. She's given herself too much room. And Alice Davison-Richards goes here for 9, and Surrey.
They're in a bit of trouble
They're
here.
They're in a sorry state now. They are 81 for 6. Tyson always keeps it tight, as does Lindsay Smith. Left arm spinners coming into the right-hander, just trying to cramp them up for style. And Davis-Richards just giving herself a little too much room, trying to hit it a little too square.
9 off 20, so I think she was trying to make some runs happen for herself there, try and get the run rate up, but too innovative in the end.
I mean, look where she's finished there.
Almost outside the wide line there.
Yeah, that's a little bit too much, to be honest, but not take anything away from the bowling. The bowling's been good, but what the bowling has done is, and we mentioned earlier about the strike rates of these Surrey players. If they really do get into the game, they really do punish the bowling, but the bowling's been accurate. They haven't really let Surrey sort of get away at any stage.
No, definitely not. The run rate is only at 4 at the moment, so below the required run rate.
So what got you into cricket?
I've been playing cricket since I was very young. My dad loved and still loves cricket. Never played at a high level, but has been playing all his life, so got me straight into cricket basically. My younger brother plays as well, so a bit of a cricketing family.
Okay. Are they at the same club in Sydney as altogether?
No, so my brother actually plays for Manly,
Right,
which is one of my old clubs.
Oh,
Yes.
one of your old clubs.
One of my old clubs.
Okay. Amanda J. Wellington starts a new over with her leg spin. And White Hodge pushes forward. So Maitland Brown is the new batter. I know you'll be watching her intently.
Yes, the Australian. She's had some bowling well for Surrey at the moment. Went for a few today, but got 2 key wickets.
Yeah, likes a short ball. It's trying to sweep, and that's gone very fine. I'm not sure what that's missed, and I don't think keeper Rhiannon Southby or Amanda J. Wellington were quite sure what that's hit or how that's missed the stumps. What's he going to be signalled? There's a little bat on that. There's a little
Signalled
deflection.
runs, yeah.
Yeah. The finest of deflections off the edge of Wyatt Hodge's bat. So, yeah, well, you've watched Maitland Brown bowl quite a bit, wouldn't you, in Australia and that? Yeah, she clearly likes the short ball.
Yes, she does. Last few seasons she has actually been a bit injured.
Okay.
So she's come back in the last few seasons and been bowling well.
Yeah.
Especially this last season for New South Wales. She bowled quite well, got a few wickets.
Yeah, and as I mentioned earlier, a couple of years ago, she was what was the Southern Viper, who used to play here in the regional competition before it changed to the county system last year. That's cut away by Wyatt Hodge. There'll be a couple of runs down towards deep backward a point. In fact, the ball's rolling away, and it's rolled all the way over the rope for 4. And again, that's Danny Wyatt Hodge's area. Around that point, backward a point area. I think the players should know that. I'm sure they do. That's always been a high scoring area for her. She moves on to 13 from just 10 deliveries, 87 for 6. Yeah, she played here as a Viper and also for Southern Brave, 100 franchise a couple of years ago. Amanda J. Wellington in again. Sweep from Wyatt Hodge, and that's past a diving Rebecca Tyson, and that should be 4 more. And it is. Both outside or both behind square on the offside and now behind square on the leg side brings Wyatt Hodge back-to-back boundaries. 91 for 6. So your family got you into cricket, and clearly you obviously enjoy the game.
Yes, very much so. Been playing for a while now, so got to love the game of cricket
For sure.
to play for a long time. It's a long game.
For sure. Now at the end of this over, we're going to get you to do commentary next over, okay? So I just thought I'd give you ample preparation. That's cut away by Wyatt Hodge into the deep, away to our left towards the tunnel area here at the Utilita Bowl. Right, so we've had 21 overs of the Surrey reply. From here they need 181. They need to score at just over 6 and over from here. And Wyatt Hodge is 18. And Maitland Brown is yet to face. And Surrey have been rocked by those 4 quick wickets. They've gone from 71 for 2 to, well, they went to 81 for 6, now they're 92 for 6. And Emily Horsted, for the first time, is going to commentate on the next over.
Maitland Brown will be facing her. Oh no, was that a single off the last ball of the over? So never mind. Wyatt Hodge is back on strike after finishing last over well. Tyson's going to come in again for her 7th over. As Danny White just gives herself a bit of time. Tyson coming on in. Full ball played off the back foot to point for no run.
You'll have seen Danny White Hodge bat a bit for England?
Yes, I
over the
have,
years?
yeah. She's played in the WBBL in Australia as well, so watched a few games of that.
Of course.
Tyson comes in again. Another full ball, White using her feet for no run to mid-off.
So which Sydney side do you support for
Sydney Sixers,
your Sixers?
which is Maitland Brown's team as well, so...
Ah, right, okay.
Tyson in for a 3rd ball of the over. Full ball mistimed to mid-on. That's 3 dots in a row for this over.
So I'm having a mental block. The other Sydney side are
Sydney Thunder.
Sydney Thunder, of course. So
Green.
That's right, yeah, of course. So you don't like them because they're green?
No, we don't like them because they're, as it's played off the back foot, pulled to backwards, deep backward square for 1 run.
So why are you a Sixer and not a Thunder?
I am in the area that a Sydney Sixer fan is supposed to be in.
Oh, right, okay. So they're clearly defined areas in Sydney?
Not clearly defined, but
Well,
yes.
Okay.
You basically get your Sydney Sixers fans, the Northern Beaches type area, and then you get more to the west as your Sydney Thunder fans.
Okay.
As Tyson comes in for her 5th ball. Played to mid-on for no run. Brown's 1st ball of her innings, rather.
Is there quite a lot of rivalry then?
Oh yes.
Is there?
Yeah, you've got the Sydney Derby. It was always a big game for both the BBL and WBBL. Maitland Brown plays off the back foot through mid-wicket for 1 run.
94 for 6, 22 out of 2. I'll do this over and then we'll have a double change. So commentate on the next over as well. Good stuff. Considering you haven't done it before. I didn't realise there was that intense rivalry.
Well, you've always got to have an intense rivalry when there's 2 clubs from the same area.
Is it the same in Melbourne, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. There's always a big spectacle when you have the Melbourne Derby and the Sydney Derby.
Yeah. Okay.
Amanda Jade Wellington is going to come in for her 3rd over. Maitland Brown's on strike after the single off the last ball of the previous over. Still got the slip in for Maitland Brown as she's only just starting her innings. As Wellington comes in. Full ball, Maitland Brown uses her feet back to the bowler for no run.
So you've watched Maitland Brown bat. What sort of batter is she? How's she going to approach this, do you think?
She is usually a batter who can hit a big ball, but obviously as Wellington comes in, defended for no run. As they've lost a few wickets, she'll probably try and get herself back in, but she's a player who can definitely pick up the run rate if needed, so don't think they'll be too worried with these 2 batters in there at the moment with the run rate. She uses her feet to mid-off for no run.
She's 28 years old, so she's been around a little while, isn't it? You know,
Yes, yeah.
time for people to get to know how she plays.
Been part of Australian squads before as well, so as Wellington comes in, played off the back foot to deep cover for 1 run.
Yeah, she needs to play a big innings or certainly support Danny White Hodge here, doesn't she? She needs to be in
Yes,
for
she
a while.
definitely will.
178 from here seems a tall order when you're 6 down.
It does. Only 1 run off the over so far as well. Wellington comes in. Played off the back foot to deep cover again for 1 run.
Well, we mentioned earlier how Danny White's started this competition pretty well this season. 124 in the first game against Warwickshire and 96 in the 3rd game against Durham.
Surrey will need some more of those runs from her if they're going to chase down this target. Wellington comes in for her last ball. it's played to mid-off for no run. And it is 96 for 6, or as we would say in Australia, 6 for 96.
I was wondering when you would get to that. Listen, well done you. That's your first stint. That's a quick stint from Emily. Well done.
Thank you.
Emily Horsted. She'll be back on. We're going to give her 20 minutes rest to go and have a lie down after that. And then she'll be back on in about 20 minutes' time. Gemma Green is back alongside me. First time she's ever done that.
Yeah, brilliant.
Pretty
And
good,
she
isn't it?
actually signed off perfectly there, because I'm not going to steal his thunder, but when she said the Australian way of saying it, 6 for 96, our other player from Australia up here was just explaining to us why Australia do it wrong, the wrong way round.
Right.
And I'm not going to steal his thunder because I know Phil Green is dying to get that out, but stay tuned to find out why Australia do it wrong.
Do you know what? I think there was an article about that a few weeks ago.
Oh no, Phil's going to tell
No,
me.
I'm not going to
Phil.
say. I'm not going to say
No.
what it is, because I'll be honest with you, I read it and I've forgotten.
Big drum roll for Phil now when he comes
Yeah.
on. No, Matilda, who's let's say another Hersley player over from Australia at the minute, she enlightened us. So
Right.
yeah, Emily did brilliantly by signing off with the 6 for 96. As
Brilliant,
if she
yeah.
knew.
She's made her mark already. We've got a bowling change at the far end. It's going to be Naomi Tatani with her left arm seamers. She's around the wicket to Danny White-Hodge, who's on 20 from that pavilion end. That's short and it's pulled away. Helped on the leg side. More like. Down to Maya Boucher, who's taken a couple of catches, which has helped Surrey descend from 71 for 2. Now 97 for 6. It's been not a great 20 minutes or so for them.
No, it's a good skill set from Boucher. She's taken one in the deep and then one at slip. You normally sort of stick to one or the other of those sort of positions.
But she's an all-rounder.
She's fantastic in the field.
Right.
And the captain's done well to put her where the catches have gone.
So at 78 in the Hampshire innings as well. She's vying to be player of the match, as that's turned away on the leg side by Brown. Moves on to 3. Boucher again in the action as she comes off the boundary rope. 98 for 6. Vying with Abby Norgrove for player of the match so far. Norgrove making 81 from 81 balls. She was 81 not out, and then that stunning one-handed diving catch to get rid of Bryony Smith in the first over. So we're into the 24th over, slowly getting towards the halfway mark where they'll have a little break for drinks. White just touches that away and gets a single behind square on the offside. Danny White-Hodge knows how to keep that scoreboard ticking along, even in the worst difficult of circumstances.
Absolutely, yeah, really good passage of play by the Hampshire spinners. The opening seam attack, 33 for 1 off the first 8 overs, and then spinners have picked up the next 5.
Just played on the leg side by Maitland Brown. Interesting little insight as well, wasn't it, from Emily? Just a fellow New South Wales player.
And if you couldn't tell she was Australian from her accent, you can from the fact that we're all here in a t-shirt in what I deem a lovely April day, and she's in the thickest, woolliest jumper that I'd be sweating in December in.
Yeah, but we know what it's like up here, don't we? Whereas Emily's still to find out. That's tucked away. Where's Maitland Brown going? No, says Danny White, and I don't blame her. It's gone straight to mid-wicket. Maitland Brown was off. Cool. I think that would have stuffed Danny White-Hodge out of sight there. That was Daisy Gibbon quickly. Straight at her. That was shades of Emily Windsor. Stuffing Maddie Villiers out on Saturday. Similar, but that was on the offside.
We were bigging up this Surrey batting lineup, and rightly so on paper, but Hampshire have made a huge breakthrough. Danny White-Hodge very much needs to be the linchpin of this chase now.
It's turned away behind square on the leg side. Diving Freya Kemp does really well. I thought that was going to beat her.
I thought she went too early then.
So did I. Luckily, I think because the ground is, when the sun's out and it's quite lush, you do get that sliding effect. And I think just as well for Freya Kemp, she did get a bit of a slide.
And she's got a longer reach than average as well. But yeah, she did well.
End of the over, and Surrey are 101 for 6 now, 24 gone.
Tani's just marshalling her troops, and it looks like Lauren Bell is going to replace at this end. I'm just thinking, yeah, she's taken off a layer. So the end that she opened up from this morning, she bowled
Lauren Bell.
She bowled 4 overs from this end this morning. And she's going to return now.
It's an interesting move. Why do you think that is?
Not sure.
Trying to get Danny White-Hodge, trying to give themselves the best chance to get her out.
Could be, but I just think when you've got a bit of rhythm going, but we'll find out. Certainly two players that will know each other well, played a lot of cricket together in England colours and against each other in domestic. As Bell is in bowls and quite a floaty delivery that what White-Hodge sort of prods stroke leaves that outside the off stump. Delete where appropriate.
Opened the faces probably a little bit too much there. Stayed inside the line, didn't she? Trying that favourite area of hers, just behind square.
Yep.
Gets her so many runs.
Yeah, she's on 22 off 20 at the moment. Change of field already, just after 1 ball.
I think that's a good move.
Bringing in Bouchier to gully.
Yeah, just reinforce that area behind square on the offside. As long as Lauren Bell bowls the right line.
Take that option out because she's got Bouchier at gully now, and then there's a fielder also, a very wide third man there, so not really a scoring option unless you can get it super fine between the keeper and gully. But there's also a point in front of that, so yeah, like you say, stock up that area. A favourite of hers as Bell's in, bowls, and well, she did get an edge through the keeper and gully. I don't think she meant it, but she will come back for 2.
Great bit of fielding up the top end of the ground there. Gosh, I thought that was going for 4. Is that Daisy Gibb up there?
I think it is.
I'm guessing a little bit actually. How's those bins of yours?
Well, not man enough for the other side of the pitch.
It is a long way.
Bell in, White-Hodge again on strike. Bowls straighter delivery and he's tried to tuck that onto the leg side, got a leading edge and trickled out to the offside where Lindsay Smith was quick in, but the batters were equally quick between the pegs.
Yeah, I'm not sure Maitland Brown was quick initially. She was once she got going, but it's like she was a little bit surprised initially, but she trusted Danny White-Hodge's call.
Well, she's on strike now to Lauren Bell. Field changes again for the new batter. That gully's taken out and she drives nicely up to Datani at mid-off and no run.
Well, we heard from Emily saying that Maitland Brown can certainly play her part with the bat. She can support Danny White-Hodge. This could be a partnership that Hampshire may need to watch a little bit here. They may feel as though they break on the back of the Surrey order, and they have, but still a bit of work to do.
Absolutely, as Bell's in again and defended with a high elbow from Maitland Brown, very textbook. I heard you talking at the weekend, Kev, to Becky Blake about the old coaching manual, and you were talking about the pull shot, I think, and reminded me of those old MCC big hefty manuals with the sketched drawings. Do you remember those?
Yes, I do.
The pencil sketches of the batters in all orthodox positions.
This is how it should be done.
Yeah. In and Bosnat's worked away onto the leg side. Come through for 1 as Freya Kemp does the fielding. You think now everything's online and all this. I used to cart that round with me when it was a massive ring binder. And each time you learnt a new section on your coaching course, you got the next pack of, pages to insert. And it was a huge thing to lump around. We're at the halfway stage here, so all the players and umpires are taking drinks. It's 105 for 6 off 25. So if you double that and add 30, that's 240, and that's not enough. So
Right. Which one out of you two was closest to
Not
your?
me.
Was Phil nearest with his?
2 out, yeah.
So if you go on Phil's,
We've got to wait till the 30 over mark.
oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm going to have to find a new system.
You are going to have to work out something else. I'm just while we wait for the players to reconvene, we'll do a couple of things. We'll have a look at the other scores in today's round of the Metrobank One Day Cup, and also I'm just looking at Maitland Brown's batting record in List A cricket. New South Wales, where she's played the predominant amount of games, she averages 20 with a top score of 46 not out from 42 matches. So 20 is pretty decent. She averages 23 so far for Surrey in the 4 games that she's played. So, you know, clearly somebody that, if she's batting with somebody at the other end of Danny White-Hodges' calibre, then, yeah, clearly it could be a dangerous partnership indeed. So let's have a look at the other scores then. We've got, first of all, Essex replying to Somerset's total of 268 for 9. Essex, the bottom team at the moment, yet to win a game, are 105 for 4 in the 24th over. Jodie Grucock is 46 not out there, so Essex need another 164 from just under 27 overs. So a bit of work to do there, but not impossible. Somerset just behind Surrey, who sit top in the table. Somerset currently sit second. So I do one more and you do the other one. Gemma, how does that sound? The Blaze are 21 overs into their reply to Warwickshire's 302 for 5. The Blaze are 78 for 1. Only in the 22nd over, as I say. Marie Kelly is 36 not out. Catherine Bryce is 27 not out. The Blaze need 225 from just under 29 overs, and you can do the other one.
Does that leave me Durham and Yorkshire?
It does.
It does. So Durham batted first. After a bit of a collapse, they managed to get to a very decent score of 290 for 8, mainly down to 100 not out from Phoebe Turner and 70 from Bess Heath. In reply, Yorkshire are currently 142 for 3 at exactly the halfway stage. Jess Jonathan, who got 100 last week, is 73 not out of 76. And she's batting with Netherlands' Ster Callis, who's 34 not out.
Yeah, so they need, what's the calculation?
They need 149 from 25 overs. 7 wickets in hand.
Yeah, that's that looks a good game as well, doesn't it? So there's runs around today, as you'd expect with the weather that there has been. I'm just looking up Jess Johansson actually. Jonathan. So she's Brisbane, plays for Brisbane Heat in the WBBL. Clearly a good signing this year, clearly in form. Right, okay, we are just about to get back underway. So 168 are needed by Surrey here. They have 4 wickets left. Danny White-Hodge 25 not out. Maitland Brown is 6, and Naomi Datani is about to bowl her second over, with the first over going for 5. Just a reminder, Surrey were 71 for 2 at one stage, and then 4 quick wickets fell, and they found themselves 81 for 6. So a bit of a rebuilding job going on between these two at the moment. It needs to be a lot more, as that's played to mid-wicket by Maitland Brown, and there's no run.
Yeah, Datani's bowled. She's taken a couple of wickets in 2 games and 1 wicket in the other game, but they've been quite important wickets. She's broken partnerships at crucial times. And although this, as a partnership, hasn't really got going yet, a breakthrough now would definitely stand Hampshire in good stead.
It would, yeah. Comes in to time, tried to pull that away on the leg side, misses. Goes through to Rihanna Southby. Yes, just a reminder that these two sides met 3 times in this competition last year, including the semi-final in the rain. Hampshire won 2 of them, including that semi-final. Surrey won the 1 game that they played on their own turf. That was a rain-affected game at Guildford.
At Woodbridge Road.
At Woodbridge Road, yes. Small boundary square. As Tatani bowls, it's played out into the covers, fielded by Lindsay Smith.
I have played at that ground.
Have you?
It is small. I remember a ball being hit into a petrol station.
That's right, there is a petrol station along there. Is it the Guildford Road or something it's called? It runs. There's a high netting, which really isn't high enough, because it's such a small boundary square. But it's a nice, lovely ground. And you're right, yes, I imagine the petrol station gets a few balls a season.
Bit of custom.
Yeah. Pulled away by Maitland Brown, out to Boucher, deep square leg for a single. She moves on to 7.
I think though, if you were the fielder that had to chase the ball and run across the road and go into the garage, while you're there you might buy yourself a drink or an ice cream while you're picking up the ball. Reward yourself.
It's a busy road as well, that one, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Sometimes it can take a while getting across. Because I think from memory the petrol station, yeah, it is on the other side of the road, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
White Hodge is 25 from 22 to face the next delivery from Tatani, who's round the wicket with their left arm seamers, and Hodge just works it away. She's a real master at just keeping the scoreboard ticking along. There's no crisis when Danny White Hodge is batting. Just keeps that scoreboard ticking along, and before you know it, you look up at the ball and she's got 26.
She's soon to be a mum.
Oh, is she?
Yes.
Oh.
In the next month, I believe. So, yeah, we've got that to look forward to. World Cup to look forward to.
Lovely.
Good summer ahead.
Tatani to Maitland Brown. Works that up to mid-wicket. That's the end of Tatani's second over, none for 7. Surrey are 107 for 6, needing another 166. From here they need just a fractionally under 7 and over, so Hampshire have been able to push that up a little bit. She's 34 now, is Danny White Hodge. I think she got married, what, a couple of years ago?
A couple of years ago, yeah, and I think there was an article on the BBC about, saying, does she dare to dream? And she was talking about, like, none of the players like to think too far ahead, but, she would love to hold the World Cup trophy in one hand and a newborn baby in the other. That would be the perfect ending to her summer.
She's done a few T20 World Cups, hasn't she?
It's
over
her
the
8th
years?
World Cup of all formats, yeah. Yeah, serious campaigner.
Been a good player for a number of years. They got a good chance this year, do you think, England?
You've got the home advantage. I mean, on paper, England should have done better over the last few years, many times over. Bell's in, and that's tucked away onto the offside. Smith whips it in, but they come through for a quick single. Yeah, it's the England women's squad's funny because they just have seemed to underachieve the last few years, and have obviously had huge scrutiny in the press and critics and what have you, and change of management and all these things. But I think they've got a good chance. I mean, Australia are still going to be strong. India are going to be strong, the usual contenders. But yeah, with that home advantage, as we know by the men in 2019, anything can happen. As Bell's in at slightly back of a length, pulled to leg. Oh, there's a bit of a misfield there from Freya Kemp. They allows them to come back for 2. Score moves on to 110 for 6. Did Bell come back this early the other day against Durham for her?
Yeah, it wasn't too long.
Was it not?
'Cause obviously the Durham innings didn't last too long.
Well, that's true. Yeah, silly question. As Bell's in a more floated delivery, driven out into extra cover.
Durham innings
No
lasted just over 36 overs.
Okay.
And they were none down coming towards the end of the power play.
I think I just felt like you, as the spinners were doing such a good job, and it must be a plan to
Yeah.
White Hodge, I guess. But yeah, I didn't see the need to change. But she's in now, again a floated delivery up to Maitland Brown, fielded in the leg side in the ring for no run.
Yeah, maybe they feel that she can just manoeuvre the spinners around a little bit. I mean, to be fair, Danny White Hodge can play against pace, she can play against spin, but maybe they've just decided on this occasion to put up their best bowler.
We were saying behind point is sort of a strength of hers, but she also is a good slog sweeper of the ball. So maybe trying to mitigate that as Bell's in, and this time she bangs one in short, and Brown manages to get on top of that, keep the ball down, and it goes to Freya Kemp, and they come back for 2.
So we're going to have a change at the end of this over. Emily Horsted, our resident, well, I say resident Australian, she's been here for the first time, and I'm already saying resident Australian, alongside Gemma Green. Teammates together.
We are. She, in fact, I'll let her tell you about the very first ball I faced of the season. When I say faced, I was keeping wicket to Emily bowling. We'll talk about that in a minute as Bell comes in and eased onto the leg side. There's no run there. Hampshire 112 for 6. Danny White Hodge 27 for 24. off 24. And Maitland Brown is 11 off 24. Hi, Emily.
Hey.
Hi.
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good. My shoulder's recovering.
Oh, that's good.
So
I
yeah,
did
we
leave a bit of a bruise there.
We had a pre-season tournament down in La Manga, southern Spain, and my first touch of a ball in any cricket of the season was the first ball. I kept wicket to Emily, who ran in, charged in, and got my gloves nowhere near it really. Hit me on the shoulder, and it was a nice shiner. So
Yeah, it was. I didn't realise I'd hit you until a few days later you showed me the bruise.
yeah, that was my welcome to the season. Absolutely. As Datani's coming in, bowls round the wicket, and that's nudged into the offside for 1 run. Yeah, first time I'd seen you bowl, first time I'd kept to you, and yeah, thank you very much.
No worries, just wanted to be memorable.
And I was just saying how you had a massive woolly jumper on, so you must be feeling the cold as an Australian, but that's gone now.
That is gone.
Yeah.
I've gone a bit hot, but no, the weather has been a big change. It's been quite cold.
No, it hasn't. No, it hasn't. Not by standards here. As that's in, and full wide of off stump, driven up to wide mid-off. They'll come through for a single, so ticking this along a minute. They're getting that run rate. It was, it's just a fraction above 7 and over required now. So what are your thoughts on the situation here?
Well, the run rate required has gone up in the recent overs, but if these two can stick it out, we know they can both accelerate quite quickly. So I think it's just about them batting for as long as they can now.
And there's another single, so exactly as you say, they're ticking it along. It's 3 singles off the first 3 balls of Tatani's over. So yeah, they're not panicking yet. Nothing, like you say, the run rate's creeping up very slowly, but if they both manage to get a stable base, get themselves set, which Danny White-Hodge on 29, you'd think probably is feeling that about now. Yeah, there's no reason why on this surface, which doesn't look too threatening, Hampshire are going to have to bowl really well to dismiss someone of Danny White-Hodge's quality. Too many long names in this. I'm getting tired now. Tani's in bowl, back of a length pulled out to Maya Boucher, who takes it on 1 bounce. Throw comes in. It's just another single. So you're going to do some commentary again next over?
Yes, happy to
Excellent.
do some. I was just going to say, Danny White-Hodge's run rate, strike rate, is over 100, so she's actually going on okay, but we'll need to still even increase that to get the target of 273.
Yeah, it's a really difficult situation to be in, isn't it, as a batter, because you've got to increase the run rate. You know, that's kind of the obvious task as Datani comes in. Pushed onto the offside. They'll come for 1, come back for 2. That's good running, as there's a little misfield by McCacken. So yeah, that's stating the obvious, but at the same time also stating the obvious. They haven't got wickets in hand to play with. You know, it's
bit of a tricky
they
situation.
can't take those same chances that they could if they were 1 or 2 down. So this is always the trickiest part of a batsman's job, really, when they've got to up the run rate whilst maintaining their place at the crease. Tani's in, and again drops short, and White-Hodge manages to tuck that round the corner. Freya Kemp's down there. They just keep it down to a single. So a really good over for Surrey. 7 off it, 5 singles and a 2. That's the 7 they need. So they're on song for that over at least. Surrey, 119 for 6 off 28. In pursuit of 273.
Both very experienced cricketers at the crease, so sure they will be chatting to each other about what needs to be done and looking at the run rate required and how many overs they have left. So I'm not sure they would be stressing, or the dugout would be stressing just yet.
Do you like a big chat in the middle?
I don't mind
Are
one.
you I bet you're the chatter.
I'm happy. I'd like to say I'm pretty calm in the middle, so I'd like to. Don't mind having a bit of a chat. Take your head out of the game, or put it in. Either way, whatever
you need to do.
Whatever you need to do, exactly.
Okay, I'll let you take this over.
Spell's coming in again for her 7th over. Short ball, wide, left for no run. been quite a good deck. Ball's been getting through nicely. We've seen quite a few short balls this game, as we saw that one again from Bell.
Is that something you look to do? I mean, if you don't mind me saying, you're not the tallest fast bowler I've ever seen.
I'm definitely not.
We know you've got pace, because my shoulder can vouch for that. But yeah, is it something that is out of the question at your pace, or do you just need the right wicket?
No, just definitely need the right wicket. I can produce one if the wicket's right, as Bell comes in again. Fuller and just played defensively back to the bowler for no run. No, on the right wicket, I can definitely produce a shorter ball. Still working on it to get it as consistent as I would like, but not out of the question. Surprisingly, considering my height, as you said.
I said it as politely as I could.
It's true, I'm afraid. Bell coming in again for a third of the over. Bit Fuller played to deep cover for 1 run.
Well, I wouldn't advise it doing it on many English club grounds. I mean, there's some mighty fine club wickets out there. There's some very good grounds and some very good grounds, but generally on the club circuit, most bowlers would struggle to get a ball going up round the batsman's chin. So might not be perfect season for you to perfect that.
Nice and full from Bell as it's driven to mid-on for no run.
Maybe when you get back to Oz.
Back to Australia.
Yeah, keep working on that.
Work on the slower ball for the English season. I definitely saw the low bounce of the English club grounds on the weekend, as the wicket was a bit uneven, as Bell comes in for a 5th. Another short ball played well by Maitland-Brown, out to deep square leg for 1 run.
And you've come over when we've had an exceptionally good April in terms of weather. So the wickets, again, I'm talking about the club wickets here, where you don't have professional groundsmen. They're not usually as prepared and as good as they are this season. A couple of years ago, the whole Hampshire League had to move back a few weeks because grounds in general just couldn't cope with the rain. So yeah, you've come at the best time.
Bell comes in for a last. Defended back to the bowler by White Hodge for no run. And that's the end of Bell's over, as Surrey are 121 for 6. 6 for 121. Sounds a lot better, I've got to say.
Oh, it sounds wrong.
No, that sounds so much better. Goes smoother off the tongue.
You think?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, since I've said Phil's going to explain it, he hasn't actually been on air, so I guess there's some people will know why it's the wrong way around.
Do you know, I actually don't know.
Well, you'll have to stay tuned then.
I'm actually quite excited for Phil to come on and tell me.
So you don't know why you say it wrong?
I don't know why I say it right, no.
Tatani in again. She's going to bowl round the wicket. And there's a bit of a slog there from Maitland-Brown, from Bouchier, who's been in every position I can think of in the field this innings. Taking a catch at slip, taking a catch in the deep. She's been patrolling in the ring.
Yeah, she really has been everywhere. Best way to field, I reckon. Get a bit of every position. Make sure you're always in the game.
Absolutely, and Tatani's just pushing her ring field back a touch as she comes in for her second ball. Danny White-Hodge on strike. And that's caressed into backward point.
Very well run there.
Yeah, the running's been really good all day from both sides.
Yes, both sides have taken their singles very nicely.
And they've turned ones into twos, with Kevin Mee going, oh, but that's probably thinking if we had to run that second run, whereas these athletes get in very comfortably.
I think their running has been very, very good between the wickets today from both teams.
Tatani in bowls, good length ball, driven to Lindsay Smith, extra cover, there's no run there. Is a beautiful. We've got a few more in now. I don't know if that's a post-work thing, post-school maybe. There's a few more in now. Enjoying what could be a cracking game if these two develop a partnership. As Tatani's in, bowls, tucks Maitland-Brown up, and she manages to work that onto the leg side for no run.
Sun's still shining, bit of wind around, but pretty good weather for a game of cricket.
Absolutely. Is it ever too hot for you in Sydney to play?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, you don't you struggle with it?
If it goes to 40 degrees, we are not allowed to play in certain age groups. You have to go off for a set period until the
Okay.
weather cools down.
Zitani in, bowls, back of a length, pulled, leg side, Freya Kemp's out there, should keep that down to just a single, and does. So there's that kind of a governed rule.
Yes,
So-
yeah. I don't think I've ever had to stop play, but I've definitely been in situations where it's been so hot that we've been sent off for showers. So got straight under the cold shower and then gone
Yep.
back out to field and dried up almost immediately.
Yep. Zitani to White Hodge, who's on 34, and that's down the leg side, will be cooler wide. Yeah, my only experience of playing any sport in what I deem excessive heat, it was up near around 40, I think it was late 30s. In Sri Lanka a few months ago, I decided to play paddle at midday, paddle
Ooh.
tennis with a few friends, and we only play for an hour. Paddle's quite often an hour and a half, and I mean, I'm not the fittest anyway, but there was sometimes I was getting to the ball, so I got to the ball, but I couldn't decision make. I couldn't decide what to do.
Exerted all your, yeah.
So Datani comes in, bowls wide of off stump. That's cut just behind square. They come through for one, and Ellen McCacken does well to keep that down to just one. Yeah, what surprised me is I got there physically. I'm at the ball, and I couldn't decide whether to lob or drop. Yeah, all mental processes
Yes.
had just gone because I was so exhausted from the heat, and
It
I've
is
not
very-
experienced that. So when you see all these amazing athletes playing 5-hour tennis matches in crazy heat at the Australian Open or whatever, and obviously long days in the field in test matches and that, I just don't know how they do it.
It's
It's
very
incredible.
mentally exhausting as well, which most people don't think about in playing in the heat. But no, definitely takes a toll. So Wellington's coming back into the attack for her 4th over of the game.
Sorry if Kev's asked you, have you played with or against Wellington?
I have not. She is from South Australia, so opposite side to where I'm from.
So yeah, bringing spin back in. This is your end, isn't it? Sorry. Let you go.
Wellington comes in and Danny White goes for the paddle, gets it over the keeper, doesn't get everything on it, but run away for 2 runs. Maitland Brown runs away for 4. Got enough on it. Hit the upper end of the bat, but still got enough on it, so went all the way.
So yeah, we're 30 overs into this innings now. The first 10, 40 for loss of 1, and then the spinners really did the damage. The second 10 was 41 for 5, and the last 10 was 45 for 0. So this two doing exactly what's needed to be done, and consolidate that wicket loss.
She's going for the paddle again, but it's outside off, and she misses it as a dot ball. Wellington did well there. She comes in again. Nice and full, sweeping on the full. Down to deep backward square for 1 run. And that's the 50 partnership between Danny White-Hodge and Maitland Brown. So doing exactly what they need to do in forming a partnership to try and get this Surrey team in a position to win the game. Wellington comes in again, Maitland Brown using her feet, dug out to mid-on for no run.
I've just had a memory actually when you said about the temperature and you had to stop playing. It's quite an old memory because it's back from when I was in school, which was a long time ago now.
Now Maitland Brown goes for the paddle. That is a shot she likes to play. And we'll get 2 runs from it. White-Hodge looks for the 3rd, but decides against it.
Yeah, I was in secondary school, so it'd be in the 90s, and I remember we were having a heat wave, of what we call a heat wave. You probably call it a cold snap or something.
Normal temperature.
And the school had said if it gets to a certain temperature, they'd close the school.
Oh, wow.
And it's something that never had happened before in any of our lives.
Goes for the paddle again, gets a bottom edge on it, but gets enough on it that it'll run away for 4. So this is a very good over for Surrey. with 11 coming off that. As Surrey are 137 for 6 for 137. I'm going to keep saying it that way because it just sounds so much better.
Yeah, I was in this class, I think it was a math class, and the teacher came in. The teachers always had a cup of coffee in my day, I don't know if they still do, and she put it on the desk and then she popped out the classroom to get something. So someone, the naughty boy in the class, there's always one, isn't there, or girl,
Always one.
took the thermometer off the wall and dipped it in her tea or coffee to try and get this thermometer above, boiling point basically. And yeah, she was all over it. She knew the temperature wasn't 100 degrees Celsius. So we didn't get away with it, but we tried.
I don't think we've ever had a day where we didn't go to school, because obviously I think that would be a few too many days. But we have been told previously we've had to stay inside in the air conditioning when it's been too hot for recess and lunch, or morning tea and lunch. I'm not sure what you guys call it. Do you call
Break
it that?
time.
Break time?
Yeah, but we have schools closing for snow here.
Oh, we definitely
Snow
do
and
not have
ice.
that, no.
I've never known it too hot. We've got a change of bowling now. From the pavilion end, Lindsay Smith is going to return with her left arm spin. She comes in, and White Hodge swats that down the ground, just come through for a single. So Smith bowled 5 overs earlier, 1 for 17. Saying she's the most economical bowler in this format of the English domestic professional campaign. Very miserly. She's in again round the wicket to Brown, who is a little advanced down the wicket but can do nothing but push that back to Smith. So the last few overs, we had that 7, which was the run rate required. Then we had a good over from Bell, and then the last one was 11.
11, yeah.
So they're pushing
Starting
on
to
a little
increase
bit.
a little bit.
This time Maitland Brown again, a little shuffle down the track, and is just able to push that up to long on for a single. But the run rate overall the required run rate, has increased to 7.24. So they're going to want to keep an eye on that, make sure it doesn't get too far out of hand, because they've done a really good consolidating job here since that flurry of wickets.
Yeah, definitely this partnership has been just what Surrey's needed.
And with a flick of the wrist, Danny White Hodge works it onto the leg side. Boucher comes round, and again it's good running. They come through for 2.
These 2 quick between the wickets, so 2 should be quite easy for them.
She goes over the wicket to White Hodge, who again shuffles down the track and doesn't quite beat the fielder at wide long on, or extra cover as she was. They come through for a single. Last ball of Smith's first over of this spell, a 6th over of the day. She's in and bowled, and again just a little subtle shimmy down the wicket, pushed up. They seem to be happy to just move their feet and nudge Smith around for singles and 2s. There's 6 off that over, so again slightly under the required run rate, but very much keeping the board ticking over. 143 for 6. We're going to have a double change, so you stay on for a minute, Emily. I'm going to change for Phil.
Excited to hear Phil and for him to tell us all why Australians say the run's right, as in 6 for 143.
Which you think's correct, don't you? Yes, so thank you, Jem. Thank you, Emily. Emily's first stint on commentary.
You'd never know it.
And welcome back to Kev. We've got Wellington bowling from this hotel end, and Maitland Brown is looking increasingly comfortable at the crease now, just pushing that down to long on for a single. This pair's looking relatively untroubled at the moment, you have to say.
They put on 63. In 12 and a bit overs.
Wellington in again. It's trying to White Hodge and just cuts that away for a single. Runner ball's okay for Surrey at the moment.
Yeah, this game's not over until Danny White-Hodge is back in the pavilion. If she's not, then the game's over, and Surrey have won it.
So I have been tasked with explaining why we think Australians say the score the wrong way round, the right way round as they think. That one's just played down to mid-off. I'll try and do this in between the overs, but it's during the over, but it's a spinner on.
Well, do it at the end of the over.
This is AJ Wellington bowling. This one's driven down to long on, fielded by Boucher. Just going to be a single. So just ticking along. Surrey now up to 146 for 6. Change the field now. They're bringing, well, they're sending Lauren Bell wider at long off for Danny White. Actually hits this, but doesn't get hold of it at all, trying to hit on the leg side. It's just trickled out on the leg side, and Jay Wellington has fielded it herself. So one more remaining of this over. White just plays it on the offside, and they'll come through for a comfortable single, taking the Surrey score up to 147 for 6.
126 needed then, with 17 overs remaining. That run rate required is around 7.5 and over. Right, go on then, Phil.
Well, so this is the theory, the Australian theory. So there was a famous curator, as they call groundspeople in Australia, I believe, in the late 19th, early 20th century, called Ned Gregory in Sydney, and he built a new scoreboard, and he put the wickets the wrong way around, as in the wickets first and score afterwards. So all the other groundspeople in Australia, assuming that he must be right, changed their scoreboards to read the wickets first, and that's why the Australians say it that way, apparently. So there you go.
Here's Lindsay Smith then over the wicket still to White-Hodge, who comes down the wicket, whips that away through mid-wicket.
That's a really good shot, isn't it?
Could be a fielding at the far end of the ground, had to be as well. She looks in total control here. Danny White-Hodge moves on to 48, 149 for 6. She's in scintillating form this season, Danny White-Hodge. Obviously this batting in this number 6 position is clearly suiting her.
It is.
As Smith bowls again, White-Hodge hits her away through extra cover. More runs here, should be a half century. Throw comes in from wide mid-off. That's Naomi Datani, the captain, of the way at the far end. And there's 50 for Danny White-Hodge. 45 deliveries with 4 fours. And that is the 3rd time that she's passed the half century mark. She already has 100. That was against Warwickshire. She already has a 96 against Durham. And plus these runs today.
Yeah, it's a really good form. Because when she started out her international career, and certainly county cricket, she did bat in this sort of position always.
It's played on the onside again by White-Hodge. Goes out to deep mid-wicket. Boucher, the fielder.
When she was actually more of an all-rounder back then, as an off-spinner as well. And then it was only when her bowling sort of tailed off that she moved up to opening the batting. So she's not unfamiliar with batting in this position over the years. It's just been a while since she's been doing it.
Clearly looks at home as Smith bowls to Maitland Brown, who drives up to mid-on.
She looks at home as well.
She does, yeah. She seems to be feeding off White-Hodge. 27 she moves on to, so 153 for 6. Surrey losing 4 wickets for just 10 runs between the 18th and 20th over. 3 of those wickets falling to Rebecca Tyson.
It looked all over at that stage.
They did look, yeah, 81 for 6 at one stage, and yeah, these two have done really well to get Surrey back in the game. White-Hodge hits it deliberately over the top of cover. That's one of her favourite shots.
That's a signature shot, isn't it?
That is. Just hits into out. Deliberately opening the face of the bat. Knows exactly what she's doing. She's done that so many times before, and she moves on to 55. 157 for 6. She's giving Hampshire something to think about here, because 116 are needed. That run rate required, it just briefly touched 7.5. It's pulling back a little bit. It's still just over 7, but it's manageable. Certainly the way White-Hodge is playing. Just turns it away on the onside. Big gap on the onside. and she'll keep the strike. She's manoeuvring the strike, she's dictating the tempo of the game, and you just feel that at the moment she's got all bases covered in which to make sure that she gets her side home.
11 from that over, so more than the required amount, and 11 without taking any sort of risk at all, really. Just a comfortably accumulated 11.
That's right, with absolutely no risks whatsoever. 11 and over.
I'm going to have Amanda J. Wellington back in from this end. She's bowling to Wyatt Hodge, who hits that again on the offside, inside out, not in the air this time though. Just opening the face out to cover, another single. Very few dot balls in the last 2 or 3 overs, they're just keeping it ticking over nicely. Brown now on strike. Field's the same for both batters at the moment. Wellington in, Brown down the track. Just forces that down to long on to Lauren Bell. Another single. 160 for Surrey now. Brown up to 28.
It's very difficult as a fielding side, isn't it, when 2 batters are going along so nicely here, taking no risks whatsoever, and yet actually keeping their side in the game, having looked out of it.
It's hard to see where a wicket's coming from, really, but I'm sure there's a big discussion now between Amanda J. Wellington and Lindsay Smith over maybe what should be happening.
Well, all you do in this situation now is you just try slowly but surely and squeeze the required rate.
Yeah.
But Surrey seem to be just about keeping on top of that.
So they've closed the gap and extra cover now. That was the end of the upshot of that discussion. But obviously that creates a gap somewhere else. This time Danny White Hodge finds one of those gaps for another easy single, fielded by Jatani in mid-wicket. There's just so many singles on offer.
There is, isn't it?
And as we've been saying, it's a bigger playing area today than is sometimes the case. Wellington in. And that's just defended on the leg side, but again, comfortable single. Southby chases after the ball from behind the stumps, retrieves it just about the 25-yard circle at mid-wicket, but obviously they're through for 1. She was more worried about stopping 2, I think, because if you drop the ball on about the edge of the circle on the leg side, there must be a chance of 2 if no fielder reacts anyway. Wellington at the end of a mark again into Wyatt, who just again nudges it on the offside, and that's a comfortable single.
It's brilliant play.
Lindsay Smith fielding, but yeah, just taking the pace off, pushing it, and making what we'd probably call a short single into a very comfortable one. Yeah, perfectly in control at the moment, these 2 batters. Wellington in. That one's turned away by Brown, using her feet and getting down the track, and she's turned that away. It's wide enough of Freya Kemp at deep square that they can come back for 2 this time, so another very productive over for Surrey. 7 off it, 5 singles and a 2, and that's just about the rate they need, Kev.
Again, without any risks whatsoever. Obviously what Hampshire have got to do is at least keep it down to a single and over. It's a marginal gain, but it would push the required rate up, not by very much, but if you can keep doing that, then it does all of a sudden get up to 7.5, then it gets up to a few more. But as often with the batting side, if you get a singular ball, somewhere along the line is a 2, and then along comes a boundary, and you're keeping up with the rate. So it's a really interesting phase here.
The other thing you've got to think of the bowling, as a fielding side, is change the bowling regularly, perhaps, and they're doing that now. Daisy Gibb is going to come back on from the pavilion end. She opened the bowling from that end earlier, bowled 4 overs, and she's coming back into the attack now. So yeah, I think you've got to mix it up a little bit as a fielding side here. If it's not working, keep changing the field. It's noticeable again that Lauren Bell seems to be in charge of the field placing. She's been very much the vice captain, apparently, for the last two games. She's getting very involved in using her vast international experience in setting the field here.
Keeper standing up, Rihanna Southby. So 15 overs to go, 108 needed by Surrey. They're 165 for 6. Is Gibb into Danny White-Hodge, who cuts that away through a favoured area through point. Ella McGacken comes round quickly from deep cover, does well to keep it down to a single. And White-Hodge moves on to 60 from just 52 deliveries. And Maitland-Brown is given a near perfect support with 31 from 45. Been together since 81, when Alice Davidson-Richards was bowled by Bex Tyson. 81 for 6 that was in the 20th. Here we are in the 36th. There's Daisy Gibb bowls, and that's played out to backward a point. Fortunately for Hampshire, it goes straight to Amanda Jade Wellington. This is a very watchable situation, this, isn't it?
It is. A yard either side of her then, that was probably another boundary. She hit that really well.
Good batting conditions out there, nice and warm. The hazy cloud has all but gone. We've got a bit more blue sky. Sun beating down out there. Gibb into her 5th over here. Needs to keep it nice and tight if she can. She'll know that. It's driven up to mid-off. They're going to take a quick single to Tatani. There's a mistake because, and she should go. There she's gone, surely, yes. Danny White didn't want to know. Maitland-Brown was halfway down, had to go back, and she couldn't make up her ground. And Naomi Tatani got the ball into Rihanna Southby. She took off the bails, and the partnership was broken.
That's the one way you sort of thought that it's going to happen. If there's going to be a wicket, run out looked the most likely. Not because their running had been dodgy, but it didn't look like being a wicket any other way. But that time, Brown wanted the single, Danny White-Hodge didn't, and Brown had got probably 3/4 of the way down and turned back, and even with a full-length dive couldn't make her ground. Tatani's throw was picked up well by Southby, you have to say, on the half volley. Wasn't the easiest throw to collect. It was a bit wide of the stumps on the half volley, but she did the job required. And that's a really important breakthrough for Hampshire. A really important one.
85 run partnership broken there. And those 85 runs were scored in just under 16, well, around 16 overs. And it needed a mistake.
It did.
And there was a mistake. She had her head down as well, didn't she, Maitland-Brown? She was going for it. You could see that she decided that she was going for it, head down, so she was really fully committed, and then to turn was always going to take a little too long.
You always look at these situations and think she got more than halfway down, turned around and nearly got back, which suggests that there possibly was a single there, because she ran more than a single.
And it's technically Maitland-Brown's call.
Absolutely is, yeah.
And if, as a non-striker, you're going to go against that, you need to call early. But I mean, listen, at the end of the day,
yeah, we don't know exactly how the call.
If Danny White-Hodge thinks she's not going to get in, she's perfectly within her rights to say no. But it's technically Maitland-Brown's call. So here's Daisy Gibb then bowling to Kalia Moore, the new batter. And she's driving and playing a missing outside the off stump.
Yeah, so that's a major swing back in Hampshire's favour.
It is. That's a big blow.
Surrey 60 behind on the DLS calculation now. As soon as a wicket falls, of course, that DLS score changes rapidly. Now putting a cover back out.
Of course, what it does do as well is it puts more pressure on Danny White-Hodge.
Yep.
So 3 innings so far in this year's competition. Kalia Moore obviously coming low down, so they're never going to be big ones. She works that to backward a point, fielded by Amanda Jade Wellington, made 16 in the game against Yorkshire at the Oval. Didn't play the first game against Warwickshire. 4 not out in the game against Durham, and 6 in the defeat to Somerset. But as I say, coming in low down like she does, not going to see too many big scores, but
not a lot of opportunity, but she's got one today.
Yeah, she's going to need to get a bigger score of the season today if she's going to help Surrey win this one. Daisy Gibb runs towards us, past the umpire, and bowls. Moore again sort of plays something outside the off stump. Not really a committed shot, but it's an over that produced a wicket. And just as importantly, there was only 1 run scored. And Surrey are 166 for 7, leading another 107 with 14 overs remaining.
Yeah, it's an over that sort of changed the whole complex of the game, really. Not just the fact there was only 1 run off it, but the wicket of Caitlin Brown has come at a time where Surrey were, I wouldn't say they were on top, but they were certainly looking comfortable, and they now have to rebuild. Even more pressure on Danny White-Hodge to take them home. They still need 107, and you'd feel, no disrespect to the lower Surrey orders, she would have to get most of them if Surrey are going to.
Well, it'll make her play differently now.
Yeah. We don't know how much trust she's got in Kalia Moore, of course. Hopefully quite a lot. This one's cut away by White-Hodge, and it'll be a single, which Hampshire will be reasonably happy with, I think. Which puts Kalia Moore back on strike. She's yet to get off the mark. 3 balls, and the field understandably coming in a bit tighter for her. Long off comes up. Still got 3 fielders out on the boundary, but I think they want to be squeezing and keeping her on strike. Keep White-Hodge at this end. So Wellington in again. That one's a bit slower, thrown up, but it's just defended by Moore.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how White-Hodge plays from here on in.
Yeah. At what stage does he turn down those singles off the first ball? I think we're away from that yet. Wellington, this one's a sweep from Moore. Sort of paddle sweep, and she's made good contact. She's got it fine, and it's going to be 2 as Kemp comes round. Just got into position early and helped it on its way. As a result of that, they're now adjusting the field and putting the fielder back. Daisy Gibb, short fine leg, she's moved from mid-wicket, so they're offering a single anywhere in front of the wicket on the leg side. Oh, and more plays and misses there. Wellington, I think that might have been a googly. I think it went in between bat and pad. And she played and missed. Through to the keeper, Southby. Wellington again. Moore started to go down the track, but then realised it was shorter and rocked back. But it's another dot ball as it went through to Southby. So Moore taking a little while to get going, and this is what we're talking about. Kev, Danny White's only faced the 1 ball in this over, and that'll suit Hampshire fine. And Moore again playing and missing outside the off stump, so a good over again from Hampshire. That's 2 in a row, just 3 off that one, and the pressure mounting a bit on Surrey now. They need another 104 off 13 overs.
And very quickly that run rate required from here on in has gone up to 8.
Yeah.
Just that 1 over and a bit, where Maitland Brown has gone and all of a sudden just pushed that rate up a bit, and Danny White's having a long chat with Kalia Moore, because Danny White really does now need to take total charge of this situation. She's going to have to play differently.
I'm not too familiar with what type of batter Kalia Moore is, but sometimes this, excuse me, in this situation the best tactic is for the lower order batter just to go for it and let Danny White-Hodge just carry on batting. But I don't know enough about Kalia Moore's batting to know if that's the type of player she is.
We're going to find out, I guess. Daisy Gibb into White-Hodge bowls. White-Hodge cuts it away. Yeah, that's a good stop. Amanda Jade Wellington backward a point. White-Hodge thinks,
Very good stop.
That's my favourite shot, and I've missed out. Good diving stop low to her left, saved 4 runs, that's for sure. So we're into the 38th over here, 104 needed, and almost with every dot now that run rate required just edges higher, and each ball that goes by puts a little bit more pressure on White-Hodge. She's facing the next delivery from Daisy Gibb, who's in and bowls, and White-Hodge just pushes that up to mid-off. Is it? No, so it's going out to extra cover. I lost track of the ball there for a moment.
Well, the shape of her shot, it looked like it was going that way, didn't it? But again, she opens the face a lot, doesn't she? So she gets in that position and then just turns the bat and angles it through the offside.
Now, it's important that Kalia Moore just gets a bat on it. At the moment, outside the off stump, she looks a little tentative. And the last thing she needs is just to have a little waft and a few more dot balls in this over, because that really does start putting the pressure on. Skip bowls, it's driven nicely there through extra cover. That's a good stop, Lindsay Smith. The throw comes in to Rihanna Southby's end.
Wrong end, I think.
Well, Smith saved 4 runs there.
She did, but I think Moore was struggling at the far end, but the throw came into Southby's end.
Throw from Ella McCacken. Perhaps could have been a fraction more accurate, but I think you're right. I think White Hodge would have been home anyway. So she's 62 from 55. Moore is 3 from 9. And we're in the 38th over. Daisy Gibb to White Hodge. Bowls. Let's just clip that away. That'll be a single to mid-wicket. But we've had 3 balls of this over, and just 2 runs have scored. 4. We have had 4 balls.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
3 or 4, which suits Hampshire at the moment. Danny White Hodge will be thinking about boundaries.
They certainly need a boundary and over, if possible. Sorry.
Yeah, that run rate is over an 8 and over now. Remember, Surrey are 7 down, having had that collapse mid-innings. 4 wickets for just 10 runs in the space of 2 overs. Keep in again to White Hodge, who drives that back to Gibb. No run there. Nice delivery. Just keep it there. Mid on and mid off are up, so there's shot over the top, but that's not doesn't tend to be White Hodge's area. It tends to be a little squarer generally. There's a deep cover and there's a deep square leg, and there is a fine leg, as well as a third. Those are the outfielders. 1 ball left of the 38th. Gibb in. She's trying to work that away on the onside. She'll get a leg by, I think. Just wait for the umpire to signal. It won't matter because Danny White Hodge knows she's got a little tickle on that. She's facing the first ball of the next over. Phil Green is staying on.
No, it's actually Moore. That's,
oh, is it Co Moore?
That was Moore facing.
Oh, was it Co Moore?
Yeah, so
apologies, everybody.
She's actually kept the bowling, which is probably suiting Hampshire.
Oh, I did. Yeah. Phil Green staying on. Gemma Green joining.
Thanks, Kev. Yeah, so for those that just joining us, Hampshire won the toss earlier today and batted, and put on a 272 for 5 in a very steady sort of innings. Top scores Norgrove and Bouchier, and Surrey in reply, having all sorts of trouble, 81 for 6, and now 173 for 7, and their chances opened up again, but very much reliant at this stage on Danny White Hodge. Gem, would you say?
Absolutely, she's needed to be the backbone of this chase once they had that top order collapse.
So Wellington in, bowling to Moore, who just plays it on the offside. Moore's got to give us some support here. I know it's early days, but she's got 4 off 12, and that suits Hampshire. She's got to find a way of getting off strike if possible, from Surrey's point of view. Wellington again. This time she does get off strike, but a very comfortable shot through the offside for a single. So White Hodge back on strike, and understandably the field spreads a little bit. We've got a long off back now and deep mid wicket, although deep mid wicket is about 10 yards in from the boundary. White Hodge surveying that field, and then Wellington's in, and she goes for the pull shot, and she's picked out that deep mid wicket, but again, because Bouchier is off the boundary, they're not going to be able to come back for 2. So, last few overs certainly tilting Hampshire's way.
I'm going to tell you a bit about Jess Jonathan in a minute, because she's got another 100.
Second in a row.
Second in a row.
This time she's playing and missing. Moore trying to force that off the back foot, and it's gone through to Southby. Wellington in again. Moore's turning this, but she's not going to get anything for it. It's just fielded by Wellington, so pressure really mounting on Clea Moore here.
Yeah, we were saying earlier what a great signing for Yorkshire Jess Jonathan, the Australian, has been. She's currently the leading wicket taker in this competition this season with 12 wickets, although Alex Griffith is on 11 for Somerset and is bowling at the moment.
Wellington in. This is swept by Moore. She's going to get 2 possibly here, I think. Yes, she's turning again, and Kemp didn't field it cleanly at deep square leg anyway. They would have got back for 2. So that's a couple to Moore, takes her up to 7, and Surrey 177 for 7, or 7 for 177, whichever you prefer, at the end of 39.
So yeah, she's currently leading wicket taker. She's taken 2 forfers in the last 3 games. Yorkshire started the season with 2 defeats, and they've been on a winning streak since then. She's taken 2 forfers in the last 2 games, making her the leading wicket taker, but she's also scored last 3 innings, 67, 108 and 104. She is out now. And she was just creeping up on Danny Wyatt-Hodges, the leading run scorer as well. She fell 10 short when she was out. So yeah, very good signing for Yorkshire. And they are currently 220 for 4, with 10 to go, chasing 290 at Scarborough. Change of bowling at the pavilion end. Bex Tyson returns with her left arm spin. She took 3 for 31 so far in 7 overs, and wide of off stump, cut fairly strongly down to McCacken, who's, I won't say sweeping the boundary because I say it's a huge one there. They are coming in off that, but keeps it down to a single, so does put Clearmore back on strike.
Yeah, Jess Johnson, a lot of Australians I know think she was removed from the Australian sub a bit prematurely.
Overlooked as
yeah,
as not the premium spinner, and I don't think she was ever considered as a
batting
option.
No.
Yeah. Yorkshire's gain as Bex Tyson's in. That's slightly back of a length, pulled round the corner by Clearmore. Freya Kemp keeps that down to a single. So yeah, Hampshire very much in control at the minute. Something special's got to happen from Surrey, and specifically Wyatt-Hodge, really, who is 65 or 58, doing a fantastic job. But something extra special is required as she advances down the wicket, and maybe that's the start of something extra special.
That is a hell of a shot.
That's a fantastic shot, a 6. She dances down the wicket to Tyson and hits her over long on. Clean as you like, just as I order something extra special. We get a 6 over extra cover, or that's why long on.
Wide mid wicket, really. Yeah, it's effortless sort of shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And that's a long boundary. It's not the short boundary that we sometimes see in the ladies' game. It's a full-on boundary there, and she's cleared it by some distance.
So is this the gear change? Let's see as Tyson comes in, and yeah, she's happy to swing her arms at this one. It was a great half stop in the ring. Probably only would have been 1 anyway, because there is a fielder in the deep behind her, but kept it down to 1.
Oh. Field all changing. Daisy Gibbs sprinted to a new position and lost her sunglasses while she was doing so. So had to go back to retrieve them.
Tyson in and tucks Clearmore up. She only manages to push that onto the leg side. Lindsay Smith, there's no run there. It's amazing, isn't it, how important timing is as a batter, because as Bex Tyson is in again, and this time Katie Moore tries to strike it down the ground with a bit more force, but doesn't time it that well, and it ends in a dot ball. You think of, I guess especially more in the men's game, like they talk about Stoinis being a unit and how he can, hit these huge balls, and some big guys. Danny Wyatt is a slight, very small thing, and can clear that boundary just as easily with pure timing.
Pure timing and technique. So while she's there, there's hope for Surrey, you'd have to say. They currently need 87 off the last 10 overs at a run rate of 8.7. And Wellington is bowling to Danny Wyatt-Hodge, and she's hit that in her normal area or signature area over extra cover for 4. That is a typical Danny Wyatt shot, just opening the face, hitting it over the fielder on the edge of the circle. Normally, if you hit it over a fielder on the edge of the circle, it's usually a boundary, because you don't normally have a fielder directly behind the one on the circle. So it's always a good thing to aim for, hit it over the fielder in the inner circle.
She's, as we said, the leading run scorer in this competition, having missed a game, and all the England girls did.
Of course, yeah. Wellington again, this time off the back foot. She's just going to get 1 this time. She missed one of the games as well.
She missed one. She's still she's on 335 runs at the minute, and April's not even through. It's a fantastic start for her. Obviously, Surrey will lose her when England duties call, which won't be too long now as they prepare for the World Cup.
Kevin and I were saying earlier, we're assuming that England have asked for her to bat at number 6 for Surrey, because that's where they want to use her. Because I think normally she'd bat higher in this team if that wasn't the case. but maybe they just see it as, I mean, it's certainly working. Whoever's decided it, batting at 6 is working for her, and it's what she used to do at the start of her career.
Yep.
She used to bat around that position when she was more of an all-rounder.
I guess batting at 6 in 50 over cricket though is not the same as batting 6 in T20
No,
cricket.
Absolutely not. We haven't missed any balls here. They were checking the ball. I think the umpires maybe cut a little bit off it or something, just done some repair to the ball. They thought of changing it. Wellington's in again, and this time Moore just plays it down to mid-on. And it's 1-9-1 for 7. Moore this time's down the track, and she's half stopped, driven it through extra cover, half stopped by Lindsay Smith, but it deflects away and they've come through for 1. So Moore's starting to get into a job here, but 9 off 21 needs to step that up a little bit, you feel. Wellington again to wide, who's down the wicket, hits it high and straight, but it's not going to carry anywhere near Lauren Bell, and that's going to be a single down to long off. Just chip that really.
To put into context those runs, ADR was the highest scorer for Surrey last year with 595 from 14 matches, 13 innings.
This time it's driven by Moore, but no run. End of another over from Wellington. She's now bowled 9 overs, 1 for 50, and Surrey require another 80 from 9 overs.
And yeah, Wyatt Hodge is 336 in only her 4th innings, so just
she'll miss a lot of games, of course, on England duty, but she's certainly having a stellar start to the season.
averaging 112, which will of course, if she is dismissed, will drop dramatically because we're talking small sample sizes.
Yeah, but it augurs well for England if she can be in this sort of form, even though the World Cup's obviously a different format.
Bex Tyson in again, and a little shimmy down the wicket, and she's hammered this straight back past the bowler, and there's a diving effort, but for more it is to Danny Wyatt.
Yeah, that's the boundary they need. Needs at least one boundary is up and over, and they've got it off the first ball.
So Tyson, she is into her 9th over, 3 for 44 round the wicket, and that's caressed backward point, well, sort of deep gully, no run. Wyatt Hodge on 82.
So what Hampshire going to do here? What's the tactic? Just trying to squeeze and get the run rate pushed right up.
Tyson in, and Wyatt managed to make that into a full toss by a little shimmy down the track, and she hammers it over Cow, and it's gone for a couple of bounce 4.
Yeah,
So another 4.
Boucher nearly caught up with that, but again, Wyatt Hodge, same area. She hit the 6 in the previous over. This time it's 4, but there's 2 boundaries already this over. Surrey's 200 is up.
I think if you call Plan A getting Danny Wyatt Hodge out, Plan B has got to be get her to face as few deliveries as possible.
Yeah, bowl at the other batter, absolutely. But she's a very experienced player, of course, and she will have been in similar situations before several times, I imagine. She will probably be quite clear in her mind what needs doing here.
Just a reminder of her score, she got 124 in the opening game at Warwickshire, didn't play the next game through England duty, and then a 96 versus Durham, and 38 in her last game, and currently on 86 here at the Utilita Bowl. On strike again as Tyson comes in, again uses her feet and manages to pull that between the 2 fielders on the leg side. That's another 4. This is turning out to be a huge over for Surrey.
Yeah, 3 boundaries off 4 balls.
12 off this over so far, 2 balls to come. She's just unsettling the spinners now. She's using her feet and hitting to different parts of the ground.
The cloud that was above us for a while has virtually gone now, and we're back to clear blue skies here in West End, Hedge End, whichever you prefer. Both those villages claim it, I think.
Beck's in, and no foot movement this time. She just stands and hits and carves that over the infield on the offside, and there is no protection on the boundary there. So it's another 4 to Surrey, another 4 to Wyatt Hodge as she moves on to 94.
I know you can't have fields anywhere, but if you asked me if I wasn't here, where does she hit most of her runs? It's over cover.
Over cover.
And that's the one place they haven't got any protection, which does seem a bit strange, especially a left-arm spinner who's turning it away from the bat. It sort of just opens it up and hits over, and they've brought someone over now, but still nobody out there. They've reinforced the offside ring, but still nobody out. Surrey would be happy with a single this ball, I would have thought. But Wyatt's not happy with a single, she wants 4 more.
Why settle with a single? 20.
And she swept that over, short fine leg for 4. The 5th 4 in that over, 20 off the over. And Surrey really accelerating now through Danny Wyatt Hodge, who's got 98 from 69 deliveries. 5 boundaries in that over, and all in different areas. A whole array of shots. There was a pull, there was a sweep, 2 drives down the ground, and 1 inside-out shot over extra cover, which is a pretty good collection in 1 over.
Absolutely, and Surrey now 213 for 7.
And Wellington's going to bowl out. So I think Hampshire will be squeezing it to try and keep more on strike, but they've still got 4 fielders out, which is a bit surprising.
The equation is 60 to win off 48 balls.
Yeah, so Wellington in, and Moore chops that away for an easy single. I thought they might have tried to stop her getting a single a bit more there, but they gave her a single on the offside and she took it. So Wyatt Hodge back on strike on 98, taking a fresh guard. Looking round the field, Wellington tossing the ball from hand to hand, and comes in again on a short run. Wyatt drives that down to mid-off. She's going to get another single. Oh, in fact, they're going to come back for 2. Are they going to make it? Oh, I think a direct hit might have been dodgy, but Wyatt Hodge is through 2 runs for a fantastic 100, given the context of this game and this innings. And she's reached 100 off 70 balls with 11 fours and a 6. And I think it's fair to say whatever happens from here, this has been a fantastic knock.
Well, we mentioned the semi-final of this competition last year where Hampshire hosted Surrey, and we said about Georgia Adams' ton in the chase, which was a similar chase. Hampshire were chasing 288.
Yeah.
This is up there.
It is. The weather's totally different, I have to say, because that was on a mud bath almost, and this is in a beautiful April day. But yes, the game situation is very similar.
But Georgia Adams didn't have as many wickets fallen behind her as when she had a partnership with Freya Kemp to get her going. So yeah, it's been a sort of an innings you want from your seasoned professionals, your internationals, should I say.
Wellington again. Wyatt drives that through mid-off. She's going to get a single. In fact, they're going to get 2. Going to get 2 again. So even though she's reached 100, she'll know that the job is far from done here. It's 100's a landmark, but nothing else in this run chase. And Surrey are now on 218 for 7. 5 already off 3 balls in this over, and Wyatt Hodge still on strike, which is important for Surrey's point of view. Wellington in. She drives this down to mid-off. I think it's just going to be 1 this time. Yeah, there's only the 1 as Bell fields. She's been very busy in the last couple of overs down here at long off. This gets Moore back on strike, but again no change in the field, which I'm a bit surprised at. 2 balls left in the over, and Moore sweeps and gets good contact on the ball. It's gone down to deep back with square leg, and there's a mess up in the running again, and there's another run out for Surrey. There's a lot of confusion there, and That's the second run out for Surrey. The only way that they've looked like losing wickets in the last section of the game, and this time it's Moore who's run out. She started to come back for a second. There was a hesitation. At one time they were both in mid-wicket discussing the situation, and by then Freya Kemp had returned the ball to Southby, and Moore, well, I think she possibly sacrificed herself because either of them could have been out. They were both sort of facing the same way at one point.
Yeah, I had my eyes on Moore. I didn't see what White Hodge was doing, but there was a huge hesitation from Moore, who obviously ended up running to the danger end. And
but I mean, in that situation, whoever's fault it is, you have to go and leave the established batter in, don't you? But it's a real blow for Surrey, who were largely through White Hodge, were going really well, but brings Danny Gregory to the crease.
I think the confusion there is not so much whether there were two, it's whether they wanted to take two.
Yeah.
That's what's got into their heads here.
That's all part of it, isn't it? You've got to have a plan, like we won't take a two if it goes, or something. There's got to be
the fifth ball.
There's got to be a clear message, and
I think that's what's done them in the end. It's
you could well be right, because I think there probably was two there actually.
Yeah, but I think they thought, do we want the second? And trying to do all the mental side of the game at the same time as trying to make your ground, and that's where cricket tests you.
Yeah, it's very much in the head at the moment for these players. But anyway, it leaves Surrey at 220 for 8, with 53 required from 7 overs and 1 ball. But that run rate sounds okay from Surrey's point of view, but they are 8 wickets down, which is the problem column for them. So Gregory's on strike for the last ball of this over from Wellington. And that's gone right through her to the keeper, dot ball. Gregory's not renowned for her batting, we'd have to say, but very crucial period for her now. I'm handing over to Kev.
Thanks very much, Phil. Well, Danny White Hodge, what an innings this has been. Whether she sees her side over the line or not, she's given Hampshire a real fright here, because at 81 for 6 in the 20th over, having lost 4 wickets for 10 runs, Surrey looked out of it. But when Danny White Hodge is in the middle, you're never out of the game, and she really is. I mean, this is just superb stuff. And Clea Moore had to, well, she had to go. I don't think Danny White Hodge was going to hesitate.
No. Absolutely right outcome in the end of a mix-up for Surrey.
Well, it's not over. There's still a bit to do. 53 runs is a lot. Danny Gregory, you know, I mean, we're into number 10 and number 11 now, so White Hodge again has got challenges ahead of her. Clea Moore did well to put on 34 in 7 overs.
She did, and the captain, Naomi Tatani, is going to return from the pavilion end. She bowled 4 overs earlier, 0 for 19, and she's in with her left arm. Keeper stood up as that's pulled to square leg for a single, taking a single off the first ball of the over, which will bring Gregory on strike. So yeah, Datani has said earlier she's been a partnership breaker with the ball. She did break the partnership earlier with Brown and White Hodge with a run out to dismiss Maitland Brown, but she's got ball in hand now, and she's got number 10 on strike, Danny Gregory. She comes in with her left arm around. Gregory just happy to ensure that she keeps that one out.
Looking at Danny White's record in List A cricket, this is her second 100 for Surrey, of course the first coming in the first game of this season. Yep. And overall, so 11th. 11th List A 100.
Play in comes, and it's wide of off stump, and Gregory's done well. She's got bat on that and got that down to wide fine leg, and they will come through for 2.
Never actually got one for the Vipers in 11 matches.
Okay.
Has hit 5 for England, 3 for Nottinghamshire, 1 for Sussex.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yep, that adds up. So in and comes and worked round on the leg side. Be a single. It'll get Hodge on strike. White Hodge, sorry, with 2 balls remaining. The equation now is 49 off 38 balls. 2 wickets in hand. Wyatt Hodge on 104 off 73. Very much increased her strike rate and the team's run rate over the last handful of overs.
I did say earlier that Wyatt Hodge was striking at 131 this year. It's up again for this game.
Datani's in, bowls, keep her up to the stumps. And that's wide. That's the last thing Hampshire need right now. Wide down the leg side, taken by Rihanna Southby. But you don't want to be bowling extra balls. That runs to win comes down 1, but the balls remaining stays the same, and that's not smart.
Now I can understand what's happening. She's trying to keep it as tight as possible, and in the end you can overdo it. I mean, they wanted Gregory to get off strike was 2 straight.
In and bowls, and this is back of a length. Wyatt Hodge pulls it, didn't get hold of it. It will go up to long on for 1 run, leaving Gregory 1 to face in this Datani over.
Yeah, I mean Gregory can just pat this one away. Doesn't have to do anything here.
Let's see if she does. Because not all tail enders think, do they? I don't know about Gregory in particular, but that's sometimes the way it comes in, and she does exactly that. She is a thinker. She just pats that with a straight full bat and says, over to you, Danny Wyatt Hodge.
I mean, yeah, I mean, what Hampshire have never been able to do is actually put Wyatt Hodge under any pressure, really. They've never made her get to a point where it's been a quiet over. She's dictated play the whole time she's been out there. She's got the strike when she's wanted. She's hit the boundaries when she's wanted. And Hampshire just haven't really been able to, at any stage, not even put a couple of over package at her that said, look, OK, we've asked some questions of you now. Now you need to answer them. And you've never really felt that's happened.
They're bringing Lauren Bell back. Now, they did bring Bell on pretty soon when Wyatt Hodge came to the crease as a plan. Obviously didn't get the breakthrough, but she's back on now for her 8th over.
Yeah, 1 for 22. Picked up the first wicket of Bryony Smith. That was a great catch from Abby Norgrove in the first over, diving full length to her right at point. Seems a long time ago now. Need to find something similar here, you think? Hampshire, that's full outside off stump, and Wyatt Hodge plays and misses outside the off stump. Trying to crack that away off the back foot. A rare play and miss.
It looked quite slow. Slower ball.
Loosener, perhaps. So Wyatt Hodge is 105 from 75. And sorry, 47 needed from just under 6 overs here. The run rate is a fraction over 8, but it doesn't really matter when you get down to these last few stages. Wyatt Hodge drives, goes down to deep mid-on. Tani is fielding below us. Now is where the squeeze needs to be put on here. Ideally, you want Daniel Gregory to face these next 4 deliveries and not score a run. Now the field needs to be right. Lauren Bell's last 4 deliveries in this over needs to be spot on. Wyatt Hodge and Gregory having a chat mid-over, because this is important. Let Gregory get off strike first ball, and again the pressure is off. Here we go then. Field has come in somewhat as Bell comes in and bowls to Gregory. Gregory just plays forward. I'm sure Danny Wyatt Hodge has said, look, if it's 4 dots, it's 4 dots. You know, that's what's the worst that can happen. But a wicket now, it's a few too many runs, isn't it, when you're looking after your number 11.
Definitely, yeah. And after that, so the start, that Surrey were 81 for 6 at one point.
Bell in again to Gregory. And Gregory's trying to squeeze one there to point, but Abby Norgrove's quite close in there.
Yeah, they were 81 for 6 after 20, and in the next 20 overs, they actually put on 105 for just the loss of that run out of Maitland Brown. So that 20 overs, although it wasn't electrifying run rate, it really consolidated, kept the board ticking over, made sure they only lost 1 wicket and have got themselves into this position now.
Yeah.
Really good 20 overs that might go under the radar in terms of flamboyancy, but really important.
Bell in. It's cut away by Gregory. Runs here down to third, and it's gone all the way for 4. Well, that's nicely timed. Just use the pace of Lauren Bell. Hit it into the gap. And that's a real bonus for Surrey. It's gone for the short delivery there, Bell, and it's outside off stump. It's just hanging out there.
Yeah, she's played that well, to be fair. She's kept on top of that.
42 needed now. And we have 31 balls left in the game. Bell in for the final ball of the 45th over. Comes in and bowls. Slower ball outside the off stump, and Gregory gets another, probably 2, as it's gone out to deep point. She's running the second. White Hodge says, no, I'm not sure about that one. So Gregory's going to keep the strike for the start of the 46th over with 41 needed.
Yeah, 41 off 30, like you say, run rate required isn't a thing now. You just look at the numbers, get those runs ticking down, and take this game as deep as you can and put pressure on Hampshire to come up with an answer, or at least bowl with control right till the end. Just looking, seeing the worms on the live feed now, and looks a good game, doesn't it, on the worm?
Yeah, Surrey were just behind a fraction, weren't they? But they're right back in it.
Yeah.
Toe for toe, or toe to toe, as they say.
Do worms have toes?
I've never inspected them to find out, have you?
I haven't, no. But it's the first thing I'm going to Google in a minute. So Datani to continue, and Gregory does well there. She hits that 3 mid wicket, and a single would have been good, but they're actually probably going to get 3. No, they get 2. It's well dealt with in the end. Diving stop out there by Freya Kemp. But yep, that's 2 more to the total, and Gregory's 10 off 10, so playing more than a supporting role really, when she just needed to stay there with White Hodge. She's going at run a ball herself, having taken no real risks. 39 off 29 to win for Surrey. Change in field now, so where she just tried to muscle that through the leg side, they're putting extra reinforcements out there as Bouchier joins Kemp on the leg side rope. And Datani, captain today, charging in, bowls, and that's well bowled, but there's a big area now on the leg side which does allow Gregory to easily get off strike there, which I'm not sure about. I know she's just hit 1 pass, but the only way you're going to win this is not letting Wyatt Hodge face too many balls, and that was an easy single for Gregory, number 10.
They just haven't been able to do that at all. I think almost, I wouldn't say the damage is done, but when she's already 10 off 10, Gregory, you know, you kind of missed a trick straight away.
Yeah. So Wyatt Hodge on strike, 106 to her name. Comes in and it's skied, it's gone up, and this could be out. Bex Tyson is under it, and she spills it. Oh no. That could be the turning point in this game. That's missed time from Wyatt Hodge. She just got under it too much. It's gone sky high to mid off. Bex Tyson, I think it was, yep, was underneath that and had it in her sights all the way, in the hands, out the hands, and that's not a good drop at this stage. Down the leg side, that'll be called a wide. There's an appeal for stumping. There's an appeal for the standing umpires are signalling wide. Southby's appealing to Rose Dovey at square leg for a stumping, who's given it not out, and someone in the crowd not agreeing with that decision. So it's all happening.
From deep mid off. That's your deep fine leg. What am I talking about?
But it will go down in the book as just a wide. So 6 off the first 3 balls, 3 legal balls of this over. Datani's in again, and again trying to bowl very straight to Wyatt Hodge, and that worked that time. She could only dink it into the leg side for no run. Well,
there's still a long way to go, but you do feel that chance had to be taken, especially the way White Hodge is playing here. First mistake she's made.
Absolutely, yes, and it was an easy catch. Let's face it, that was an easy one as Datani's in, and that's good. White Hodge can only push that to Lindsay Smith on the offside for no run.
I think she just got herself in a bad position, didn't it? It was almost straight at her, and somehow she's managed to walk around it, and it's gone over her head. She just got in a horrible position.
Yeah, I think you were saying on Saturday how her catching has improved, and you weren't wrong on that day, but that wasn't a shining moment as Datani's in, and there's another ball that's hit into the air, but it's one bounce in front of Freya Kemp, who manages to keep that to a single, which means White Hodge will retain strike. So after 6 off the first 3 legal balls, the over actually only went for 7. So good comeback from Datani from Hampshire.
Good fielding from Kemp there. Keep it down to 1, although White Hodge won't mind. So she's 109 from just 80 deliveries. Had a life there in that last over, which might yet prove crucial for both sides. 24 balls left, 34 needed. And again, all the time, well, White Hodge is out there. The game is very much, for me, the game is more Surrey's than Hampshire.
Yeah, there's rarely a worse feeling, is there, than dropping a catch, but there's different contexts of dropping a catch, and that's going to be a horrible gut feeling for Tyson. Now, we've all done it, everyone's done it and been there, and it's you just want the ground to swallow you up.
Lauren Bell to start her 9th over, 1 for 28, 239 for 8, and she was running in and then was stopped by umpire Rose Dovey. So 4 overs to do. I think one thing it has emphasised is that we always felt Hampshire were perhaps 20-30 runs too short in their first innings, and so it's proving. Outside the off stump, White Hodge hits that down towards deep extra cover, needs to be fielded cleanly, it does. Oh, they're running 2 anyway, have to hurry!
That's good running.
That's great running. Down to Ella McCacken there. It's good aggressive running between these two in the middle.
I've got to say, from Rose Dovey in that last ball, to stand in the way of Bell's run up and to abort that's brave. I mean, I wouldn't get in the way of Bell lolloping in, and I'm twice the size of Rose Dovey. But she did. She took command.
23 balls remain, 32 needed. Here's Bell, runs away from us and bowls, and White Hodge cuts that away. Hasn't found the gap. It's fielded, but it's a single anyway. Again, it's one of those that you're just praying as a fielding side it doesn't find the gap between the 2 fielders behind square on the offside. It didn't. 22 balls left and 31 runs needed. White Hodge moves on to 112.
In a bit of lighter news, have you heard that whether AJ Wellington's had her tattoo yet?
She's already got one.
Did you know she gets
several?
She gets a tattoo of every team she plays for?
Oh, does she really?
She does. So I think she's going to get the Rose and Crown, or has got it already.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's got the Somerset logo, but every team she's played for, she gets a tattoo on her arm. So.
Oh, we'll look out for that at some point. Right, 242 for 8. Here's Bell again. Past the umpire, bowls, and Gregory works that to mid-wicket. Boucher fields. It's a dot ball. 21 balls remain and 31 runs are required. Got to keep Gregory on this at this end as long as possible. Deep mid-wicket goes out now. That was Boucher who fielded the last delivery. Now she's pushed back. It's a deep square leg, deep mid-on, deep mid-wicket. Big gap on the leg side if she wants it. Bell in again, comes in and bowls to Gregory. It's outside off. Gregory cuts to backward a point. It's half stopped. They come through for a single. That means Danny White's on strike for the last 2 balls of this, the 47th over. So we now have 20 balls remaining, and
30.
Oh, it says 30, that's right, yeah. There's only a single. There was me thinking it was 2. 4 runs off the over so far. Bell into White Hodge, know each other well, of course. It's full, it's driven down the ground. Should only be 1 if Datani picks it up cleanly. They're only jogging through for a single anyway. So again, whilst it's only a single, it does mean that Gregory has the luxury of just playing out the last ball if she wants to. 244 for 8, 29 needed. Gregory's done a great sterling job here, 12 from 13, giving White Hodge some superb support, as Kaylia Moore did, putting on 34 for the 8th. As Bell bowls, it's outside the off stump, it's cut away, it goes out to backward a point. It is a dot ball, Bella's completed 9 overs, 1 for 33, and we're down to the last 18 balls of the game where Surrey need 29.
Well, it's going to be a fantastic finish, or it is being a fantastic finish. I say when Surrey were 81 for 6, I think most people thought it was Hampshire's game to take the win from, but the resilience of Danny White-Hodge and the partners she's had in Brown, Maitland Brown, Kalia Moore, and now Danny Gregory have been what I think 50 over cricket's all about. It's not panicking when you're 6 down. You've got plenty of time. If you just bat yourself back into the game, you've got time to do that, and that's why it's such a great format. So Lindsay Smith to replace Datani at the pavilion end. She's bowled 7 overs today, taken 1 for 34. She was very much part of the spin cohort with Bex Tyson and AJ Wellington that really turned the screws earlier on in the innings to get Surrey to that position of 81 for 6. But she's in now Danny White-Hodge, who's more than settled as she carves that through the offside, and that will be 4 off the first ball. That, like we said earlier, that offside field, okay, there is someone on the wide long off boundary, but in terms of the cover region, the boundary, there's no cover there at all. So she's gone up and over that infield with ease for someone of her quality and her strength. Smith in again. Bowls, and this time it's hit leg side. That should just be a single as Maya Bouchier picks that up cleanly, and a good throw back into Southby. Brings Gregory on strike to face Smith for the first time this game.
16 balls left, 24 needed.
So a lot of tinkering with the field, as you'd expect in these situations. I think they tinkered back, and I think we're back where we were, but there's some thought process going on. As Gregory sets herself to face left arm round of Lindsay Smith. And that's really good running. Just dinked into the offside leg side. They knew they were going to take a run there. They obviously had a chat about it. Set off really quickly, and home and dry. To bring White-Hodge back on strike. 118 for her. Smith in, and there's a big slog sweep there. It's gone to the leg side. It goes. There's 2 fielders out there, Kemp and Bouchier, and they come back for a second, and there's another run out coming back for the second. So that is the end of White-Hodge. And what did you make of that, Kev?
Well, it was always a risky second, but she wants to strike. That's a huge wicket at this stage, because for me, Surrey were favourites going into these last 3 overs or so.
I haven't seen a slide today. I can't see if a slide would have helped her there, but at this stage, you think you're giving it everything, you're playing like this. But it was a great bit of fielding. There probably wasn't 2 there. And that's the end of a fantastic innings by White-Hodge, and she might be walking off with Surrey's hopes. She goes for 119 as the 3rd run out in this innings that Hampshire have taken. But there's a big round of applause, as there should be, as Danny White-Hodge leaves the playing field. It brings in Tilly Courtine-Coleman. So we've got numbers 10 and 11 in. We've got 22 runs to win off 14 balls. And without Danny White-Hodge at the crease, that sounds insurmountable.
86 balls, 12 fours and 1 6. All the time she was there, the win was on.
Absolutely. I'm going to see here, would a slide have saved her? Possibly. Worth a try, but Great bit of field, a great throw straight into the keeper's gloves over the top of the stumps, exactly where you want it. Did everything right. But Lindsay Smith's now going to be bowling to Surrey's number 11. It's going to be her England teammate, her England co-left arm spinner. But right now she's got bat in hand. Smith's in, bowls, and the left-handed Courtine Coleman drives that nicely, but dot ball at this stage is just another screw in the coffin, or nail. I think that's the more normal analogy. This time she tries to work it round the leg side, she gets a leading edge, it trickles into front, it's another dot ball. Surrey are 251 for 9, 2 overs to go.
Oh, that's a big over. Big over. Boucher with the throw. So Ditani running out Maitland-Brown with her throw, Kemp running out Kalia Moore, and now Boucher getting the really big wicket of Danny White-Hodge. Just shows the importance of fielding and the catching as well, as that may also have altered the outcome of the game.
I say Bex Tyson might be taking a breather now.
I think she's relaxed. She's suddenly relaxed. The shoulders have suddenly dropped. They're not as tight. Right, here's the penultimate over being bowled by Lauren Bell. She's in, and that's driven over the head of mid-off, and this could be running away for 4. And it's going to inch away, and it's got over the rope. That's a good strike from Daniel Gregory to start this second to last over. 11 balls remain, and now 18 are needed.
Got to say, I've been really impressed with Gregory because she's done exactly what she needs to. She's solid blocked when she's needed to. If the loose ball's been there while White-Hodge was at the other end, she hit it, and now this is what she needs to do, and you know, this time executed it perfectly. She's been quite impressive as a tail ender.
Bell in again, runs away past the umpire and bowls to Gregory. Gregory drives along the ground this time out on the onside. Surely they're not coming back for 2. They are. They're taking on the throw of Ditani, and they have to hurry. And again, the bails have come off, but I'm not sure that Lauren Bell was in control, and it may have just have hit her on the knee. And she's down, but I think she should be all right. We might just have to wait a minute or so for her to pick herself up off the deck. She's okay. She's starting to walking back over the mark, but it's an important 2 runs. All runs are important right now because we have 10 balls left in the game, and Surrey needs 16. Wonderful drama here at the Utilita Bowl, a sunny Utilita Bowl in this Metrobank One Day Cup women's match between the side who home side who are 3rd and the top of the table side. Here's Bell in once more and bowls, and that's down the leg side, is it? I think it's just flicked the pad, so it's not a wide. Crucially, from a Hampshire point of view, that's another ball ticked off the list, and it means that Surrey needs 16 from 9. I've not seen Courtine Coleman bat before.
Nope, I haven't.
Not sure what sort of number 11 it is. Very difficult to tell sometimes because you never really, especially 20 over cricket, you never really see them bat at all, and 50 over cricket here and there. Lindsay Smith's have a word with Lauren Bell. Here we go then, 2:57 for 9, still 16 needed, 9 balls to go, make this 8 after this delivery. It's down the leg side, and that will be a wide, surely. Yes. Oh dear. Still 9 balls, and it's 15 now needed.
Yep, so the 4 and the 2, that's say 7 off the first.
Hang on, it wasn't signalled wide.
Oh, was it not?
No, it wasn't.
I thought I saw her.
That's what I thought.
Okay, she got away with that.
Yes, it's all right. I mean, I automatically thought the scoreboard is showing 8 balls remaining. Here's Bell again, and Gregory drives. There should be only 1 as it goes out to, I think that's Abby Norgrove out there. No, it's Ella McCacken. Gets the ball in quickly to Rihanna Southby. That's perfect. And we are down to the final 7 balls. And Surrey need 15 to win. Remember, we can get a tie, so technically it could be 14.
Yeah, there were a few ties in this competition last year.
Was it?
A very high scoring one for Surrey at Beckenham. Hampshire had a tie, I think.
They did against Warwickshire.
Yeah, there were a few.
But I think Warwickshire were all out on that occasion. Because I think the throw from Abby Norgrove.
It's still a tie though, isn't it?
Is it still a tie in
white
one-day
ball
cricket?
yeah.
I'm useless at these rules. Right, last ball of the penultimate over.
Yeah, first game of the season last year with Warwickshire, 208 apiece.
Yeah, Courtine Coleman, the left-hander facing. And she's hoiked that away on the leg side. There's at least 1. Goes out to Ditani, picks it up cleanly. They're running 2. The throw will have to be good, and it might be a run out, and she's gone. And that is the end of the game. Good throw from Naomi Datani. It looked risky to come back for a second, but a second they did. And Gregory has sunk to her knees, because that is the 4th run out of the Surrey innings, and they have been bowled out for 259. They'll get 1 for that, but it doesn't matter. Hampshire have come out winning the game. A very, very exciting game.
Absolutely, I think there's a great message there to any aspiring cricketers or juniors watching this to work on your fielding, because as I say, 81 for 6, all wickets were credited to the bowler. The last 4 wickets have all been run-outs, and how important is that? If fielding wasn't on song, Danny White-Hodge would probably still be out there now, and it'd be a very different situation. So yeah, a little message to the wannabes is keep working on your fielding. It's not just about batting and bowling, because Hampshire have won this with 4 run-outs at the end of this innings.
259 all out, so they'll get a single out of those 2 runs, but 13 runs the difference between the 2 sides. A really, really good game from start to finish. Hampshire 272 for 5. The innings built around an innings of 81 not out from Abby Norgrove batting at 3, a runner ball 81, 78 from Maya Boucher. It didn't quite feel enough, if we're really honest. It's been a good wicket. It's been some good bowling from the Surrey bowlers, Maitland-Brown and Kalia Moore, with 2 wickets apiece. And then Bryony Smith going in the first over. Wonderful diving stop from wonderful diving catch from Abby Norgrove. We'll be talking to her after the game, so that interview will go up on the Hampshire Cricket website. There'll be some of that on the BBC Sport website as well. Paige Schofield with 54 from 55 balls up top as well. But Surrey going along nicely, and then losing 4 wickets for 10 runs between the 18th and 20th over really set them back. 81 for 6. And then Danny White-Hodge really came into her own. 85-run partnership for the 7th with Maitland-Brown. 34-run partnership for the 8th with Kalia Moore. She really did marshal the lower order absolutely perfectly. 31 partnership with Danny Gregory before Danny Wyatt became one of those 4 run-out victims, again going for a second when perhaps it was a little bit optimistic. And certainly that last wicket, I think again Gemma was a little bit optimistic running 2 in that situation.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's what they had to do. It only needed a slight hesitation in the field, or not the best throw. In both cases of the last 2 run-outs, it was exceptional fielding. And as I say, that's how cricket is decided sometimes, on tiny margins. And if the throw was a yard wider, she probably would have been in, but it wasn't. And yeah, Hampshire remain unbeaten now, which look, I'm just looking at the Somerset game, Kev, because they're the only other team that have been unbeaten, and that run has ended today as Essex beat them. So Hampshire are the only team unbeaten so far in this competition.
So I think they go, they might not go top. I think there's run rate in that, isn't there, really, with somebody else who's got a brilliant mathematical brain.
I think with teams having a rest break, though, all you can do is win all your games, can't you? And you know, sort of, you worry about that kind of thing. Not worry about it, but until everyone's played a good chunk of games, when it all sort of evens out. But yeah, Hampshire unbeaten. Like you say, probably very lucky at Warwickshire to get away with having to chase. But yeah, they go back into the dressing room much the happier side, and hopefully take that winning streak up to Lancashire on Saturday.
Right, thank you very much everybody for watching and listening. It's been a pulsating game, especially those last few overs, and Danny White-Hodge with that 119 off 86 balls came so close to getting the visitors here over the line. Right, thank you to Phil Green, who's just enjoying the last remnants of the sunshine. Away to our left, Emily Horsted, thank you very much. First time on commentary. We all knew she was an Aussie from her accent, of course. She's over here playing for Hursley Park. Good luck to her for the season. Thank you, Gemma, as always, Gemma Green. We will do this all again very, very soon.